everybody. Hello, everybody. Good to have you, YouTube. Was just greeting the Twitch friends. Welcome, welcome. Day number 3 of Snap Reviews. We're going to be diving in. We have a few first-time reviews that we didn't get to yesterday because they submitted after 3. And we have a lot of re-reviews, these secondary reviews. Now, if you're new here, basically how this works is people submit their dream snaps to me via Discord. I provide some critiques and ways to make them more competitive. The advice I give is not really rooted in like what I think is best. It's rooted in what seems to be the most popular among voters and just, you know, making sure you're very much on theme, doing things that people like storytelling or having good poses, you know, overall photo composition, a lot of things that have worked for me over the years with Dream Snaps. And in addition to that, after people get their first review, they can do an optional secondary review if they want to incorporate the changes we've recommended. Now, just keep in mind, if you're going to do a secondary review, you must include your original submission and your new submission because we want to cross-compare. It's all in the rules. So, MJ, if you're watching this, make sure you include that original submission, my friend. Past 3 weeks, we've had a couple where you didn't include the other one. So, again, just a quick reminder for everybody that participates, all of this is clearly laid out in the rules section of our Discord server. So, for the Snap Reviews, there's a series of rules that you can review, and you just want to make sure you're abiding by those rules because they make this whole process faster. And if you don't abide by the rules, it just puts a bunch of extra work on my moderators because they go in there and they have to make sure people are submitting properly, and it's just a lot of extra work for them. And I'd really rather not have them have to do that every week. So if everybody could read the rules and make sure they abide by the rules, you know, if you forget every once in a while, it's fine. It's not a huge deal. But if it's like a consistent thing, then we'll have to do a warning, like a, you know, like a, I guess, official warning where like I reach out to you personally. And then if it continues to happen, you might lose access to the review form. So that's, you know, just really important to read the rules. I don't want to be a jerk. I really don't. I don't want to like remove anybody's privileges from it. Of course, I do not want to do that. But at the same time, I do not want my mods to be overworked. It's a voluntary role. I care about my mods and I want these review streams to be just as easy for them as it is for me. So just keep that in mind, guys. You know, checking out the rules is going to be very, very helpful for the whole process. So again, you know, not trying to be mean, just, you know, trying to make sure we're all on the same page here. Alex, hello. I see you over there on YouTube. Welcome, my friend. Good to have you. Renegade Plays, hello. Renegade says, hi, everyone. And Senpai, you'll be reviewing mine today, but I'm headed out to the vet with one of my doggos, so I will unfortunately miss it. I will definitely be checking back in later for the critique. Sounds good, Ren. Sounds good. I hope everything's okay with the pupper. Hopefully it's just like a routine checkup or something. You know, we care about our fur babies around here, so hopefully everything is all good. He said, mine is a sadness, enjoy split shot. Nice. Yeah, split shots are strong this week for sure. Susan Stevenson says, hi, everyone. Hello, Susan. Welcome. Ragdoll, welcome back. Good to have you. Half God, good to have you as well, my friend. Willow says, hey, everyone. What's up, Willow? Welcome back. Nor says, hello, Dreamlight community. Welcome back, Nor. Welcome back. All right. Willow said, I was having issues saving the photo in my gallery. I finally got it fixed after 3 p.m., then added the wrong photo. Oh, no. Oh, no. Sierra Catherine, hello. All right. And for my Twitch friends, I didn't get to give you guys a thorough greeting because, you know, we hopped right over to YouTube. Let me make sure this is closed off here. There we go. All right. Belle, thank you for the first bits of the day. Much appreciated. I did add a special new effect to the stream for goal completion since you guys have hit, like, so many goals in a row. There's, like, a little celebration that I can activate now. Also, shout out to Angela, who is on a 135 stream streak. You've caught 135 streams in a row? That's incredible. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Sorry, I know I keep on bringing my window over here. Don't mind me. I'm just getting things set up so I can see the chats easily.
Notice me, senpai. Notice me.
Yo, Rope. Thank you for the 500 bits, my friend. Very kind of you. Very kind indeed. Big shout out to Belle with the first bit today. Rope with the second. Thank you so much. Very, very kind. And welcome back, Rope. Welcome back. Again, Angela, thank you for the extensive stream streak there. That is incredible. Dang, Silver Tab also on a big streak here. You've caught 110 streams consecutively. That is incredible, my friend. Thank you for being here so much. I really appreciate it. Johnny said I did send mine like half an hour ago. Hey, no worries, bro. No worries. You on Tuesday, you know, you can submit it later. You know, we just might not be able to get to your re-review, which is fine because we can still give you some direction on the snap if you are looking for any, you know, additional changes or fixes. Amanda, thank you for the 100 bits as well. Says I'm excited for re-reviews. Yeah, re-reviews are always really fun because last week it was crazy. For Desert Haven, do you guys remember some of those snaps that we reviewed? And then when we did the secondary reviews, their new snap was like, it was like a 9-day difference. There were so many snaps we saw that had some massive improvements and really dialed it in to where the snap was extremely competitive and I think very likely for 4K. So I'm hoping to see the same this week. You know, I'm hoping to see some incredible revisions to the snaps. It's always really fun to do the re-reviews or the secondary reviews. Rope here said I can't stay long, just needed to make sure I get my streak alive on 326 stream streak. Can't lose it before I go to work. Dang, dude. 326 stream streak. That's like over a year of catching the streams because I stream 5 days a week. So, you know, you take 2 days off. Yeah, and there's 56 weeks. So 56 times 2 subtracted from... Yeah, so yeah, you're definitely well within a year of catching streams. That's incredible. Bob says, I love a review. So fun seeing the changes. Agreed. One of my favorite streams of the week, for sure. I'm going for a full 365, says Rope. Nice. That is awesome. All right. Well, Donald's over here just tripping out. We're just getting started. Okay, so real quick, we're going to visit the challenge theme. We always do this before we dive into the reviews here. So into Dream Snaps we go. Current challenge, Inside Out Weather. So the title is always really important because that's what a lot of people are going to see when they vote. They're not always going to read the description or the little subtext under the title. So making sure your snap has a good inside out feel and making sure it plays into weather somehow is going to be a good strategy this week. The challenge states the following: is your valley sunny like joy, rainy like sadness, or green like envy? Bring big feels in this challenge with outfits, decor, effects, and pets to make an emotionally thematic pick. So we're going to be looking for those emotionally thematic picks. And, you know, the more you can use your outfits, decor, effects, and pets to contribute to that, the better. Of course, you don't have to do sunny like joy or rainy like sadness. There's alternatives that we saw yesterday. Even the demonstration photo shows an anger build here. But you definitely want to have some kind of weather playing a role in these snaps. And you really want it to have an inside-out feel. With that, let's go ahead and dive in so we're not here till midnight. First up, we got Rin. First split scene here. Okay, nice. All right, very cool. Yo, Cynical Sins, thank you for the resub, my friend. Coming in with the 17 months of support. Very nice. And we got a little hype train coming in as well. Thank you. Greatly appreciated. Oh, and by the way, just so everybody's aware, while I'm doing these reviews, if you're new here, we have a lot of snaps to look at. A lot of people participate in these reviews. So unfortunately, while I'm doing the reviews, I'm not able to keep up with chat as much. Now, in my normal streams where I'm not reviewing tons of Dream Snaps, I'm very chat-centric. I'm always trying to keep up with chat. But, you know, if somebody comes in and says, hey, and I don't see it, you guys can always let them know what's going on. You don't have to be a mod for that. Just keep people updated on, you know, the fact that my chat may not be open at the moment. Okay, so we got Rin's split scene here, and there are 3 options. This one and this one. Okay. So Rin commented, first split scene here, I prefer the additional lighting, contrast and saturation in shots number 2 and 3, but prefer the symmetry of shot number 1. I prefer shot number 2 overall because I think the flame motif works well here, but I worry the community will favor symmetry over extra decor. What do you think? Thanks in advance. Okay, so this one you're saying has the best balance. I mean, the symmetry's pretty even in both. But yeah, you're definitely going to want to go with the increased saturation. You don't have to do contrast, by the way. You really don't need to increase contrast. You can just stick with saturation. If anything, you know, contrast is kind of an iffy slider in this game. Hey, Digital Darling, thank you for the resub. Saturation is always going to give you the color you need, especially if you're using the sunset time of day. I mean, you can always boost saturation or contrast very lightly, but, you know, I've been very consistent in my results, and I've decided to just, like, pretty much ignore that slider. So, you know, saturation gives me the vibrant color that I'm looking for my scenes. And I've noticed that the issue with contrast, when you take it up pretty high, in yours it's not too high, so that's fine. But what happens with contrast is you actually end up losing detail. What it does is it makes colors really bold. And then in cases where you would see leaves, where you would see like the fine details, they will start to disappear. So you'll lose some good definition because the colors become so prominent that they override shadow and they override like the outer layers of other things. What you have here is fine though, you know, like you didn't go too high with it, but just be really careful with saturation, or sorry, with contrast. At the end of the day, like I said, I never really use it. I just focus on saturation, and that works just fine for me. But I do see a lot of people make the mistake of going very heavy into contrast, and they end up underperforming. It's not a very popular thing to have, you know, at high levels, whereas saturation at high levels tends to do all right, as long as it's not overly saturated. Now, for your images here, you know, you're for sure going to want to go with the increased saturation. I think that's going to be good. You could always aim to retake this one and boost the saturation, you know, try to get the same kind of angle you have here. It's a good split scene. One thing I like about the second one is you've played up the weather a lot more, and the weather's going to be a really big deal this week. So in the first one, you know, you were talking about balance, right, and how much the community likes balance or symmetry. And this isn't really symmetry. This would be more like asymmetrical, because it's not, you know, we're not seeing the same items on each side. There are symmetrical snaps out there, but this is more asymmetrical because it's balanced, but you have different things on each side. This kind of approach here with the heavier clouds, I think, contributes more to the sadness feel in shot number 2. And the fact that we don't have the clouds here, we have a lot of light coming in on the trees. Well, you can't really see because my camera's blocking it, so let me zoom in here. So in this one, you know, you have a lot of light coming in on the trees, which kind of takes away from the gloomy, sad weather. But on this one, you have the clouds extended over, you have a bit more lightning, and it's really, you know, adding a lot to the emotionally thematic sadness side. Now, one thing I would recommend is, instead of these yellow lights, let's continue to play up blue on the left side. This same exact lamppost, you can construct the blue variant, and, you know, you don't need them on. You can leave them off if you want, but it would give you even more blue color here, and you can make this side very abundantly blue. Now, the tricky thing with your right side, you've gone very, very, very heavy into green. I love the rainbow, and, you know, the sun motif is good for weather, but there are a couple things you want to consider here. Joy's color is, well, colors are yellow and green. Those are her main colors. So you're definitely going to want to include some kind of yellow there, as that's, you know, that's been pretty popular with most of the submissions we've seen. And if that's what most people are doing, and including a lot of yellow and some green, then that kind of shows you that a lot of the people that approach this challenge, they look at those as Joy's colors. So the absence of yellow here, I think, is a little bit of a drawback. I think it could feel more like a Joy side if it had a bit more yellow or gold built into it. But, you know, you don't have to restructure everything. There's things like the floating tangled lanterns. You could put a nice little yellow item here at the base of the shot near the foreground beside Joy. And to give you an idea of what I mean, let me pull up some of my example scenes here. So just, you know, when we talk about Joy's color being yellow, this is the Joy sense of self option, and it's pure yellow. So the sadness one is blue, the Joy one is yellow. And that's why we have things like pixie dust. We have the V8 fragment here, which is a nice yellow star. We have the yellow sense of self display. We have the yellow tangled lanterns. And then we're using the pot of gold rainbows instead of using like the one from that Neverland River kit, which has a more pronounced yellow band in the middle. On top of that, we've left some space open in the sky to really make good use of this motif. When you get this motif, you know, in its own little pocket of blue, it really sells that sunny day weather. So going back to your photo here, this motif would be a bit stronger if we could see a nice clear sky in this scene. You know, it's you could showcase weather a bit better if we had a little bit of an opening here just to make the most of this motif. And then I highly recommend incorporating some yellow into this scene one way or another. You can use any of the items I just discussed there. Because, you know, on your sadness side, you have the sense of self lamp right here, you know, which gives the blue indication for the sadness. But on your joy side, there's like no yellow besides joy. There's a very thin yellow band in this particular rainbow. And you have like the little symbol frog, which has a little bit of gold. But you can always play up some pixie dust down here at the base. You know, maybe some floating lanterns. You could always move some of these trees back a little bit. That'll open up your sky for the sun motif. And if you move some of these trees back, then you can incorporate some more yellow. You can even put a sense of self lamp back here, kind of behind the waterfall if you wanted. Of course, you don't absolutely have to do all those things. With the way this scene is designed, I think it has a good chance for 4K. It really just depends on what it pops up against. But again, each week, if you want to get 4K very consistently, Dreamsnaps are getting more competitive. So the advice I'm going to give, these are not things you absolutely have to do for 4K. As long as you do the theme, you can get 4K. It just depends on what you pop up against. So everyone's capable of landing in 4K every now and then. But as far as, you know, having a 2-year streak or just being very consistent with 4K, it's good to always approach things in a more competitive way, which is, you know, going above and beyond to highlight the theme. And with the theme being inside out weather, and with us building these emotionally thematic picks, I think people are going to be looking for some of those yellow notes on the joy side. We've seen it with most of the reviews yesterday. So really good split scene here. I think you know, as far as the motif, I do like that this actually kind of divides the scene down the middle. And it's a fun outfit for sure. Being, you know, with anger as the divider between joy and sadness is a pretty fun way to do the build. It's a good split overall. You've got great color. You know, the boosted saturation here is very nice. And I think shot number 2 is the best of the 3 options. Again, shot number 1, you know, you were talking about how it has more balance, but to me, this is actually the one with the least amount of balance. And it's mostly because with the lack of the clouds here on this side, it doesn't feel quite as thematically sad. And, you know, if we look on the right side, we see the trees kind of go all the way over, but on the left side, the clouds just stop like halfway through. So this one feels far more balanced to me. And it's got better color. You know, that increased saturation on the outfit here is going to look really good. But yeah, you know, if you have any time to work on this before the challenge closes, I do think, you know, one way you can make this more competitive would just be to add some yellow features. Just like the blue features matter a lot for sadness, yellow matters a lot for joy. But it's yellow and green. And you do have like these little yellow kind of notes on these leaves here, so that does help. But will it be enough against other joy snaps that kind of embody that, you know, yellow or gold feel of joy a little bit more? And that's what you got to ask yourself. It won't matter if you don't pop up against them. It won't make a difference. But if you do, it could cost you some votes. So it's just worth considering. Moira, hello. All right, we got your snap here. Okay. Oh, an envy divider. I like it. Well, they say green like envy, but green in the show was actually discussed. So I sometimes I wonder if like the people that write the Dreamsnap descriptions like even watch the movies. But yeah, I'm pretty sure green is discussed in the show. But also green like envy is like a whole thing. That's like a whole, you know, like saying. Anyway, and this is exactly what I mean with joy. notice how we have like all the yellow here, and we also have the yellow bushes, and then we have the green. You know, yellow and green, these are like very, very prominent joy colors. You also have the yellow lanterns, and we were just talking about that, so good job there. Good job on the sadness side too. So Moira says, first time participating for me, thanks. And shout out to Ashley for the sub gift. Very nice. Well, very happy to have you, my friend. Thank you for being here. Happy you got the gifted sub. Very excited to see your work. And if you enjoy the Snap reviews, because you'll have them for a whole month, thanks to the gifted sub, you know, you always have the option to join the supporter family. If you have Amazon Prime, you can actually sub for free. So yeah, just in case you haven't, I don't know. All right, so good split scene, very good division here. The fact that the umbrella comes all the way to the top, you got the camera nice and close to the avatar, very good cosplay for Disgust here, or Envy if you want to say that. But, you know, very, very fun presentation of the avatar. Great job with the green eyes as well. The lip matching the collar of the dress here. Very cool. Sadness side. We got a little bit of rain here. We got the lightning coming in, which is fun. And the joy side, you know, like I said, a lot of yellow and green. Now, my big recommendation for this, your Snap is definitely capable of getting 4K, depending on what it pops up against. But it's a good split scene. It's got a good division. It's got great lighting. So you're doing a lot of things very well. But there are ways you can make this more competitive. And you don't have to do these things this week. These are things you can consider for future snaps. But one thing I would be very careful of is repetition in your decor. Decor diversity, like diversifying your environment, tends to perform much better than repetition within Dream Snaps. Like, if you look at a lot of the top Dream Snaps, you'll see there's very rarely repetitive items or copy-paste. So the fact that, you know, these trees don't feel quite natural because it's like a bump, a bump, a bump, a bump. It's the same tree kind of copy-pasted several times. And in your furniture mode, there's actually several different yellow trees you can kind of stagger together and layer together to make this side feel more natural. Because while everything feels very repetitive on the joy side, everything feels pretty different over here on the sadness side. Like, you know, we have the buildings. There's a corner of a building here. There's a tree here, bushes down here, a bench here, then a little bush in the foreground. So everything feels pretty fleshed out on this end of things. But over here, the repetitive nature of the trees, of the grass, and of these bushes, I think your joy side could be a bit more competitive if you were to diversify your background environment just a little bit. You know, I understand wanting to use the yellow trees, but you can mix it up. You can use a few different ones here or there. Now, the other thing I recommend for you, Moira, and this would actually be very easy to do, but you would want to make a little bit more room in your sky for this. So weather plays a huge role this week. And we clearly have the rainy side over here. We clearly have sunshine over here. The rainbow adds to that as well because, you know, you see a rainbow after rainy weather, you know, gets hit with sunny weather. But we can expand on this further. And one of the really good things to use to kind of expand on the sunny weather. So you're clearly using the sunset lighting time of day. That's why your colors are so good. That's why the lighting in the scene is so good. So the sun is behind the camera. But thanks to a recent motif, it doesn't have to be that way. You can actually feature the sun in your shot if you have a little bit of open space. So you can use this new sun motif to get this nice little light glare. And there are some motifs that have been designed to work very well in Dream Snaps, and this is one of them. And I think this is a great way to lean into the weather concept of a joy build. So worth keeping in mind for sure. But yeah, you have some great inside-out items like the tissue box and the memory display and the sadness pillow and the joy orbs. So overall, you know, very good inside-out feel. I love the character design here. And, you know, overall, it's a solid build. I think it's very likely for 4K. If you wanted to tweak this before submission, you know, the main thing I would consider is diversifying your decor a little bit on the joy side. There's so many fun things you can use this week. You know, you have the Sense of Self lamps, which we don't have in your photo, and they're very popular this week. You know, we saw them. There's one right here in this photo. It's another great inside-out item, and it would work on both the sadness side and the joy side. There's all kinds of good gold decor, and then don't forget about pocket items. So one thing a lot of competitive players do, a lot of, you know, people that very consistently get 4K, they don't just decorate their scene with landscaping and furniture mode items. They go to their storage and they pick up specific items that look really good in a Dreamsnap scene. And that's something I talk about very often. Now, when we look at this build, you know, what we're talking about here would be these tingled lanterns that you can get from time bending, and pixie dust that you can get from mining in Wish Blossom Ranch, or glimmer that you can get from time bending. You have glimmer here, we have pixie dust here, we have several beautiful flowers here, more pixie dust around the happy memory. But, you know, using some of these pocket items to add fine details to your environment is a very good competitive play and always worth considering when creating your Dream Snap. Overall, good work. Very solid snap. DBS Brat is next. I think this is the first, like, full-on discuss snap I've seen. This is really fun. Actually, including the broccoli is hilarious. So, yeah, that's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. Anybody that's seen Inside Out, I think, is gonna like that. Good abundance of green. You know, you have the willow trees in the back. You have the, you know, the green lights here. And you have joy present. So it has a really good Inside Out feel. My only concern with your snap is that it's not just an Inside Out theme, right? It's not just about cosplaying an Inside Out character, but it's also about weather. So that's the tricky thing with, like, anger and sadness this week. That's why a lot of the good anger builds manage to do things like include lightning on set for the anger build, because the lightning played well with the fire. And other people would put a very, you know, the sun motif in their sky for an anger build to show very hot, very sunny weather. So what you got to ask yourself here with this one is, what can you do to incorporate weather into the scene? Now, they did include this, like, in the description. They said you could do a green build. And to be fair, it does have sunny weather. Like, there's weather in every photo, you know. So as long as you're outdoors, you're going to have some kind of weather. But I would try to think of a way to play that up a little bit. Again, you could, you know, on the joy side where joy is over here, you could do something with, like, the sun motif, potentially. But, you know, I think as far as snaps being competitive this week, snaps that really do well to highlight weather, and I think that's why we actually haven't seen any of these discuss scenes or envy scenes, really. You know, we saw a character similar to yours here, but they chose to do a joy and sadness split because that allows them to showcase the weather a bit stronger. That said, you know, since the green scenes are very rare, I think it could do well. A lot of the times, you know, if voters see a lot of the same concept over and over and over, they'll be pretty excited when they come across something totally different. So this could be good for you. You know, it's kind of like a high-risk, high-reward situation. I'm not saying you absolutely have to include the weather, but with the challenge being inside-out weather, that is going to be on everybody's mind. And there will likely be some voters, which hopefully you will not get, that are very critical of scenes that don't show as much weather. I've seen this in Facebook groups already. I've seen a lot of people share pictures that are very inside-out themed, but there's not really, like, any kind of active weather built into the scene, and there's a bunch of comments saying, like, I don't think this is on theme. If you get those kind of voters, it could bite you, but hopefully you won't. You know, your average selfie submitter really is just, they're going to care more about whether the picture looks good, you know? And as long as you have an inside-out feel, I think there's a good chance you can get 4K if you pop up against the right things. I'm just, you know, bringing that up so you kind of know what to consider potentially. Or if this ends up not getting 4K, you kind of have an idea of what could have happened. Now, aside from that, as far as the composition of the photo, there is one thing I think you could do to make this a little bit stronger, and that would be to fill out your foreground corners. I talk about this all the time. Since you're doing green, there are some really good items you can put in your corners down here. Like, you can do the green Eternity Owl bushes, you can do some kind of green flowers. You know, these planters you have here in the back from the Royal Seaside bundle, you can put the same green planters you have here, you can put them down here. You can also take things like the Sense of Self lamp and put those in the foreground, so now you have these, like, big green Sense of Self light shows kind of at the front of the scene if you wanted to. But I would try to fill out this bottom left and bottom right foreground here. I always fill the corner of my photos, and it works very well in terms of composition and making the Dreamsnap more competitive. So I would just never leave my corners empty if you can help it. It makes the picture up here much more full and lively if you have, you know, those three major, like, depths in your snap, which will be your foreground, midground, and background. So I would definitely recommend foreground elements on the sides here. You have one green orb here right in the foreground, but your character's not quite down into the foreground, and, you know, the corners are empty. So getting something in these corners could be really good for you. And there's a lot of fun green items, so you can always look around, filter by color, and see what you can find. Ashley is next. Okay, very cool, very cool. I've always wanted to make a rainy day snap, and this was my excuse. Kids have me exhausted this week, so this is what I was able to crank out. Is it too simple? Well, it may be. It may be. You know, there's a lot of more complex snaps out there, and if you pop up against those, it could bite you. But it has a great inside-out feel. It's on theme. I don't know if you have any memories, like in chest, Ashley. I don't know if you've stored memories, but if you drop, like, some blue memories in the backdrop here, I think that could be a really good detail. You can also do things like blue luminescent flowers at the base of the shot. You know, things, you don't have to, like, make the snap super complicated, but adding a few more details wouldn't take you too much time. And it would make the snap a bit more competitive. You know, you could do more to make it even more competitive by having a little bit more space behind you and doing more with the build. But if you're limited on time, I would focus on the easy solutions to make it a little bit more competitive. But yeah, overall, you know, the blue swirls and the lightning and the rain and the crying pose, all very fun. Good blue silhouette on the avatar, little blue goose. The other thing I would consider here is making your character a little brighter. You don't have to go too heavy with it, but I would give her a little bit more color here. Since you have that very bright silhouette behind you, I think adding a little bit of light to the character, boosting the character lighting a little bit, maybe boosting the saturation a little bit as well would be good for this photo. But overall, you know, for a quick submission, if you don't have a lot of time, it executes the theme. It has some good beauty factors. It's got a very good weather element, a good pose. So, you know, this could do well. But yeah, if you want some easy solutions to make it more competitive, I would look into adding a few fine details. Blue memories would be very strong. Some kind of blue presence here in the foreground could be very good. But yeah, overall, you know, a good quick submission. Queen is next. Alrighty, Queen. We got it looks like a split shot you've made here. So we have sadness down here. We have joy here. So for a split scene, these are a bit more technical. They're a bit more difficult to achieve. When it comes to a good split scene, like what really makes them work is when you can properly divide your photo. That's why this one is so strong. So notice how the avatar, you know, comes to the base of the shot. And when we look to the right of the avatar, we see a completely different world. And then when we look to the left of the avatar, we see a completely different world. And we don't see where these worlds meet because they've got this umbrella here blocking the background. So it feels like two entirely different environments on each side of the shot, perfectly divided down the middle. And this is the best way to approach split scenes. You know, you can see it in my example photo here as well. You know, we see the hat come up to the top of the photo. We go to the right. Beautiful blue skies, sunshine, you know, all this gold and yellow. And then we go to the left, and it's lightning, rain clouds, blue swirls, the blue sense of self, sad memory, sadness. So split scenes, I would say, are something you really want to kind of experiment with and play around with. If you haven't seen my Thursday video on this theme, so every Thursday I drop a video on the theme. I give a bunch of different examples. You know, this week I built a rainy day scene, I built an anger scene, and I, of course, built the split scene, just to give people a wide range of examples so they can draw, you know, motivation from that or inspiration, and they can do their own thing with it. But one of the things we talked about in that video was creating a split scene and how it's more technical and how to go about doing it. Some people that watched the video ended up doing their first split scene, and they were very strong. They were very well split. They kind of followed the steps I laid out, which involves kind of going back into the camera, consistently testing your environments, making sure you split it down the middle, and so on and so on. So, the difficulty with a scene like this, for one, the side profile for the split scene, we can see where the clouds combine here with the trees. And yeah, the rainbow can work as a divider, but it's going to be a bit more impactful when you can divide it yourself without us seeing those two environments touch. And you could just do a pose with an umbrella because it's raining on this side, you know? You could always do something similar to what we have here. Now, the other thing is, you know, we want to make the picture emotionally thematic, right? One thing I avoid a lot in my snaps is a lot of white. And this big white fence behind Joy kind of sucks the color right out of this scene. And then you're using the winter trees at the top, which are also like this whitish gray. This is the joyful side, you know. This side needs to be colorful. It needs to be vibrant. It needs to feel very joyful. So if we look at the example I created, you know, and if you check out the videos I do on Thursday, you would have some ideas about approaching that joy side to make it feel extra joyful. A snap like yours, you know, any snap that attempts the theme can get 4K. If you pop up against random selfies and quest photos, you know, we've even seen snaps that barely did anything get into the top 5. They just popped up against the right stuff. So it's always possible. But as far as getting, you know, the biggest Moonstone reward you can very consistently, you're going to want to try to always make your snap more competitive because you never know which weeks you're going to pop up against snaps like this. And my approach is, I know there are snaps better than mine. You know, I know there are snaps that would easily beat mine. Like LOTR snap yesterday was one of my favorites. I wouldn't want to pop up against that. But I always try to design my snap in a way to where the voter has to at least think about it for a minute. You know, they got to really consider it and say, which one of these do I like more? I don't want it to be an easy choice, even if I pop up against something good. But with the way yours is designed right now, you see, that's the problem. This is an easy choice, right? And I'm not saying that to be mean, but I think you can probably see it too if I put them side by side, right? This one on the Joy side has far more color. They're playing up Joy's natural colors, which are yellow and green. And the Sadness side doesn't have any bright green grass. It has this dark gray brick. It has these blue plants. It's got the lightning and the rain. And on yours, you know, we don't have any of the lightning clouds, which are great for, you know, getting some good blue into the scene. There's no inside-out items. So notice how this one is using, well, you do have one inside-out item, which is the orb here. But there's the Sense of Self lamps, and there's also these memory displays. Again, these are all things I talked about in the Thursday video. I provided a lot of ways to find good decor. I provided a lot of great examples of inside-out items to really play up the inside-out theme. And the other thing with the split scene that you really want is balance. So you see how your left side is much bigger than your right side? Like, we have a very tiny right side. And on top of that, we can't even really see much from it because you got this white fence blocking off the entire start of it. So not only does this not have much of Joy's colors, it's also very small. And part of making a successful split scene, again, is splitting it down the middle, trying to have a very balanced composition for the shot. This is why I mentioned that split scenes are more technical. If you're not used to doing them, they can be very tricky. So the biggest thing is just kind of trial and error. If you want to make a good split scene, what you got to do is you got to find out where you're taking your photo. You want to position yourself right in the middle. And you want to set yourself up as a divider, whether you're using a rainbow or, you know, something behind you. And then you want to work on one side at a time. And then you want to make sure none of those elements on this side breach into this side. Kind of like what we see here. You know, none of these yellow trees show up over here. None of these bushes. Perfect division here. And very balanced on both sides. So as far as making this snap more competitive, first off, I would not put a fence right here. That's a lot of white. People, like your average selfie submitter, your average voter, They love vibrant and colorful, even if it's a nighttime shot, even if it's a, you know, I mean, I can show you here if I pull up my Dream Snaps. Give me a second. Okay, so these are my snaps, right? This is my snap folder. You'll notice in all of my snaps, things are very vibrant. They're very rich. They're very colorful. There's a lot of definition there. They're designed to draw the eye. And that's what you have to consider. You see, a lot of people, they don't put a ton of work into their own snaps, so they're not going to put a lot of thought into yours. They're not going to really take a deep look at it when they vote. People like us will, but a lot of the voters, they're just there to get their 50 moonstones, and then they're going to dip. So they're going to vote for whichever of the two photos that pop up they prefer. And that's usually going to be the one that their eye draws to first. The photo that brings them in, the photo with the good lighting, the photo with the vibrant colors, the photo with the good balance. So having good, vibrant colors and, you know, a good balance to your scene, these things are going to be very important for Dream Snaps. So the balance here is off, and then all this white here removes a lot of the vibrance. You don't have a lot of the joy colors on this side. You're using like the winter tree here, which is like a pale kind of gray color. And we already have all the pale color up here at the top, you know, so I would try to make the joyful side feel a lot more vibrant and colorful and fun. But at the end of the day, you know, you did do the theme. So if you pop up against the right stuff, this could do well. It's just not built it's not built to be very competitive. And to be competitive, you don't have to spend hours and hours and hours working on your snap. You just really have to come to understand, you know, what is popular with the average voters, and then you can consider all that while you build your scene. You know, you might, if you'd have built this without the fence here, and if you'd have built it a bit more centered and a bit more divided, and then just added, you know, the elements of joy a bit better, like, you know, things like pixie dust or, you know, more gold items and lush green trees. And, you know, because we even have, I mean, another thing you could have done is you could have changed your weather. You're on cloudy weather right now. Like in our camera, we have the option to change the weather. So this is supposed to be the joy side. It's supposed to be sunny and beautiful. Yet we have all this white in the background from this big cloud. We have all this white down here. It just doesn't really bring out much of the joy feeling at all. So that's why this one is a little bit risky. Whereas when you look at some of the other submissions we've seen, they're really going to be making the most of that joy side. You know, they're going to be really playing up her colors. They're going to be playing up the rainbows. They're going to have a clear blue sky. They're also using the sunset lighting, which is superior to the midday lighting, something I talk about quite a lot. So making this snap more competitive would take a lot of reworking, and I know it's Tuesday, so these aren't things you have to do this week. You know, you could just settle for what results you get for this. If it ends up being 4K, that's awesome. If it doesn't, you know, you popped up against more competitive snaps, and, you know, that's just what's going to happen. You can take the things I'm telling you now, and you can apply them to your future snaps. And I wouldn't really try to do a split scene until you're very comfortable with getting the balance. I would play with it, you know, experiment. Working with scenes like this, and even when you're not creating a dream snap, just kind of trying to build a split scene in your free time can be a great way to prepare yourself for challenges like this where you may want to take this approach. But yeah, overall, you know, you could get good results. It really just depends on what you pop up against. But there are, you know, we've seen a lot of snaps that would give this one a, you know, a difficult matchup. And that's what we want to help you avoid. We want to help you avoid getting those difficult matchups and help you design your snap in a way to where even if you don't win the vote, they got to think about it for a minute. And the way this one's designed, if it pops up against some of the other snaps we've seen, I think it would be a pretty quick decision, you know, in favor of a snap like this. Because it's got bolder colors, it has better lighting, it has better division, it has better balance. So, again, I'm really not trying to tear you down here. I just want you to understand what works in terms of being competitive within Dreamsnaps and what the voters tend to really be drawn towards, what tends to really work. So, vibrant colors is a big one, and balance is a big one. But theme is also extremely important. So beauty and theme are the two things you need to prioritize most. And beauty, there's a lot of different ways you can look at that, but it starts with lighting. So sunset lighting is going to be ideal most of the time. And then beauty is also going to come from balance and composition, the way you layer your scene, the types of items you use, like these beautiful rainbows. There's going to be items that have a high beauty factor. We got Johnny next. Hi, Sabai. I chose an ambitious road this week, probably reflecting my recent mood, fear, sadness, and anger in the same shot, with my avatar dressed with joy colors that watches the scene, and a rainbow as a symbol of hope. Let me know what you think. Any way I can improve it or scratch the idea completely. Okay. I don't know. It's a little risky. Because you see, the thing is, Johnny, you will not be able to tell the voters everything you just told me. And that's why we recently updated the rules for these reviews. And one of the rules for your submission is that you're not actually supposed to explain it to me, because you won't be able to explain it to voters. So telling me the rainbow is a symbol of hope and telling me that you're combining fear, sadness, and anger in the same shot, if I can't pick up on that, then you'll know the voters likely won't either. So that's why it's a rule to not explain your shot, because you can't explain your shot to voters. So we need to know that what you've done is easy to understand. And, I can see the memory back here kind of correlates to fear. And then we have red memories here, which I can see kind of correlate to anger. It kind of looks like, rather than seeing the rainbow as like hope per se, I would assume you're kind of trying to combine all the different like weather types and elements. But I think the risk here, number one, for this particular outfit, it works really, really good for two things. And that would be a joy and sadness split scene, because it's going to rain on the sadness side, but the raincoat is yellow like the joy side, and the coat is yellow and blue, which are joy and sadness's colors. That's why this coat in particular is very popular for combination builds that focus on both joy and sadness. So we've seen this outfit a lot for joy and sadness builds. But as you know, we've talked about this a lot. Voters love simple. The snap needs to be easy to understand, because you can't explain it to them. The average selfie submitter, the average quest photo submitter, they are jumping in to get their 50 moonstones and they're leaving. They don't think about their own dream snaps. They just snap a random selfie in the plaza and hope for 300 to 600 moonstones. You cannot bank on them putting effort into your dream snap. You can't bank on them looking at this and being like, I know I'm just here for my 50 moonstones, but let me really think about what this person has done. Like, I see sadness, I see a fearful memory, Hades, there's like a sun. They're not going to do that. To them, it's just going to be one simple thing. Which one looks better? That's all they're going to think. That's all they're going to do. And I hate that that's the way it is, but that is the way it is. It's just going to come down to which one is more inspiring, which one is easier to understand, and that's just the nature of dream snaps. So when you do something a bit more complex like this, it's going to be tough, because you got to spell it out. You got to make the concept of your scene very, very easy to understand. Now, there are players out there that could totally grasp what you're doing, but you can't rely on getting those voters. We have no control over what kind of voters we get. And this is where a lot of people end up falling short in Dreamsnaps, is they kind of assume, oh, well, you know, people will have the same thought process as me. Like, the people that vote are like me. But everybody's a little bit different. And the average voter is, you know, if you go vote right now on Dreamsnaps, you'll see what the average voter submits, because that's what most of the submissions are. To find really good Dreamsnaps, you have to skip a whole bunch of selfies and a whole bunch of random shots in an empty area and a whole bunch of shots that didn't put in much effort. And then maybe after skipping 40 times, you'll find a really cool snap. Maybe. And 40 times means you've skipped 80 photos, because each one's a pair. So the selfies and the low effort snaps, they outnumber us vastly. And we need to appeal to them. You know, we need to, and appealing to them doesn't mean not appealing to us either. You can appeal to both sides of the playing field. When you make a strong snap that has a good beauty element and it's very easy to understand. Hey, let's go, Fim! Thank you, my friend! Welcome back, Fim. Thank you for the dono. Very kind of you. Hello.
Thanks for another stream of great tips and amazing reviews.
Of course. Thank you for another very generous dono, my friend. 1,800 on the board. Almost halfway there for the goal. Goal number 166. We've had 165 consecutive goals on the stream. And if we do hit today's goal, it's, you know, I'm not going to make it out bigger than it is, but I do have I have a new special effect I can play whenever we hit the goal. I've been talking about that a while because you guys have hit 165 goals in a row, and usually it's just me going, oh my god, thank you, we hit the goal. But I did like a thing with confetti and fireworks, and you know, if we hit it out, I can have a little special effect now. It's pretty neat. You know, it only lasts like 7 seconds, but yeah, it's cool. But thank you, Fim. Thank you. Much appreciated. All right. So I would say, Johnny, my advice for you would be to go in a more simplistic direction. If you want to get the maximum amount of moonstones you can, like if you want to shoot for 4K, it's just going to make you safer with your average voters. And you know, there's a lot of snaps out there. I feel like that have a lot of potential. And what we see with a lot of these is that they're really playing up the two things you want to play up the most this week are the inside out elements and the weather elements. So whatever you choose to do, let me pull up one of my examples real quick. If you choose to do a split scene, you know, with joy and sadness, for, you know, or just a joy build. For joy builds, you know, focus on the beauty factor you can get out of that. Things like pixie dust, things like glimmer, the V8 fragment, the tangled lanterns. Don't forget about these sense of self lamps. These are really good. You know, the memory viewers, the inside out headquarters, the sun motif, all of these things can play up the joyful sunny weather. And then, you know, for sadness builds, sad memories, the blue sense of self, thunderstorms and rain. And we have a specific sadness build here. So, you know, this one has like some pools of water. There's like a blue butterfly. There's sadness. We got a blue carpet under the door. We've made it very emotionally thematic. So one thing with Inside Out, Johnny, that you're going to see a lot with, like, you know, the previous Inside Out challenge and this Inside Out challenge is when it comes to Inside Out, the emotions are very directly tied to color. So this challenge is going to be a rather colorful one. Even in a sadness build that is going to be more dark and gloomy, it should still have an abundance of blue. Like, I really like this one. This one's pretty fun. It's pretty simple. You know, they have the villager right here at the front. They have sadness right here at the front. And the only thing I recommended for this one was dropping some blue memories in. I think would be good to balance out the purple ones. But this is a good, strong, simple photo. You know, we have a lot of blue. We have the rain. They're really playing up the emotionally thematic style here on the avatar. They have like Bing Bong over here. Whoops. They had Bing Bong over here for the, sad elements. But there's a lot of different directions you can do. Now, as far as showing multiple emotions, we saw this one yesterday. This is absolutely insane snap. I think this, has a ton of potential. But if you're going to show a bunch of different emotions, I would kind of isolate each one. So you could do a tri-split, but this is, again, very technical. I think the easiest path to 4K is to just choose either joy or sadness and do a build centric around them, or a split scene centric around them. Anger is also a good contender. But the reason I say the easiest paths are joy and sadness is because with joy, you can clearly highlight sunny weather with this new sun motif. You can bring in rainbows, and that's going to give you your weather factor right there. Now we have our weather factor. And then you can focus on the beauty of, yellow items like pixie dust and memories and the tangled lanterns. This little yellow bench back here. There's so many really beautiful yellow items. And then for sadness, you can focus on the beauty elements of things like blue whimsical pets, Vitalis crystals, blue memories, blue lights in the back, the Eternity Isle, ancient lamps here. There's great beauty factors in both builds, and both builds are really going to sell the weather aspect. And that's what's so important, is the weather aspect. So if you go with a sadness build, you can make it extra rainy, and boom, you're very much on theme, and you have the inside-out feel. And if you go with a joy build, you can use the sun motif and rainbows. Boom, you got great weather dynamics, and you've got the inside-out feel thanks to joy here. So there's a lot of different ways you can approach the challenge. But if you want my advice on, what is a really good path, considering it's Tuesday and you don't have a whole lot of time, you have a really good raincoat for this. You paid the moonstones for this. So I think you should try a split scene with joy and sadness, or a combination scene. Instead of trying to bring in fear and anger, go to a pretty place. We actually had some good combination snaps yesterday. Let me see if I can find some of them. There were a lot of split scenes. I probably don't have them saved, but yeah, that's a split. Hang on, I'm just going to go back here. Yeah, there's a lot of splits. This one's kind of a combination scene. I did give some pointers on fixing this one, but, for example, we have joy in the scene, and we have sadness. Now, I did say I feel like they need to add more blue up at the front, since the scene is primarily sadness, but, you could always do, with your outfit, with that raincoat, you can do a shot with both joy and sadness, and you can have a beautiful rainy day, and build it to where you're actually enjoying the rainy day, but sadness is sad, but joy is with you, so you're feeling happy. That way you can still have the inside-out feel. You can still use the raincoat, because, again, you paid the moonstones for that raincoat, so you might as well make the most of it. And I think doing a little bit of a combination scene would be a great direction for you. This is another really fun example. Instead of a split scene, they're using the rainbow kind of in the back like you are, and they did more of a portal scene. So the outside of the rainbow is very sadness-coded, and the inside of the rainbow is very joy-coded. This works so good with that raincoat you have, because the raincoat is both. It's joy and sadness. It's made for the rain, but it's got the good yellow notes. It's got the happy, joyful notes. So, you could do something like this. Or, again, you could just combine the two scenes and do like a joyful rainy day build. This one's just a straight up joy build. But, if you did something similar and had like a bit of rain active, but still nice lighting, Or, again, you could do a split if you wanted to, but you really don't have to do a split scene. You could do portal, you could do combination. But I would definitely consider that. I would make the most of the fact that you have that raincoat. And I would depart from anything that's very complex, that's going to be hard for the voters to easily pick up on. Again, great way to approach Dream Snaps is make your approach to the theme very, very easy to understand, and prioritize, making your snap very aesthetically pleasing or beautiful. You can do that in a dark snap too. It doesn't have to be a daytime scene, but you will get good beauty value out of that sunset lighting a lot of the times. All right, we're ready to dive into secondary reviews. So we're going to see some of the changes you guys made. Snowdrop is first. So this is the old scene here. We reviewed this one on Friday. Advised lighting, more blue light, less color tint. I only have base game, so no blue trees, but this still made quite the difference. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, if you don't have the other blue trees we were talking about, you got to work with what you got. But we did talk about the lightning. Oh my God. Yes, dude. Yes, let's go. That's awesome. Awesome. Yeah, that is great. Well done. Yeah, Snowdrop. This is great. This is great. That extra blue from the lightning, this gives it a really good beauty factor. And it's funny because I was just talking about that. I was saying, a scene doesn't have to be bright and sunny to be aesthetically pleasing or beautiful or attention grabbing. This is a wonderful example of that. So getting, we talked about giving this more of an inside-out feel by adding the sense of self lamps in the back and hiding the base behind bushes, which you did perfectly. We talked about bringing more of a blue tone into the scene by playing up the lighting a little bit more. And we talked about the lightning clouds as another way to bring some good blue into it. And, the makeup was already really good. The outfit's really fun. But yeah, this blue with the extra lighting, the lightning at the top, very cool. Definitely grabs the attention better than the first one. So yeah, love the changes you made. Love the increased blue. Love the extra inside-out feels with these sense of self lamps in the back. Very good changes. Ultimately, performance will come down to what you pop up against, but I definitely think this will perform better than what we had before. Whether or not it gets 4K, hard to say, but I like it a lot. Care Bear is next. So another one we reviewed on Friday. It was a Fear Snap. First Fear Snap I saw. K-Bear says, thank you for your feedback. I kept the fear concept but made improvements based on your constructive criticism. Okay, so what we talked about, I remember, was, first off, the avatar is very small here. And like we were just saying, you want your concept to be very simple, very easy to understand. But part of that is making sure it's very easy to see. So with the avatar small like this, it's hard to appreciate the fear on her face or how she's looking without enlarging the photo. Because a lot of people are going to be voting on Switch or Steam Deck or another small screen. And when a photo is this dark and the avatar is this small, if it pops up against something else where there's, more color, more things to draw the eye, and an avatar that's playing a bigger role, the eye is naturally going to draw over to snaps like this. So to be more competitive, you want to try to match that energy, which you can do with the fear build as well. So let's see your new scene here. Okay, very nice, very nice. Definitely a positive improvement here. Featuring the avatar much better. And Mike still works with the pose. Now, with the clouds here, I think you might have gone a little too heavy with the clouds. Like in your original, you had like a little bit of lightning, a little bit of rain here. You do have all these really cool purple trees. You don't really need all the heavy rain. You do want weather. But since it's fear and the sound of thunder, or the sound of lightning, which is thunder, it scares dogs, scares small children. Having the lightning in your scene, I think, is a good idea. But I don't know if you need all these rain clouds. I think what you could do is get rid of most of these clouds. Show us this really cool purple forest that you've made in the back. Like, let's see the forest a little bit. And then let's layer some lightning clouds into the backdrop. And maybe some up here with you guys as well. But you can scatter them out. I feel like you only, you don't need this many clouds unless you're building a split scene and you're trying to block out the sky. And your forest, from what I can tell, looks really cool. So I think we should play that up and see it a bit better. Oh, your hair looks great.
I brought a hoodie.
Yeah, hi, buddy. I got Horty here. You want to say hello? Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. These birds are so loud in the mic. Hi, good boy. That's my cat. All right. But yeah, I would try to show a bit more of the sky. Now, the other thing you want to consider is something we've talked about with a lot of other snaps, and I want to touch on it for yours as well. You never want to leave the corners of your snaps empty. So we have a bit of opportunity here in this corner. You do have the sandworm down here, which is great because it's a really creepy looking item. But a purple bush right here and a purple bush right here would be fantastic. The other issue is you're kind of using the same purple bush and the same purple flowers over and over and over. Just like we discussed when I was reviewing this good split scene, one thing you want to avoid if you want to be more competitive, if you want to beat more snaps, is repetition. You don't want to use the same items over abundantly. So getting a bit more diversity into your scene is going to be good. There's other purple bushes besides these two. Let's go into the game real quick here. I'm going to head over to a floating island. But yeah, excellent improvement on the position of the avatar and on Mike. So you did a very good job with that. And the backdrop of the forest also looks really good. The main things I think you should focus on from here are going to be the overall composition of the photo. So like, creating a bit of a foreground and then minimizing the clouds so we can see that awesome forest that you created. Now, keep in mind, if you have Wish Blossom Ranch, you're going to have like these really cool purple trees as well to play up your purple notes. But what we're looking for in particular here, yeah, and also Storybook Vale has purple trees, but they have the happy mushrooms with them. Let's go to underbrush. I'm going to use my mouse. It's a little faster. So you're using this bush, and you're using this bush. Let's mix in this bush. So you have this purple one right here. This would give you a third option, and it will help you diversify your environment a bit. And just like we were saying, for your foreground, right? Like you could have one of these little bushes in the corner of your shot. I'd probably move it over a little bit because we want to see Mike, right? We really want to see Mike in the shot, so move it over some. And just have it coming in like this. Just a little bit of that bush coming in here, a little bit coming over here on this side. And then for your flowers, the Venus flytraps are good because, they have teeth and, they have a good fear factor. And the sandworms are good. But you can also use things like bones. Bones have a good fear factor. The bones that you can dig up and drop, that's something you can go for. And there's also an antelope. Like a... Let me see if I can find it. I think it might be under Lion King. Yo, Miss Spock. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate the big 169 here. Miss Spock said, putting a 69 in the goal. Much appreciated. Yo, Sunshine. Thank you for the big 300. Oh, where's my goal? What the heck? Well, thank you for the donos, you guys. I don't know where my goal ran off to. I know what we were at, though. Hang on, let me update it. Putting a 69 in the goal. So we were at, I believe, 18. So it would be 1969 plus 300, which would be 2269 plus 400 from Jin, which would be 2669. Okay. Yeah, I don't know where it went. I don't know why it left us. Thank you, guys. Well over halfway. Well over halfway. Very nice. Very nice. Appreciate the love and support as always. Y'all are the bestest. There we go. It's back. Yeah, I don't know why it left. Samantha isn't going to listen on stream anymore, by the way. Yeah, I didn't have chat open. I have no idea. I don't think it updated. Okay. So, yeah, I think it's the Lion King, but there is like a little antelope skull. Yeah, here we go. Wildebeest remains. So, another good spooky item for you, right? So, a good scary item there. You got a skull in the ground. You can also drop bones. You can drop scorpions. There's the bone fish. And then also, if you have any of the Halloween decor. So if we search by Halloween and apply filters. Oh, I still have Lion King on, sorry. Okay, so if we search by Halloween. A lot of this stuff is premium, and a lot of this stuff is also going to be from events. So you might not have some of this stuff. But since you're doing scary and fear. Yo, Pops, thank you for the resub. Good to see you. Appreciate the 42 months. Very nice. Samantha said it was when you added the 10, I think. Oh, gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, cobras could be good. You could add cobras. But yeah, this spooky tree. I mean, look at how scary this is. This is probably one of the scariest looking items in the game. I don't know if you have it, but that one's a good one. The cauldron. I think this one has a really, really cool animated effect. So this one would be great to add. Look at this. It's purple. This thing is purple. And that's the color. That's the fear color you're going for. So what I'm getting at here, what I'm trying to highlight is, you know, you've chosen some good scary items. You got a good spooky looking villager. You've got sandworms and you've got Venus flytraps. But that's it. You just kind of copy pasted the same two items a whole bunch. When in fact, there's like a ton of really cool stuff you could be using for this. So the wildebeest remains, you know, filter by Halloween to find more scary items and tone down these clouds. It's okay to have some lightning clouds because you want to have some weather, right? So just go with the lightning. Get rid of the rain. We don't need the gray. We need purple. So the lightning will be good because it plays into the fear factor and it plays into the weather factor. But, you know, really doubling down on, you know, things that communicate fear and diversifying those items, you know, finding more items to use. That's how you be more competitive in snaps. Can you get 4K with a snap like this? For sure. For sure. You know, this could potentially get 4K. But if you want to get 4K with, you know, each passing challenge as often as possible, always, always, always think about diversifying your environment. Don't just use the same bushes and the same trees and the same flowers. Don't just drop the same item. You know, really ask yourself, what else plays into this concept? What else plays into these colors? You can filter by purple. You can filter by Halloween. So you got a great, great concept here with like looking at Mike and screaming and having the sense of self lamp set to fear. This is a very strong approach. But there are so many good items you could be including here. And you have the storyteller's fires as well, but you've completely buried them. Like we can see these purple wisps in the back, but you've taken the storyteller's fires and just put them behind the trees. You know, you can have some of those in your environment as well. Again, the two things that are going to make your snap successful are theme and beauty. So all this gray at the top, you know, all this extra rain, all this empty grass, and the same Venus flytrap over and over, that's not a good beauty factor. You're using good items, but you're just using them continuously. So really good improvements. Let's diversify this environment. Let's add some items to the corners so we can, fill out the foreground. You can even take one of these sandworms. You can move this to like right here so it's very visible because the mouth on that thing is extra creepy. You can put the wildebeest skull right here. You can make that big cauldron here. And then just get rid of a lot of the rain clouds and just focus on the lightning because that's going to play into weather and fear. Overall, solid changes, though. Dreamers next. So this was Dreamer Shot that we reviewed on Friday. And the main thing we talked about was when it comes to making your photo blue, you don't just want to rely on the blue lights. We have some really, really good sadness builds out there. We've seen a lot of them. There's plenty of strong builds out there, and they're playing up a lot of blue in different ways. They have blue environments. Like we have this bluish grass. We have the bluish bushes. We have the blue lightning. We have this blue on a statue. We have this blue water. We have these blue flowers. And then you have shots like this where we have the blue speckled path, blue eternity isle bush, the blue sense of self lamp. And you have the blue swirls around the brooms. You have the blue mushrooms. They're using all these different blue items. The other issue in your photo here, Dreamer, is that this is not just a weather challenge. It's also an inside-out challenge. So just using an inside-out villager and leaving it at that is not really competitive. You're not really trying to showcase inside-out very much. Notice how this player is doing an inside-out idea, but they're using inside-out items like the sense of self-lamp, right? And notice how this player here, after we reviewed their shot and they reworked it a bit, they gave it more of an inside-out theme. So now they have more blue in the photo, and now they have these blue sense of self-lamps too, because these are directly related to inside-out. So the two things you want to focus on in this theme are inside-out and weather. And just bringing an inside-out villager and that's it, it's kind of lazy. It's kind of a lazy approach. You want to, again, make the theme very obvious, and you want to really think about what kind of items you could be using. Don't just grab an inside-out villager and call it a day. Look at the inside-out items. Use your filters. We talk about this every week. Got to use your filters. So I noticed in your new one, you still haven't done that. You're using the clouds. You have an inside-out outfit this time, which is definitely a good choice. But still no inside-out items. The sense of self-lamp would be really good here. And it still feels to me like you're really relying on the lights for most of your blue. So I feel like for your, when I was trying to give you advice, just like your original snap. All right, I'm back. Well, that was a thing. Yeah, sorry about that, you guys. Sorry about that. Looks like it's good now, though. Yeah, the internet just went down for a brief moment. Thankfully, it was very short-lived. I wasn't down for long, so we can dive right back into it. And yeah, if you guys want to let everybody know, in chat that we are back, if you can see me, some people will have to refresh. Some people are going to have to refresh. All right. Let's get back to it. It's funny because they literally just upgraded the internet in my area. So now I'm back to streaming in 2K quality. They actually upgraded the internet out here about 8 days ago. They finally fixed our nodes. And I haven't had any problems since, and then, for whatever reason, it just crashed. Thankfully, it was a very brief issue, so that's good. All right. Hello. Check. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry about that. Bro, so many people left on YouTube. Nobody wanted to wait for me? Oh my gosh. I look at my viewer metrics. Well, I don't blame them, you know. I wouldn't want to watch a blank screen either. They're trickling back in. They're trickling back in. I know. I'm out of here. Screw you. Miss Spock said we just sat here and chatted. Well, a lot of people left on Twitch, too. A lot of lurkers left. We went from like over 100 people to like 44. But now it's going back up. It went from 44 to 52. So people will come back. They'll come back. That's what happens. The moment it goes down, the moment the stream goes down, I can't blame people for leaving because it's not very fun to watch a blank stream. Sunshine said I'm still here. Yeah, a lot of you guys are. A lot of you guys are. Dang, Samantha 15 to go till 365. Nice, nice. All right, let's get back to it. Let's get back to it. We were on Dreamer's submission. Give me 1 second to get back to where we were. All right, all right. So original right here. So the main thing I would like to see you do, Dreamer, is add more of an inside-out element to this. And also, Dreamer, this is something I mentioned yesterday that I really, really, really want to encourage you to do. I've mentioned this almost every week with you. But when I was talking to chat and a lot of people yesterday that submitted, I could help them get better results if they would check out my videos on the challenge first. And here's the thing, right? When you are getting a review, your goal is to learn and grow, right? Like, that's the whole reason you're submitting, is so that you can get better and better and better at Dreamsnaps. Like, that's the whole point, correct? So if you want to improve, in a way, you should look at these reviews as a test. If you pass the test, there's a very good chance you'll get 4K, a higher chance. Sometimes you don't even need my help. You know, like, we'll see a snap like LOTRs, right? That's so good, it just passes the test with ease. Like, there's no need for a re-review on a snap like this. There's absolutely no point in us giving advice to this or critiquing it. It's very strong. So it passes the test with flying colors. So if you look at the Snap Review Streamer as a test, what are you supposed to do before you take a test? You know the answer. Everybody knows the answer. Study. So if you want to pass my little review test, I give you study notes every Thursday. I put them on YouTube. But you see, the thing that you do, Dreamer, each week is you rush. You don't study. The snap comes out, and if you're constantly getting 4K, you don't need to study. You don't need to practice. You're good. You don't even need me. You don't need my reviews. You know? There's plenty of people that get 4K every week, even top 100 players that still submit me every week because they like to hear my insights. At that point, it's just like bonus points on the test, right? But if you're getting 1,500 some weeks, 1,200 some weeks, you know, because what happens, Streamer, is when you get your results, most weeks you tell me you're not happy with how it did. And then you send me your snap and we talk about it. For Crafted with Care, you know, your snap didn't do as good as you'd hoped. But it was better than what it was before your review. So it would have done even worse, I think. Now, how can you grow and get better if we have to address the basics very often with you? You know, if we have to, you know, I can't help you get better at composition and foreground and theme delivery if each snap we have to address like the basics of the challenge. So in order for you to know what I expect from the challenge, in order to already know what's going to work really well, if instead of rushing, instead of just being like, oh, it's a new snap challenge, I'm going to get it out right away and I'm going to send it to somebody's Discord so I can be the first one to get a review. Yay! It's not about being first. It's not about being early. It's about the opportunity to improve. And that's where we seem to be disconnected. you seem to prioritize speed over knowledge. Like, you don't seem to express much interest in learning. So here's what I want you to do, Dreamer. And I asked you to do this 2 weeks ago, but I don't know if I've gotten through yet. Before you submit to my Discord server, I want you, and before you make your snap, I want you to wait. I want you to just wait just one day. Wait for Thursday, and I'm going to drop a video about the challenge. Because if you would have watched that video, you would have known how to make this more competitive, because I cover that. You know, I talked about how to find the best items for this challenge. I talked about 3 different types of builds, and sadness builds was a big one. So, Femme Fatale yesterday submitted an absolutely wonderful sadness build, and I could tell just by looking at it, she watched my video. She filtered for, and she was using things I didn't recommend, but she found them from my recommendations, because one of the things I talked about was how to filter and how to find these items. She was using other things I recommended, like the drive-in movie screen. She was using the path I recommended. She was using the buildings I recommended. She was using a lot of the stuff I recommended, and the snap was so strong because she studied for the test. But the issue I'm having trying to help you get better is that you refuse to study. You refuse to, you know, the snap challenge comes out and you rush something out and you throw it in the Discord, and then we have to do this every week. And I don't want you to get stuck with Dream Snaps. You've been stuck around 1,500. Every once in a while you'll get 4K, but you've been consistently getting stuck. But every time I try to tell you what you can do to actually get better, you just won't do it for whatever reason. So what I'm asking you this week, Dreamer, again, just like I asked you the other week, is I would love for you to check out my guides for these, and then you'll have an idea of what items you can use. So this is definitely better than your original snap because you've added more blue. You got a good inside-out themed outfit. But it could have been a lot stronger because, you know, on your initial review, we had to focus on, you know, the outfit. Like, these gauntlets don't really make sense here. The outfit is not going to be very appealing to a lot of voters. The companion doesn't have anything to do with sadness. You have a ton of green in the scene when blue is really what you want to play up, and the only blue elements in the entire scene really were these lights and this, you know, these 2 hydrangeas, and that's it. But if you would have watched the video, you would have submitted a snap to review that used more good items for the challenge, that had a more inside-out themed direction. And then the advice I gave wouldn't have been like, hey, you need to use a better pet and use a different outfit. You would have already known that from watching my video. The advice I would have given then would have been like, okay, here's how we can make the foreground stronger. Here's how we can improve your lighting. Here's how we can improve the overall build. And you would have a better chance at getting 4K. So, you know, like with your Crafted with Care, you did the same thing. So, you know, you can learn a lot by checking out, and all I'm saying is if you watch the video on Thursday, they're like 12 to 15 minutes long. And the video is not me telling you how to make your snap, per se. It's me really breaking down the theme, how to easily sell that theme to voters, and on top of that, how to find good items to use. I'm not going to tell you every item to use because every single challenge, there's going to be tons of different good stuff you can use. But I'm going to tell you how to find good stuff, like what filters you could be using. So like for that fear snap we reviewed, you know, I was like, check out the Halloween filter, check out the purple filter. You know, for a sadness build, you're going to use like the inside out filter. You're going to use the blue filter. You're going to find some fun items to use there. And on top of that, I do give example scenes that you can use anything that you want from. You know, you don't have to copy them, but you can take a lot of the same approaches you see in these scenes. So, you did make a better snap. I'm just letting you know that if we would have been able to focus on something other than the basics here, like the outfit is very basic, you know, like that's something you should already have like kind of dialed in with Dream Snaps. And then you should have already been using a pet that matched more with the sadness scene, and you should have already had more blue items. But since you ignored the video, you didn't have any of that. So we had to focus on that, which is like, you know, really, really basic stuff, and I want to help you learn more advanced stuff. So if you check out the videos and don't rush to submit, don't be in a hurry. There's really no benefit to like rushing out your snap unless you're somebody that averages 4K. If you get 4K week by week, you don't really need me, but you're still welcome to submit for reviews so we can talk about ways to make it even more competitive. But in that case, you don't really have to wait for my video. But if you're consistently scoring under 4K, as you are, don't rush. Learn, study. I can't learn for you. I can give you the advice, I can give you the tips, but you're the one that has to actually apply it, and you're the one that has to seek out the knowledge. I can't make you do that. Now, as far as how you can improve this one further, Dreamer, you did add some good blue items. A lot of the other snaps that are sadness-based are, too bad we got the other window closed because I could cycle back. But like the pixie dust, for example, that's more of a joy thing. It's like you're kind of adding beauty items to this just for the sake of adding them. You want to add beautiful items to your snap, yes. But they need to resonate with the concept and the theme you're doing. The challenge asked you to make this thematically emotional. And the emotion you're going for is sad. So the blue flower here is good. These blue luminescent flowers are good. But like the gold pixie dust doesn't feel very sad. You could be closer to the camera and you're not doing a pose at all. And then for your clouds, you just kind of have them layered back. But there's 3 different clouds. You're just using one of 3. So there's a really cool lightning one. Go back earlier in the stream, Dreamer, and you'll find, that snap I reviewed that I was like, let's make this more blue. And they added the lightning clouds on the side and it looked awesome. Like, you could do the same thing. So what I would recommend here, Dreamer, is, again, the same thing I talked about with this one. You don't just want to rely on lights to make it blue. You want to add more blue decor. And there's also, and not only did you add more blue decor, but you added a bunch more pixie dust. And I don't really understand how the pixie dust plays into the sad theme, right? You could have added more blue luminescent flowers. You could add, let's go to LOTR's snap again. Look at this sadness build. You see how she has these, the sense of self lamps? Good blue item, high beauty level. These blue lights, high beauty level. We have blue memories. There's blue crystals, pure ice, Vitalis crystal, the blue eternity owl plant, the blue whimsical raccoon, blue zircon, sapphire. This has a lot of beauty. You don't have to use yellow items, like the pixie dust is a joy thing. That's going to be good in a joy build. So, when I reviewed your snap, we talked about adding more blue items. But you added more blue items, but you also went and added even more yellow items. So, focus on beautiful blue elements for this. And again, don't rely entirely on lights to make your snap blue. And I promise, Dreamer, I promise you'll get more value out of these reviews if you combine them with my tip video. Because that way you'll come into the review already knowing what good items you could be using, good ways to set up your scene, great ways to build your outfit, great ways to highlight everything the theme is talking about. And if you do those things and then submit for review, now we can focus on the real improvements, which will be like how to have a better wow factor, how to structure your foreground better, how to adjust your settings better. But I can't cover those things if we have to keep covering the basics each week. And this isn't me trying to be mean. This is just me being completely honest with you. I can't help you get 4K if you don't use the tools and you don't help yourself. So, when you don't get the results you're hoping for, you shouldn't be too confused. Like you should kind of know, oh, well, I didn't really think much about the theme or like how I could approach it a bit better. I just made my snap the day the challenge came out and put it right in the Discord right away. But yeah, this is an improvement. The avatar looks better here. I would do blue eyes instead of green for sure. I definitely play the blue here. I would get closer to the camera. And one thing we talk about every week, Dreamer, is your pose. Now, if you're doing a split scene, just standing there and dividing the scene is fine. But, like, you're just in the middle of the shot, Like, you didn't even consider a pose. You could be posing with the blue raccoon. You added 2 blue pets, a blue fox and a blue raccoon, because Lucky didn't really have anything to do with sadness. And then you just let the blue raccoon walk away. You know, you could have him there. Maybe you want to look more sad. Then you could pose with an umbrella. You know, there's an umbrella we all have, the Dreamlight one. That one is a standard. You could pose with that. It's raining right on your head. But there's a lot of poses you could be doing. And that's another thing we talk about every week. But you know, if I again, I'm not trying to be mean, but I feel like I put a lot of time into your snaps each week, and you just kind of disregard a lot of the things I'm asking of you. Like, hey, check out the videos. Don't rush out your snap. I feel like you're just kind of ignoring that. And if you keep ignoring that, I'm going to start spending less and less time reviewing your snaps, because I'm not going to dedicate a bunch of time to anyone's snap if they just disregard what I'm trying to communicate. Because there's a lot of people that are going to listen to what I say, and they're going to take it into account, and they're going to grow from it. I want to focus on those people. I want you to be one of those people. So next week, give us some time. And as far as the snap you have this week, let's add some lightning clouds. Let's layer these clouds a little bit better. And let's find some good blue elements that, you know, we don't need the pixie dust. There's good blue elements we can use. Let's do a better pose. You know, let's do maybe an umbrella pose. You know, you still want to come off as sad, so the umbrella pose can be good. And also, keep in mind your clouds don't all have to be in the image. Again, if you watch my video, I showed how to layer the clouds just at the front of the scene. So you get good rain and good lightning, but then we can see the beautiful build you have behind it. Again, it's all in the video. All right. Moving on. We got Jingle Bells here. And I think this one was yesterday's. Yeah, I was really excited because this was the first anxiety build I'd come across. Jen said, hey, Simbai, first of all, thank you so much for your insight and feedback. Love reviews on Friday. Then I don't have to rework it under time pressure. You suggested to play with anxiety more, with color and some special effect items. I had more of both. Also tried to use the imagination generator, but it's either glitch or won't show. Yeah, they ruined it, Jen. I was basically saying you got to use it in the back. So let me show you real quick for the imagination generator. I know how you're trying to use it. You're trying to look through it to get the lightning shoot across the screen. That doesn't work anymore. So when I was recommending using the imagination generator, there's a couple of ways you can use it. But you're going to have to either put it in the background of your scene, which will be totally fine. Like you could just have it in your scene like that, right? Like just chilling back there. So that's one way you could use it. And the other way you could use it is by having the generator on the edge of your scene like this. So you get some lightning shooting in on the edge. Well, you probably can't see because my camera's in the way. But if I move over, you see the lightning here. So you can use it like that. But I think what you might have been trying to do, what we used to be able to do, which is this. This doesn't work anymore. As soon as you look past the first 2 rods, it all turns invisible, even the lightning. So just like the Vitalis lanterns, the devs broke this too. So you got another great item that's been broken. So yeah, no more cool lightning effect across the screen, unfortunately. I know that sucks. But again, you could use it in the corner. You just have to kind of position the pole like on the left side of your foreground to where you get like the zippy zaps going on. And the other thing you can do is just have it in your scene, because it works really good for anxiety, you know, like just having it off to the left or off to the right. You're still going to be able to time those cool lightning effects. Well, it's kind of hard to time, but you know, you can get it. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, you'll be able to get like these cool lightning effects like in the background of your build. So that's kind of what I was recommending. But yeah, if you're trying to look through it, sadly, it doesn't work anymore. I got rid of the clouds altogether, but wanted to get some lightning for some kind of weather aspect. Once again, appreciate hearing your thoughts versus OG and then new snap. Okay, so this was your original. So yeah, we talked about, you know, really leaning into lightning because we don't really need the rain as much. We can just lean into lightning for the anxiety feel. And we talked about, you know, really doubling down on the orange. So let's see the new one here. Oh, dude, that's awesome. Oh, you actually got real lightning in the background? No way. That's cool. Dang. I thought you were just going to use the lightning clouds, but you got like actual lightning. I love the extra orange. Yeah, this is exactly what I meant, was just like, you know, really, if you want to go anxiety, let's double down on that orange feel. And I also like that not everything is orange, you know, like you still have some nice open path here that breaks it up a little bit. And getting the anxiety squirrel right here at the front is just chef's kiss. That's awesome. Really good orange notes. You know, great flair here, especially with the storyteller's fire behind it as well. I would go as far as to, you know, like where this orange chair is, I would get rid of this and I would add another storyteller's fire. That way you can break up some of this white with more of those orange, more of those orange flames rising up. Because having the storyteller's fire here, most of it is kind of buried behind like this cool effect. Although, if you do change this, it's going to be really annoying to capture the lightning again. But then again, you can always change the weather, and you might be able to capture it again. But yeah, the only thing I recommend from here would be to consider getting a storyteller's fire here and getting a good orange wisp going up the entire left side of the shot. Because we have all this special effect over here on the right. And I think getting a little special effect over here on the left would balance it quite well. But yeah, very cool, very positive changes. I was really excited to see what you do with this because I just think the idea of doing an anxiety build this week is really fun. And you did a great job. You did a great job. I love the orange crystals, the leaf rugs, the orange flowers, you know, great house choices, the anxiety squirrel especially. So very well done on this. I hope it does well. I think it should, you know, there's some really good dream snaps out there. So of course there's going to be snaps that I think could give this a hard time. But I don't think there's going to be a lot of really good anxiety builds out there that really capture that anxiety feel and still have weather. You know, so the fact that you have the lightning, I think makes you very on theme. And this is very inside-out coded. So overall, just an amazing job here, Jen. Amazing job. I really like this. Very, very cool. Belle B. First one was the original. Yes, I remember. You mentioned the villagers were too happy in the avatar. My avatar was ending. Thank you so much for the feedback. So it looks like you're leaning into a sadness build. Ooh, that's really pretty. Dang, that's a beautiful sadness build. And then you got one with more of a blue glow. Personally, I like the crisp one a bit more. I think it makes it easier for us to see the sense of self lamps in the background. But I love the pond here. Love the new symbol frogs here as well because they have the blue legs. The blue speckled path is great. One thing I would do with this one, if you wanted to do anything else with it, Belle, is I would go with a very deep blue eye here. And I would also consider hair with like blue highlights. That might be, you know, that might be too far. I don't think you absolutely have to do that. But I have seen some sadness inspired looks. Like I have the little blue hair highlights in my hair here too. But I've seen some really good sadness-inspired looks that look so cool with, like, the light blue. And usually I'm not big on dyeing the hair, like, you know, like fantastical colors. But in the case of Inside Out, you know, the characters always have, like, some, you know, hair color that resonates with their emotion. Or, you know, they just... It's fun to kind of, like, match their energy to a degree. And I really like, you know, the blue eyes with, like, the light blue with the dark blue eyeshadow and the blue lip. And the blue hair and the light blue. It looks really cool. I'm not saying you have to take it that far, but I think, you know, I love this outfit for sadness builds. I actually like it a lot more than the raincoat. I think the raincoat is really good. The new raincoat is really good if you're doing joy and sadness. But if you're just doing sadness, the overalls I think are so much better. But these overalls do pair so nicely with like some, you know, heavy blue in the look of the avatar as well. Could could be fun. You know, you don't absolutely have to do that, but I think it could be fun. But yeah, lots of good inside-out effects, like the sense of self lamps. Really good blue decor. I like the water pond here, the blue speckled path. I think this is very likely for 4K. I would go with this one out of the 3. This one is also really cool. It has a good blue feel, but the haze makes it harder to appreciate, like, the sense of self lamps. The tissue box, like, it's just harder to see. And, like, the blue legs on the frogs. Without the haze, you know, we still have the silhouettes from the lights, but we can really make out these cool details, and I feel like the blues are a bit more crisp. So, I really like this one. I really like this one. I think it's a very, very solid, very safe submission. Caroline. So, keep in mind, Caroline Rose, be sure to read the rules, you guys. Be sure to read the rules for secondary reviews. I mentioned that yesterday. I mentioned that at the beginning of the stream today. And I usually mention it on every Snap Review stream because this stream will be so much faster for me and for you if you review the rules before you submit. So the rules I'm talking about here are the secondary review rules. So it says, if you choose to participate in the secondary review process, please do your best to interpret and apply all the advice given. Secondary reviews, where is it? Here it is. Rule number 11. Secondary reviews must be uploaded with the secondary review form alongside the original snap from the primary review and a brief description of the advice you received and the changes you made. So when you do submit for secondary reviews, the thing is, Caroline, it's really, really going to be hard for me to remember exactly what I spoke about for 100 plus snaps. So I'm not going to remember exactly what we said about your specific snaps. So what you can do for me, if you get the time, or if you want to participate in secondary reviews, don't just send your photos. Include a brief description of the advice you were given and the changes you've made. And then we kind of know what to look for when we pull up the snaps. Does that make sense? And again, please, guys, please read the rules, because then I don't have to take time out of the review process to, like, visit the rules every few reviews. Okay, so we have this one, and you'll want to tell me which one is old and which one is new as well. Sometimes it's easy to tell, sometimes it's not. I think this is the original. And this is the new. Yeah, because it looks like you had some light breaking up your memory here. That's what happens with the silhouettes. So I think you sealed it out. And I think, I can't remember, but I think another thing we talked about was getting some green into your sadness, your joy scene as well. And it does look like you added some green with the Imagination Land. Unfortunately, since I don't really know exactly what the advice was given here and exactly what changes were made, we won't be able to spend too much time on this one. So just, you know, if you want me to be able to do a thorough re-review, you got to read the rules. You got to include that extra information. But I will say your new snap does look very nice. I would say it's looking stronger. The memories look very crisp. You got some good green mixed in here with the planters. And the angle is better too. Really good angle of Bing Bong, like facing the camera directly. Really good angle of Joy. And I like that you toned down the purple memories here a bit. And you only have one. Now you added some more blue items, like the blue papers, the blue toy. So this feels more in line with Sadness. Also, great lightning effect here. You had some lightning yesterday. But yeah, it looks like you cleaned it up a lot. Looks good, looks good. Again, I could be a bit more thorough if we include the information. But yeah, definitely a good looking snap. Okay, we got this one. You liked it and thought it was creative, but worried voters If voters go for a joyful rain shot, I made a split scene as a safer option. Okay, you have a split. Okay. Well, you didn't have to split it. My advice as far as that goes, Dakai, was just add sadness to the shot. So this outfit you're wearing is very joy and sadness coded. You know, like that's kind of what I was saying. And if voters see a rainy day and they don't see sadness anywhere, I feel like it might confuse some people. So you could still do your original concept. My big thing was that I would add sadness as well, because that's what Keto did. That's what Left Shark did. I've seen a lot of good snaps that did that. So, you know, I think you can do a joyful rainy day, but joy will be with you to show that you're being joyful, but sadness will be there because the weather's associated with sadness. That was kind of my direction for the advice there. But this is a very good split scene, so it's a great option too. And you have both of them here. Very good joy scene here. Really good job with the motif in the sky there, getting that sunshine. Very nice. Beautiful rainbow here. Good tulips at the base of the shot. The little feather rug here. Joy jumping up on the left side looks fantastic. Sadness side looks great. You actually dropped some blue memories in here, so well done on that. Nice blue swirl. Nice lightning. We got the water pillars, the elemental pillars as well. Some really good items here. Overall, very solid. And again, you know, I think this one's going to be a lot better for you because this outfit, like I said, it's very joy and sadness coded. So if you're going to use the raincoat, the new raincoat from the shop, I think it works really well for either, you know, you could just do this and add sadness to the build. But I'm kind of glad that you made a new scene because I think it's a lot stronger. The fact that we can see the borders of the river kits here, you know, they don't feel quite like puddles. And there's not as much decor diversity because it's a lot of the tulips. But in your new one, you got like really good decor diversity. You got great items on both sides. A better shot of the avatar. You got 2 inside-out villagers as opposed to 1. So overall, very, very solid resubmission here. The split scene is definitely the stronger of the 2. We got Lilo's here. I love this one. I added a memory orb and a blue cappy to the other 2 shots. I couldn't get the blue orbs. Kept giving me the other colors. Oh, too bad, too bad. Well, it was worth a try. It was worth a try. So yeah, it looks like you added the other colors in there. Yeah, the blue cappy is fun, though. The only downside with this one, the light flare right here on sadness really obstructs her. So the cappy's in like the perfect place, but I really don't, you know, I think these sparkles are actually hurting your photo. One of the things that made this one so good is that sadness is very clear. Like the sparkles are all pretty low. And there's like one on, you know, to the right of you and one down here on your knee, but there's none on you either. So both you and sadness are very easy to see. Now in the new one, you have this, you know, sadness is wearing a white sweater. So when we get this light flare right here, light flares like this tend to hurt snaps quite a bit. I've seen a lot of snaps miss out on 4K because they had a, like a chandelier way too close to a white wall and they had a big light flare in their photo. And sadness is definitely going to draw people's attention because she's bigger in this photo than she will be in a lot of them. So I would try to make sure there's no, you know, strong light flares on her. So this one I would say is a no-go, even though the cappy is kind of perfect. Sadness still looks best in the first one. If you can get a shot like this, where sadness is very clear and easy to see, and you get the cappy walking around over here, I say go for it. But the whole reason we were talking about adding memories to this was because we wanted blue memories. So I wouldn't add the purple ones. They're really bright. You know, we were just looking to get sad memories involved. If you couldn't get sad memories from cooking, if you just didn't get lucky enough, I just wouldn't even worry about dropping the purple ones because this is fine. Your original submission is totally fine. We were just talking about ways to make it even more competitive. You know, having a blue companion in this spot right here would be great because you have a bit of an opening for one. So if you can get the blue Cappy right there, that would be perfect. But I wouldn't get rid of this submission because the avatar is very easy to see. There's no strong light flares, and it's the same for Sadness. So in my opinion, this is still the strongest submission you have. This one could be. I just don't think you need to drop purple memories, and I would have the Cappy kind of more back here. But yeah, your first one is really good. Lunaris. So this was the original. I decided to pivot and go with a new snap. I was too attached to storytelling of Sadness snap and felt like adding more of the inside elements and brightening up just wouldn't fit the way I was imagining for a specific scene. I swapped to this Joy build and felt like I was able to lean more into yellow and sunshine and everything the theme was asking for, and more of an inside-out elements like you suggested. Thank you so much for the feedback, as always. It really reminded me that consistent 4K is my top goal. Nice. All right, so you get your new one here. Okay, very sunny, very pretty. I don't see a lot of solid Joy builds, so I see a lot of Joy split builds and a lot of Sadness combinations. So pretty cool, pretty cool. You know, you could still definitely do something like this. There's a lot of ways to make a Sadness build really pretty. But Joy builds, I feel like they're definitely a bit easier to make pretty. Now, one thing I've talked about a lot, Lunaris, when it comes to Joy builds, is since this is a weather challenge too, and an inside-out challenge, in a Sadness build, it's very, very easy to communicate weather because we have these new rain clouds, we have lightning, so it's very easy to highlight the weather in a Sadness build. Now, for a Joy build, it's a little bit more technical. The rainbows are a great place to start, but one thing I heavily recommend is this light flare. So you have the great lighting here. You got the sunset time of day lighting pouring into the scene, making it extra beautiful. However, I would take it a step further and actually show the sunny weather, show the sun in your shot. So you can have the best of both worlds. You can have the good lighting from the sunset being behind your camera, and you can have the sun in your photo. So what I would do is I would create a little opening in your sky, and I would put this flare up there, and I would angle it to where the little light, hexagons kind of come down into your shot. That way you get the good sunset lighting, and you get the sunny day in your shot. And the sun paired with the rainbows, that really showcases like a nice sunny day following rainy weather. So that works very well to communicate the weather concept of the theme. And I would try to make sure you don't have any clouds overlapping with it like I do in this example photo. So I have like a cloud right here. It's kind of hard to see, and that's why I open it in my portfolio or my gallery so you can see it without the cloud. But yeah, creating a little opening for your sun, I think will make you even more weather themed here. So I do think that'll be a good idea. Now, the other thing is putting these orbs in the bubbles. I'm not too big of a fan of because they don't center. And voters love balance. They really, really like balance. If there was a way to get these golden orbs in the middle of these bubbles, I would say it's totally worth it. But you don't really need them, Like, if you have, like, a little orb here behind Joy. And the other thing I would try to do is get Joy animating. So that's how you can really, be more competitive with your snap. You see how in Dekai's snap we have Joy literally jumping for Joy? That animation is going to sell the snap even further. There's also Joy's animation where she's holding out a memory and interacting with it. So I would aim to get Joy being a bit more expressive. Now, your pose is very good. The fact that your eyes are kind of locked on to the butterfly here, I think is very strong. But there is one thing I would change with the character. So you have the blue hair to match Joy's blue hair, and you kind of have blue eyes to match Joy's blue eyes. The only Joy color you're missing on your look is green. So Joy wears a green dress, and her main colors are green and yellow, which you've done very good with the setting. I think it might be cool to have green eyes. They're going to stand out really well, and you're going to have all of Joy's colors in your look. So, you know, you don't have to do that, but I do think that would look really good here. But yeah, I like the butterfly pose here. I would definitely go with that. I would consider adding the sun motif to the sky. And I would probably pass on the bubbles, mostly because of the centering. The photo will look really good without them either way, but if you still really want to keep them, you can. But I think you're going to get pretty much the same beauty quality out of this, even without these up there, because you have the fireflies. You know, the fireflies are beautiful on their own. They don't need these. They don't need these orbs. You already got the orb down here. And you can always drop one like back here in place of this Vitalis Lantern or something. Overall, very solid though. So yeah, final thoughts, I would play up the weather a tiny bit more. Very good job on the foreground. Good job on the, you know, the color mix. Of the great balance of yellow and green on the avatar design, on the pose. So yeah, all you can really do to make this more competitive from here would be maybe using the motif, maybe getting a different pose for Joy involved, and, you know, potentially incorporating a tiny bit of green into your look. Maybe just the eyes. But overall, very solid. Very solid. I think this is going to resonate well with voters. Ultimately, performance will come down to what you pop up against, of course, as always. All right, Hope. First, I can't choose which one to submit for split. Which one was the old one? I think it was this one. And I think this was the other old one. Yeah. Okay. So you've made some changes to both. We have the new fire one. I'm going to go with the one with the bird behind you. That's really good. And you have a new split scene. Okay, so the split scene is much better. You've divided the scene properly. I love that you're playing up the green here. Now, you do want to avoid the green on the sadness side, of course. The other thing you're going to have to work on here is, we talked about this a lot yesterday, you can't have a silhouette behind the memory. You see what's happening? You need the memory to have a solid backdrop. You see how it's just hard white here, and we're not really able to see the memory very well? That's because you're layering the memory on top of a silhouette. Whereas, you know, this memory looks really crisp. So it's just one of the caveats of using these memories. You got to be very careful with how you layer them with your scene. And then also, I would try not to have much blue in here. You could just pave it. Just pave the whole thing with the gray brick if you wanted to go with this one. And then you can still have the rug here, but you can pave under that. You would definitely need to add something here to block, you know, some of that light, or move the light back a little bit. But I would try to fix that. The other thing is balance, Hope. So if you're going to have this memory here, it would have made more sense to have this memory here. Like, basically the same distance. Let me show you what I mean. With split scenes, balance is really important. Notice how I have this memory here on the left, and there's a little bit of space between the edge of the frame and the memory. And now we go over to this side, and we see the exact same amount of space on this side. That gives the photo very good balance. And also, sense of self lamp. Both lamps are just coming up to the arm of the avatar here. So the photo comes off very, very balanced. You won't get quite the same effect if you line your shot up to where, you know, half of the memory over here is going out of the scene and this one's fully in the scene, but it's also covered by the silhouette. But there are things about your split scene that are really good. You know, you have it well divided, except for the fact that we can see the same green grass on both sides, so you would need to pave it. And then the rainbow here is beautiful. The wish blossom is beautiful. The sense of self lamps on both sides are fun. Another thing is I would play the villagers up close. Just like playing the avatar close to the shot is impactful, the same thing applies to villagers. It makes them easier to see, makes the theme more apparent. So keep that in mind. So I think your split shot here has probably the best potential out of your current options, but it's still not quite done, and it needs better balance if you want to make it truly competitive. Then again, if you want to just take the easy route and have a good shot at 4K with this, the main thing I would do is fix the backdrop of this one so we can see the memory better, and pave all of this with the dark gray brick, the one from the recent STARPATH. That way, one side is green grass, one side is dark sad brick. That's going to make these two very distinctly different sides. Because if we can see the same grass on both sides, it doesn't feel like we're looking into two different worlds, right? But yeah, if you want to really work on this, you could try to balance it more. You could try to get the memories the same distance from each other. But that's going to be a lot of work. If anything, just pave this and you have a good shot at 4K. Now, for the anger builds, yeah, great improvement here. I like, yesterday you didn't look very angry. Looked pretty peaceful. Now we got a nice angry expression. I like the extra fire with the raven above you. And we got a better inside-out feel because you have the sense of self lamps behind you. So, overall, solid. These are both good options, This one is pretty much ready to go if you wanted to ship it and be done for the week. This one has the most potential, but is going to require a bit more work. Now, this one could have the most potential, but I think you would need a bit more space and maybe more companions and some kind of incorporation of villagers. I would definitely want more of a weather vibe. So either the sun motif or maybe the lightning clouds. Lightning clouds actually work really good with the fire. So there's things you can do with this one that would be pretty easy. But I think this one has more potential overall. But they're both good options, Hope. So I would go with whichever one, your heart's in more. And just consider the changes. The main thing you would want for this one, you have a great inside-out delivery now. The main thing we want to focus on from there is weather. And for this one, the main thing you're going to want to focus on is balance and really making these two environments very distinctly different. So paving over this so we don't have the same grass on both sides is key. All right, Black Knight is next. Very cool, very cool. This is my first plate shot. I appreciate the feedback. You should just start trying to make the left more on theme with the sadness and mix in the white clouds. I had to make the clouds pretty far back to get some shadows on the house, and not sure if it's too much. I did try to add a few more blue elements as well on the right side. You suggest the sun motif. I had a second shot in the comments. Okay, so we have this new one here. And this one here. Well, sadly, we still can see a lot of light on the house. So this isn't really a fix for our issue. Let me show you something. I wouldn't really recommend using the clouds to make that house not so shiny and bright. Since we want that side to be a sadness side, I'm going to show you a fun little thing that I was going to do that I ended up not having to do because I ended up going with the icy ground and I didn't have anything to really catch light in my scene. But let me show you what you could do. Something that could be pretty useful here. Okay, so we're here we got the sadness side and the joy side, right? And let's say we wanted to get a little bit less light in that joy side, or the sadness side. What we're going to do is go into furniture. And also don't forget, you could just not use the house. Like, rather than layering that many clouds, you could always just not use the house. I think using a lot of clouds can work if your build is kind of like this, where they're kind of the whole deal of the build. But with you having like a little path on a little natural area there, I don't know, I'd be careful going that heavy with the clouds. Like, I think the clouds kind of look best like this, where they're just at the top. So I probably wouldn't have them go that far back. But we don't want the house to look bright and colorful. You know, if you look at most of the split shots, they've found ways to fix this. But one thing you can do is use a very tall item outside of your scene. Look at how long the shadow of this is. You see the shadow? If I put this right here, you're going to notice the entire left side of my scene is in the dark now. Yet the right side of my scene is still in the sun. Now the avatar is also in the shade, but that doesn't really matter because you have a character lighting slider. So we fix it. And just like that, you have a split scene that's sunny on one side, and now you've darkened the house on the other. But yeah, I don't think this was the answer. You know, we wanted to try and make this side feel more sad, but the house is so bright and colorful, it looks like a sunny day. You know? So the best way to make this more competitive would be to have this feel more like a sadness side. The joy side is pretty much perfect. But if we look at, you know, sadness builds, for the most part, you're not going to see a whole lot of, like, bright sunshine colors in here. They're going to be playing up a lot of the blues, and there will be good lighting and colors, but, you know, like this one, for example, like, they just use dark trees. Like, we have light coming in, but it's the color of that house that's kind of the issue, this light brown. The sadness side we want to be blue and rainy and wet. We're also trying to make this more competitive. So as I mentioned yesterday, this snap as it is has a pretty good shot at 4K, right? The only reason you would want to change it is to make it more competitive. This doesn't really feel more competitive to me. You know, it just feels a bit busier. As far as the joy side, you know, the sun motif is going to be great, but I would also, one thing I've talked about a lot is I wouldn't drop it right there. I would have it come into the shot. So for using the motif, I think it looks best when you angle it in the top of the shot with half of it going out. So I would move the motif up a little bit, and that's also going to make the light flares visible because they'll be in the blue sky. You see this yellow hexagon right here that's kind of over the tree? That's a very pretty light flare, but it's going to be very hard to see or get good value out of because you have it right on top of green. So I would just go with the original because, yeah, the sadness side is a bit too much. And we still have all this sunlight here. You know, you still have a ton of sunlight pouring into the scene here. You know, maybe if it was blue speckled path or something a bit more depressing, or the dark gray. But, like, these colors don't feel natural for sadness. But your photo still has a really good beauty factor, so I don't think that really is going to matter that much. You know, we're really just talking about giving you an even more competitive snap, which means an even higher rank and a potential, you know, top 1,000 or top 100. Which, to be clear, you can get even with your original if you pop up against the right stuff. So, yeah, when you're trying to make your snap more competitive, you know, kind of overworking the top like this and not fixing the issue is not worth it. Because, like, you only got a tiny bit of shadow on the house. It's still got a ton of light on it. Whereas you could have used something to cast a shadow, and you could have darkened the entire side of that snap. And then you just use your character lighting. And you'd still have plenty of light on this side. So keep that in mind, you know, when it comes to eliminating sunlight, you don't just have to use the clouds, you know? Like, there's so many other tall items you can use to block the scene up. That's kind of what we were talking about. So yeah, I would go with the original. The only thing I would really want to do if I were you is just get the sun featured. And you could try the shadow concept I just mentioned, you know, if you want. That's going to make this look a lot more like a rainy day for sure. Because the sunlight is the only thing that breaks the immersion. So if you did cast a shadow on this entire build, this path is going to look a lot better. The house is going to look a lot better. And this side is still going to be super bright and colorful, while this side is completely shaded. And that's going to look pretty neat. But your original is fine. I wouldn't go with either one of the new options, though. We still didn't fix the primary issue, and it looks even more cluttered here. So we have the same problem plus one. Ginger Snap. First one's the old one. I had more time than I expected, so I was able to touch it up using your suggestions, adding memory orbs, add the sense of self lamp, some more foliage, and I also changed the pathing. I know it's a tiny difference between the two new ones, but I can't decide whether it's worth having the baby Pegasus in the photo, even though there's a huge raindrop in front of the avatar. I would love to hear your thoughts. Okay, yeah, we can take a look. Yeah, we talked about making it more sadness coded. You know, it's the same color we were trying to avoid here, where we have this like very light kind of colorful, like happy brown. You know, we kind of see that with your path as well. While the outside feels very sadness coded, we want the shot to feel a bit more sadness coded there as well. And then we also talked about, you know, kind of sprucing up the silhouetted areas with a bit more detail and having more inside out items. But let's see how your new shots came together. Oh, I love the new memories. Very cool. Very cool. Oh, this raindrop's not bad. This is actually a really good raindrop. If it wasn't right in front of your face, Ginger Snap, like if it was falling like right in front of your eye or your mouth, I think it would be bad. But having the raindrop right here in the middle actually makes it like nice and noticeable. So this is actually a good thing. So I would go with the Pegasus for sure. I like the blue memories. You know, you do have the sense of self lamps, which is great. One small downside is that you have a lot of blue light casting on the tree behind this, so it's kind of difficult to see, but at least it's still somewhat visible. But yeah, I love the path change. Really like the path change. Definitely feels a bit more gloomy and rainy. And that light brown just doesn't feel as good in a sadness vibe or sadness scene. And this one feels so much rainier, and it has the Pegasus. So yeah, definitely this option. I think you might be overthinking the raindrop. I actually think the raindrop is a positive feature. Well done. Miss Spock. So we have yesterday's snap here. Suggestions. Removing the petals, placing the fountain on the left, replacing the fountain on the left with a sense of self lamp, adding more rain clouds, adding medium-sized trees to the forest, playing with the color temperature. You did talk about changing the library in the front. Unfortunately, this is the bluest house I have besides a pet shop. I don't have any of the ones you mentioned. Gotcha. Yeah, if you don't have them, gotta use what you can. That's fine. That's fine. All right. Well, let's see the new snap. Very cool. Very cool. I really like the new environment here. The sense of self-lamp stands out really well here. Good job with the color temperature. And look at the details in the back too now. Like where we had these trees in the back. Sadness is also a bit closer, which is great. Yeah, really positive changes overall. Very nice, very nice. The only thing I think that would be kind of neat to add from here would be lightning in the corners of your shot. It does look pretty cool when you get the lightning on the left and the lightning on the right, but you don't have to worry about that. It's just like one additional fun little feature, but I wouldn't stress out over it. Great blue memories here. Well done with the blue memories. The pond looks fantastic as well. If you wanted to add details to the pond, you don't want to add the golden lilies, but the purple lilies could be kind of nice here because these blue Eternity Owl bushes have some purple leaves. I wouldn't like overdo it with those, but like having 1 or 2 purple lilies and maybe like a little batch of reeds in the pond could be fun, just to detail it a bit. But you don't have to do that. Just giving you extra ideas if you wanted to do anything else. Nightfall is next. So we have your original shot here. You suggested changing the lighting. I had to move my scene towards the sun, so it looks a little bit different. Oh, you actually moved the entire scene? Okay, I respect the hustle. I was always telling you can just keep that in mind for next time, you know? I don't expect you guys to move your whole scene, but yeah, good job. Ooh. Well, I'll tell you what, it was worth the move. Nice. Yeah, very good. You know, look at the extra details we have here. We still have the good rainy weather, but look at how much of an impact lighting has on the beauty of a scene. It still feels like a rainy day. It still has a sad feel to it, but everything is very visually appealing here. Really good color pops. Now, a couple things I would recommend from here. First off, Nightfall, I would try to come off a little bit more sad. There's different poses you can do, you know, like this one where she's like covering her mouth and they have the sadness glasses, so she's like actively crying. Really good storytelling. There are some other examples as well. Like this one where she's just holding the umbrella, staring. You know, this is a really good pose for this. Or just the blank, non-expressive. But what I would kind of avoid doing, because I think it makes it less competitive, is like kind of coming off too happy. So usually I always recommend like smiling and looking extra pretty in a snap. But for a sadness build, I would try to come across a little bit more sad. I like the hair. But don't forget, you know, you can do blue eyes. You can do fun things with the, you know, the eyeshadow. You do have eyeshadow, but it's very light, kind of hard to read. And then the other thing I would recommend from here is getting some fun lightning effects. You have a tiny bit of lightning here on the left, but we can get that a bit more pronounced, and that lightning is going to look really good in your scene. And yeah, for your pose, there's a few different things you can do. You could go in the direction of the umbrella idea like this, where you're just holding the umbrella. Base look, you know, just kind of zoned out. You're still going to look beautiful. Still going to be a beautiful look. But you're going to resonate more with the concept of sadness. But you don't have to use the umbrella. You know, you could, there, like I said, there's other ways you can go about it, but I would try to appear, you know, a tiny bit sad or just a little, maybe content, but I would avoid smiles. Not that you can't get 4K smiling in a sad snap. I'm sure there will be plenty of snaps that do. I think you're in a pretty safe space for potentially getting 4K. We're just talking about ways to make it even more competitive. But yeah, really good change. I mean, look at this, you know. Very solid, very solid. Also, the thunder clouds are like really dark. I see there's like kind of one dark cloud here, but I would definitely try to get some mixed into your storm clouds to make them look a little bit darker. And that extra lightning would be pretty cool. But yeah, positive change overall. Ultimately, your results will be determined by what you pop up against and what kind of voters you get. A lot of good snaps out there this week, but I think this is an improvement. All right, Marie, yesterday's snap. I ended up scrapping my snap and made changes on what you recommended. I scrapped the memory frame because I couldn't make it work. I moved to the Forgotten Lands as well. Yeah, it is not going to work with lights behind it. It's tricky. You got to position it where you're not going to have the silhouette. But you don't have to use it. Okay, very nice. Great pose, by the way. Great pose. I would switch sadness in these books. I would put sadness right next to you, and I'd put the books in sadness's place. Tissues is great. Very good play on the inside out motion. Great memory here, too. Nice. The snail, the book, the path, the blue speckled path. Very good. Blue spirit fire, lightning. Yeah, really good. Great change here. So we went from this to this. Very, very solid changes here, Marie. Yeah, you did a great job. You did a great job. I think your new snap is very solid. I think it'll have a great shot at 4K. The rain is also very well done. Like these big raindrops right in the front. The rain is just so clear. Now, you did have a lot of rain in your snap yesterday, but there was none kind of falling in front of the avatar. And in today's, these raindrops kind of being over you, it really shows that you're out there in this rain. And I think that's really valuable. Good job. Scylla is next. Uh-oh, we got a problem on Scylla's Dream Snap. Rin broke one of our rules. All right, everybody, it's time for me to give the rule speech again. I know you're getting tired of hearing this one, but here we go. If you want to participate in these Dream Snaps, I ask one very important thing from each and every one of you lovely ladies and gentlemen, and that is to read the rules of the Dream Snaps support category. This is very, very important because I will not have to make this speech multiple times per stream. If we go into the rules, we will see a rule that says, do not comment on somebody else's publication. This forum is not for discussion. It is for reviews. If you want to talk about somebody's snap, go to Seeking Advice and you can chat about there. Or you can share opinions like this when we get to the snap on stream. Now, I'm not saying this just to be a jerk. I'm really not. The reason this is a rule is because when you comment on somebody's post, you actually kick them out of the queue, and their new queue time would be whatever time you commented. So if I'm reviewing snaps on Monday and somebody submits at 1 p.m. and you comment on their snap after 3 p.m., they're out of the queue for the day. Like, they're moved to Tuesday. Now, I can fix that. I likely would still do their review, but it would have to be tracked by the mods, and it's extra work for the mods. And at the end of the day, I'm just trying to make my mods' job easier. So it does not take long to read the rules. They're very simple. There are 13 rules in total. And I spent a week, one of my days off, a Sunday, basically retyping all this and making it super easy to follow and super easy to read through. So, please, if you participate in the snaps, there's one big qualification aside from linking your, YouTube or Twitch to the Discord channel, and that's just reading the rules. So it explains it. Rule number 3, it's actually really early in the rules too. So if I see you comment on somebody else's post, that kind of tells me that you didn't consider the rules at all, because it's right there in the beginning. So please, guys, please, for the love of God, please read the rules, please. I will not have to do this if you read the rules. I will not have to stop and do this. Rule number 3 says, do not comment on posts in the review forums that are not your own. Doing so resets that submission's place in the order queue. All right, let's get back to it. By the way, I do not want to get to this point. However, the rules also clarify that if the same people continue breaking the rules, first you'll get a warning, but if you consistently break the rules, eventually you will lose access to these reviews. You will not be able to participate. So if you like doing these, if you're learning, if you find them helpful, just read the 13 rules. They're super easy to follow, and then you don't have to worry about it. And I've never had to kick anybody out. but I feel really bad for my mods because they're the ones that are constantly correcting this behavior, and they're volunteers, guys. They're not being paid. They have jobs. They have kids. They shouldn't have to babysit a bunch of adults. It's 13 rules. Help my mods and help me make this process smoother. Please. Okay. So, Scylla, your first snap here, and then we got your second snap right here. Let's take a look at them. Now, as for what you have here, said to add more inside-out components. Said to add some of the red memory or make some of the red memory orbs float. Pink windows from Tony's. White part of Mike and Sully's, hide the white part of Mike and Sully's apartment. Put an orb in the foreground. Wow, you did a lot of things. Great job. Also, is my saturation too high? I feel like it is. We'll see, we'll see. So, this is the original, this is the new. No, that's pretty good saturation, actually. I don't think it's too high. I don't think it's too high. I think that's pretty good. I mean, you could go back like 0.1 or 0.2. Oh my god, bro. Bing Bong on Fire is so funny. No way. I love this. This is a very cool idea. Very cool. That's so fun. That's so fun. But great job adding more of the inside-out components. You know, again, the sense of self-lamp right in the foreground here. Fantastic. Good expression. Good companion. The red floating orbs, another good inside-out component. And then you added the Tony's restaurant. So, yeah, dude, really, or you got the window showing. Really good job. Yeah, you did a great job on the critiques here. And you added the lightning, which is going to give you more of a weather feel. So now we have inside-out plus weather. Dude, this looks really good, Scylla. Really good job. Yeah, great details. And then you also hid the front of this pyro box here. Fantastic. Yeah. I think you're good to go. I have no further recommendations for this one. Hopefully it does well. It's hard to say because there's a lot of different concepts this week, and how you do is going to be determined by, like, you know, what your voters like. Some voters will probably be really drawn to, like, Joy and Sadness, but I think this will probably do better than a lot of the anger submissions out there because it does a great job building up Inside Out and Weather, which is kind of tricky because, you know, you don't have as much. There's no villager for anger builds, so you're really gonna have to play up the sense of self lamps and the orbs. But you did a great job with that. I think the saturation's really good. If you wanted to go back like a point, you could, but I think it's fine. Very, very good job here. Incredible work. Love this. Love this. Knocked it out of the park here. Switch Mama is next. So we got yesterday's snap. I used the inside out rugs to hide the grass. Oh, nice. Yeah, because you had the sunlight grass, which we wanted to not have here. Well, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. That's one way to fix the problem without having to build the whole thing in a new area. This is my favorite because Joy is so close and Tigger is mirroring my pose. I can't get the rainbow as colorful as yours. It's a different rainbow. No, it's not the Switch. You're using a different rainbow. And they have different colors. So you're comparing your rainbow to my rainbow, and they're different items. They actually have very different looks. So this is the end of the rainbow cauldron, right? And what you're using is the rainbow from the Neverland StarPath. Oh, I don't have any more? Hello? Hang on a second. There it is. You see the color difference between these two? The Neverland StarPath rainbow is more pale. You're not going to get the same color. What the hell? Okay. I'm just trying to... Oh my god, bro. This game is going to make me do horrible things. Let's try again. All right. So yeah, let me show you here. I'm going to hide my avatar. Then I'm going to boost saturation. It doesn't matter how much you boost saturation, you're not going to have the same effect. This one has sparkles. You see the sparkles inside of it? And it also has more colors. This one has like a pink, kind of an orange to a yellow, and then like a light green to like a bluish tone. This one is very solid. It goes blue to teal to green to yellow, and then to a deep red. This one doesn't have a deep red. So, yeah, I wouldn't really compare your rainbow to mine. They're very different rainbows. But let this be a valuable lesson to all of you Dreamsnap enthusiasts out there. Not all rainbows are equal. Some rainbows are better than others. The nice thing about this rainbow, the Neverland StarPath one, is that, you know, it opens and closes in the same photo. Like, you can actually have it arched directly in the photo. The nice thing about the Pot of Gold rainbow is that it actually has a sparkle animation, and that it actually has way better saturation qualities. So this one is more of a pastel color, and this one is more of the RGB, you know, the color wheel. So, and also, you'll notice it's kind of hard to tell when you don't boost saturation, but if you look at the base of the Pot of Gold, that actually also has some really cool colors, especially if you boost saturation. Now you can see them. See how it's like purple, yellow, green. This is a really fun item. So, craft a lot of these whenever the St. Patrick's Day event pops up. Always craft a lot of these. I have them favorited. They're great to use. Anyway, overall solid changes to your Snap Switch, mama. Don't worry about, you know, getting the rainbow that strong. Really don't worry about it. This one looks great, you know. Don't overthink it. Now, if you have the Pot of Gold one, you could just use that instead, but it's different. It's a different shape. It's not going to work the same. Yo, Dakai, thank you for the 400 bits. Let's go. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate the big 400. Like I said, I love this game. I said not all rainbows are equal. And we are now at 3,000 out of 5K on the goal for today. Thank you, thank you. Much appreciated, you guys. Less than 2,000 bits to go.
Notice me,
Yo,
senpai.
Beagle Mama!
Notice me.
Thank you, my friend. Beagle Mama also going to the big 500. Hey. You guys might get to see our new special effect today. It's so dumb that I'm excited to show it. Because it's literally just like 7 seconds long, and it's just like confetti and fireworks, but I'm pretty proud of it. I made it myself. And a big thank you pops up on the screen. I've been wanting to add, like, and I'm actually planning on adding more special effects to the stream. I just need to find a weekend where I have the time to work on it. And this weekend I'm going to be in Chicago, so I won't be able to do it this weekend. But maybe next weekend. But I did add a new goal completion effect, which is like another way to say thanks. And thank you, Bingo Mama. Thank you, Dakai. You guys are awesome. Wait, what item are you guys saying is bugged on the Switch 2? You guys are saying something's bugged on the Switch 2? Ice Next said, I'm very new, done my best on snaps, but I started playing in September, so I don't have much experience. This is very inspiring. Nice. Well, I hope you can, learn some cool snap stuff, my friend. That's awesome. One of my head moderators, Nexus, she never really played this game before, but she's been in my community for years. She found me when I was playing Phasmophobia. She watched me play like a bunch of different games, and then Dreamlight Valley came out, and she didn't really get into it. But after I'd been playing for like a year, she'd watch me do Dreamsnap stuff for a long time. She bought the game, and then within like a month, she started doing Dreamsnaps. And I think she got 2,500 Moonstones on her first ever submission. and then started getting 4K right after that. But the reason she was able to start out so strong was because she had learned so much in this community, not just from me, but from other players. So when she got into it, she was already like very, dang, let's go, Alex, thank you. No way. Alex coming in with the $20 dono and a fun little pair dance. Let's go. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. I still need to check what you mentioned yesterday about like the gyms, because I still don't know about that. I would try to set that up this weekend, but I won't be here, like I said. Well, you guys, behold. We did it! We did it! Goal number 166 is complete. What do you think? I told you it was only like 7 seconds long, but isn't that fun? I made it myself. It's got confetti. It's got fireworks. I even added the sounds myself. I'm proud of it. You want to see it again? Yeah. That's right. That's right. I did that. I made that. It's so dumb that I was so excited to share that, but I've been pretty excited to share that with you guys today. Well, thank you guys. So that's a reason to hit the goal every day. Yeah, you know, just a fun way to say thanks. You guys can approve Amanda's comment. Twitch saw you say GTFO and just immediately tried to block your comment. My mods approved it. Next is I got 4K the last several times. I got several 4K last autumn, but now I simply don't seem to be able to make it. Well, I wouldn't say that's, you know, I think there's a good reason for that. Dreamsnaps has just gotten more competitive, and then the other issue is it's on GameLoft's side. So if you're getting 2,500 pretty often, that would have probably been 4K in the past. The thing is, with the Cinderella update, they actually shrunk the bracket. So before the Cinderella update, if you got like rank 10,000, you would get 4K. Even like rank 11,000, you would get 4K. But after the Cinderella update, they reduced the 4K bracket. They smashed it all the way down to 4%. So now only 4 out of 100 players get 4K, which is why, you know, a lot of what we teach on these streams is how to make your snap more competitive. You won't always need that. Some weeks you'll pop up against, you know, lesser snaps that you can easily beat. But if you want to get 4K consistently, you got to be able to compete with the other good ones. So you want to design your dream snap in a way to be competitive, and that's why you always hear me saying, here's what you can do to make this more competitive. You know, here's how we can make it even more competitive. So it's not that there's anything wrong with the dream snaps I'm looking at. We're just looking for ways to make them even more competitive. So if you do happen to pop up against those high-end players, you have a better chance at contending with them and a better chance at winning those crucial votes. The other issue is that they changed the Dreamsnap system a while ago. In the past, we had the tag system. And if you understood the tag system and you understood high-value items, you had an advantage. I didn't like that. I understood the system. I taught as many people as I could about the system, because what was not great about that was that we had an unfair advantage. Most of us did. I did. And I don't want that. You know, I want an even playing field. And the thing is, with the tag system in play, using a lot of high-value items gave you a big multiplier to your final results. And a lot of people would make really good dream snaps, but they didn't understand the algorithm. They didn't understand the high-value system, so they wouldn't use the right items. And then they would make a really good snap, and they would get 1,200 moonstones, and it was worthy of 4K. So the fact that the tag system is no longer in play means you're not getting any kind of boost to your score based on the items you're utilizing. And also with the brackets being shrunk down, and with the added factor that more and more players are learning about how to make good dream snaps, the space is just getting more competitive to consistently get 4K. So if you're falling short of 4K, don't be too hard on yourself. You know, like, you know, don't feel like you lost your edge or you dropped the ball. It's just that there's a lot of really talented players out there. GameLoft is a little bit greedy, so they made 4K harder to get. And, you know, things have changed without tag system. So it's a combination of factors. But if you were getting 4K in the past, I fully believe you can consistently get 4K today. If you focus on learning what seems to be appealing to the masses. That's a big thing. You know, that's really the driving factor of doing well each week, is appealing to the masses. Sometimes you can step outside of that and still do really well. You know, you can always take a risk. It can work sometimes. Alex is next. Oh yeah, I really liked your scene yesterday, Alex. This was really cool. This is such a cool concept. Oh, I gotta update the goal too, speaking of Alex. Give me 1 second, you guys. Give me 1 second. I actually don't even have the goal tab open because we were... Well, my internet went down, so we had to close the stream. So let me pull it back up here. 1 minute, 1 minute. And thank you, my friend. That was actually way more than we needed to go over the goal. So now we're at 55.69. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you for helping me cover my gas money to Chicago this weekend. Bro, gas is so stupid expensive right now. It's so stupid. My car only takes premium. We're probably going to take Jordan's car to Chicago instead of mine. But, like, my car only takes premium. You know how much premium gas costs right now in Ohio? Dude, it's so expensive. It's like $5.70 or something. Hang on. I'm going to tell you how much it is per gallon for premium here. Yeah, dude, look at this. $5.71 per gallon. And they're saying it's going to keep going up. I'm so glad I work from home, bro. Oh my God, dude. You know, that's just crazy. And luckily, you know, Jordan doesn't work from home, but her car has great gas mileage. I have, you know, it's an older car. It's a 2012, but it's more of a luxury vehicle. It's Acura TL. There's pictures of it on my Facebook. I actually just detailed the engine bay. And I was really excited because I paid it off in January and I just detailed it, and I was going to take it to the convention, and I did the math, and it would cost me about $140 to drive to and from Chicago in my car. That's just the drive. That doesn't include food or hotel. Luckily, we had points for the hotel, so, you know, like, that's taken care of. I think Jordan's mom had some hotel points she gave us, so yippee. So hotel's covered. But yeah, gas is crazy right now. It sucks, dude. Judah said, where I live, gas is over $6. Yeah, and that's just... And the price I'm giving you is premium, so it's actually a bit cheaper for regular gas here. But yeah, California... Ronald says $5.79 for the cheapest gas. Yeah, it's funny because premium gasoline is like $1, like more than $1 more than regular gasoline. This Friday we go 169. Oh, let's go. Oh, I just updated the goal, so here we go. We did it! Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Well done, you guys. So I'm also going to map this to my Steam Deck so I can just trigger with the button. All right. Anyway, let's get back to it. Oh, like confetti, it's so fun. Yeah. I'm going to add more stuff to the stream. I'm going to make something for when you guys... you know what I should make? I should make something for the rules. Like when I have to bring up the rules in Dreamsnaps, I should have some kind of special effect that comes up. Like maybe my whole scene changes and I'm like behind a news desk and I'm like, breaking news. Somebody broke the rules again. This time looking at this person from this place. Yeah, it would be really fun to like just have fun with it. But I'm definitely gonna work to add some more fun effects to the stream, just so we can make the viewing experience more entertaining for you guys. This is just the start. Just the start. All right, on to the review here. So I really like Alex's submission here. Very fun build. You know, we do understand that there are some minor risks here with, like, you know, what the average voter likes with it being simplicity, and this is more of a complex scene, but it's such a good design, and it's such a good idea for, like, breaking out of depression. So this really resonates with me. I really think this is a cool submission. So really what we talked about are ways to have this play heavier into the weather dynamic and add some pretty effects to this side. So we talked about adding the inside-out sense of self lamp on the right here. And we talked about potentially getting the sunshine motif over here to highlight the sunny weather on this side. Let's see. Alex said, I'm glad the snap resonated with so many people. Your suggestions were to add a blue sense of self-light front left corner, open up some clear space over the castle and add a sun, add a lightning cloud on the left, add a rainbow. I have the four-leaf clover one. That one's better, though. The four-leaf clover one, I think, is better. You know, as you just saw. I mean, I wouldn't say it's better. They both have good uses, but, like, when it comes to the rainbows, I would rather, most of the time, if I can, I would rather use the four-leaf clover one. Because when you play with saturation, it looks a lot better, and it has a better color spectrum. You know, it goes blue to light blue to green to yellow to orange to red. Whereas the Neverland rainbow just goes pink to, like, yellow to, like, teal. There's, like, a tiny sliver of green, tiny sliver of yellow, but I don't know. And this one has sparkles, too. So the four-leaf clover rainbow, in my opinion, is actually the better of the two. This one just has a very useful shape. So, all right. Since I had to go in and edit anyway, I made all the suggestion changes along with adding a thorn for some added texture on the right. Move the sadness lamp to the left side. Added the capybara pet. Move some background character. Shifted time of day slightly. Now light is pouring in over the broken stones in the center. I also had been working over the weekend to level up the new pickaxe, so now has sparks. Oh, nice. I was going to ask about that because I don't have that pickaxe. I haven't bought the new tools, but I do know that this one can have the electrical sparkle effect, and I meant to ask about that yesterday, but that's cool that you have it doing it in the new one. Let's see the new one. Yeah, very cool that you have the effect on it now. Also, the thorn was a great idea for some more texture. I really like the lighting here, and the blue sense of self lamp definitely spruces up this side more. Oh, really good idea to use the black and white cappy here. That's fun. Yeah, very good job. The rainbow looks really good here, too. Yeah, awesome, Snap. I really, really, really hope this gets what it deserves. This is an amazing take on the challenge. And I'm hoping, you know, I'm hoping the right people come across this, because if people that put time and thought into their snaps see this, I think they're going to be really impressed with the concept. And a lot of selfie submitters will just, like, you know, they'll just gravitate towards, like, what's more colorful or bright. But this one is very, very colorful and bright back here, so hopefully that'll be enough. But having some more colorful sadness elements over here, I think, is going to be good, too. But yeah, overall, very, very solid build. Great changes. Love your scene here. Yeah, this better get 4K. It's really good. Fem Fatao, hello. Fem says, hola, senpai. Hola, Fem, hola. Different kinds of blue flowers in the foreground, right? We talked about that. And then blue memories. So those are the two things. I managed to get 2 blue memories, like you suggested. This is what I meant when I say I truly do end up learning something new on every stream. It never fails. Also added the other cloud with the different raindrops, as you mentioned, on other reviews. Nice. Okay, well, let's see the new one. Very cool. Yeah, having the blue memories is awesome. So you didn't know about the memory trick? Well, there you go. Yeah, I love that. I love that. Very cool. So you already had a really good looking snap. I actually brought this up earlier when I was kind of coaching Dreamer and saying it would be really good for her to watch my Thursday videos about the challenges. I brought up your snap and how you had executed a lot of the stuff I covered in the video very well. And because of that, we were able to focus on, you know, very complex competitive additions to your snap. And that's why we got into, you know, farming memories and diversifying your decor. And you did a great job on those changes as well. Avatar looks great here. She looks truly sad. Great job on the makeup. Great job on the build. And I don't know what you learned that was new today. Maybe it was the rainbows being different. I don't know. But I'm glad you learned something new in every stream. That's cool. All right, Bob's is next. Yesterday's snap here. Talked about adding more yellow and adding to the foreground. First pick is the OG. Second and third are new. Wanted to add the umbrella pose to shake it up. It's big, mostly covers the house. What are your thoughts? Happy 1-year streaming anniversary. I've only not achieved 4K, I want to say 5 times since submitting here and your feedback. And 2 of them is because I decided to take a risk. Thank you so much for helping me. Dreamsnaps are my way of decompressing after work, and it's been fun to be challenged. Thank you for the feedback. Yeah, you just hit your 1-year anniversary in the community. That's awesome. Well, thank you for being here, Bobs. It's been great having you. It's been great having you. And I love your snaps. You know, you always put together some really great work. I feel like a lot of your snaps, like, recently that missed 4K, definitely deserved it. So, you know, I've seen that happening more and more, though, with snaps getting more competitive. It's just like sometimes you just pop up against the wrong things, but you're very talented when it comes to snaps. So I think you'd be doing great without me, too. Okay, okay, yeah, this is really cool. First off, love the rainbow back here. Very nice feature to play up the weather even more. Love the additions of the yellow here to play with joy. And then having the inside-out orbs around the front. Very nice. Now, I do like the pose here, but I think I like it more without. And since you have, like, the rain hat and the rain coat, you don't really need the umbrella per se. If you did go with the umbrella, I would change the smile. I talk about this a lot. It's kind of a subconscious thing, but I think when the avatar looks a little weird or uncanny, it won't do as good. And it's not necessarily your fault. It's the way GameLoft codes some of these expressions. But if I saw somebody smile with, like, both rows of teeth, like this, like, if the lip just kind of pulled up on the bottom, it would look so much better. But, like, the full mouth, it just looks a little strange. Whereas this one, you know, this looks very natural. Looks very beautiful. So I do think this one may be a little better. And again, I love the rainbow. Good shot of joy here as well. So yeah, overall, very solid build. Very solid. What about a box of tissues right here between you two? Just to give put another item in the foreground. Little box of tissues here just for sadness because she's sad. And then maybe some kind of other item right here just to give a little bit more texture to the foreground, and that's it. It could even be like a little book or something. It could, I'm not sure, you know, there's a few things you could choose, but the tissue boxes would be really nice here, I think. But yeah, this is the one I think I would go with. The rainbow looks great. Colors are very nice. Again, this raincoat works really good for both sadness and joy snaps. Oh, you know what could be really good here? A pet. You have a companion house here. If you took a food bowl and put it slightly out of the frame, they would walk from this house to the food bowl as long as they can get between these orbs. The pets, for whatever reason, are really stupid. And if they walk into something, they'll just, like, hump it for, like, 5 minutes. So, you know. But getting a little blue capybara or something walking up right here, or maybe another fun type of pet, could be anything. Or maybe one of the inside-out themed pets, because, you know, we have the anxiety squirrel. We have the envy rabbit, or whatever it is. What's the rabbit? It's like, I don't know. But the rabbit's really cute with the big eyes. That little big-eyed rabbit hopping right here would be adorable, and it would play well with the fact that you're showing all these different emotions. And the challenge did mention using pets. You don't have to, but since you have a companion home here anyway, and you have an open space here, I think a pet here and a tissue box here would really round out this shot very well. Juju. Yesterday's scene. Recommendations: bring joy closer, show more of the sky and the rainbow on joy's side. Keep pose with the orb, my character's hand, and blue carpet instead of showing as much soil. First is my original. I hope my effort reflected your visions with a change. Thank you for always being so helpful. Of course, Juju, of course. Let's check out the new one. Very good, very good. Now, it looks like you might have a time of day change here, though. So, very good addition to the changes. But I think you should go back to the sunset time of day. You see the lighting difference between the two? How this one's more pale? Like, the yellow here is a bit more pale. And you might be at the sunset time of day. It might actually be your saturation that's lower. But you want these colors. You had very good colors yesterday. We don't want to, you know, make great additions and then lose certain strengths. So let's try to get this color back. If you're not at sunset, make sure you go back to the sunset time of day. Or if it was just saturation that got you to this color level, make sure you boost that saturation back to that level. Joy being brought up further is great. And I kind of like where your inside out house was yesterday. I can see why you'd want to move it to feature it better, but I do think yesterday the additional green here, like the green rabbit hill, the green grass hill, this worked really well with the joy side because yellow and green are the primary joy colors. Moving the house up, unfortunately, does add a lot of white to this side, and I think it's going to look better the way you had it. Now, as far as the carpets here, fantastic. Bringing joy up, fantastic. My only recommendation from here would be let's try and get this color balance because, as we know, your average voter is, they find color very appealing, especially bold, well-saturated, well-lit scenes. So let's try to get this level of lighting and color on, both sides. And let's pivot back to, the beautiful green hills that we had here instead of having the inside-out house here. We can still see the house, like, kind of behind you here, and I think that's fine. I think that's totally fine if you want to keep it there. But yeah, overall, great job with the changes here. Adding the carpets here to break up some of that brown and get even more blue on this side makes it more emotionally thematic, which is great. If you wanted to do any more, you could also put blue street lights back here, and basically we wouldn't see the sky back here. It would just glow blue if you wanted to do that. But the main thing I would focus on is getting this color and variety back into the scene. So you can still have Joy like right here on these rocks. You can have her right here on this spot, but I would definitely consider keeping the bunny home here and the grassy hill here because all that added green kind of lifting up gives your environment really good texture and really good color. Breezy versus original. You mentioned trying out different expressions, different facial expressions, as well as adding some update to the makeup and accessories. I tried to get Jafar closer, but he was glitching, so that was as close as I can get him. I was going to try to get the Fire Phoenix in the shot, but it wasn't working out. I also shifted the tornadoes, added Storyteller Fires. I can still make some tweaks if need be, but much more pleased with it after the changes. Thank you for the input. All right, let's see. Yeah, good on the pose here. Yeah, the mouth looks a bit normal, or a good bit more normal, but we still have the issue with the forehead feeling a little off, and it's because of the head tilt of the Nana pose with that hairstyle. But yeah, that's why I was recommending like maybe the angry pose or one of the other ones, but I know then you're not going to be slid to the left, so might be a good, this is still better than the open mouth here. And good job adding the makeup and the eyeshadow, getting those extra details in the avatar is great. You don't need Jafar closer than this, by the way. He looks really good here. So Jafar's looking fine there. The lightning is fantastic. The only thing I would do from here, really, is I would play up the colors a bit more. You know how you have the yellow lights in the back kind of fogging out the back a little bit? I don't think you necessarily need those because you have all this, like, red and orange, right? If you boost saturation on those colors, it's very appealing, but the yellow haze is going to block out a lot of that. So when it comes to fiery scenes, that's why there's no yellow streetlights in this scene. That way we can get the maximum benefit from the Storyteller Fires, from the Pyro Boxes, from the magma itself. Boosting saturation and not having that light pollution is going to be ideal. For the lights, they're really good for sealing off the scene. If you have an opening in your scene, you can see through like a forest, then the lights in the back are really good. But in your case, I think your photo would actually look better without the yellow light in the back because you have really fun colors throughout the scene. And I think if you boosted saturation and relied more on those colors you have in the backdrop, like, for example, if you didn't have the lights back there, and we cranked up the saturation, like this Spirit Fire would be really colorful back here, but as you can see with all this yellow light, it's kind of whitewashed. So we're losing some really fun color in the back. And it's the same for your magma here. It's also kind of washed with that yellow light, so it's not going to be as vivid. And the snap will feel hotter and angrier if we really pronounce these like reds and oranges in the back. Kind of like what we have over here. You see how good this looks? We want that same effect here. Overall, solid changes, solid changes. JMR. So we had yesterday's. JMR said, I like this much better. I hope it aligns with what you suggested. I added a villager. Thought Jafar went well with my color scheme. Yeah, Jafar's great for Inger builds. I added a pet. I also put down pocket items. I tried getting the inside-out lamp in or a memory and couldn't get them right. They didn't seem to align, so I ended up leaving them out. Okay. Yeah, way better detail here. Getting the volcanic stones, the magma in there. And yeah, good job with the pet. If you had the Fire Raven, he would be really good, but this one's fine too. He's got the red on him, and he looks kind of angry. So yeah, the pet is great. Yeah, and as far as the inside-out lamps, they are very good for a build like this, but with the way you've set this up, like these magma rivers have a huge footprint. It's probably going to be hard to fit them anywhere unless you reworked the composition of the scene. You'd have to spend more time on it if you wanted to get them in there. Overall, solid, though. You know, you have great weather effects. Now you have more details, so, you know, adding a villager and a pet really makes a big change here. And also, you know, how open this was yesterday. Now we look and we got volcanic rock. We have magma. You know, this feels a lot more fiery. So, well done. Bigo Mama. First is the snap you told me was best of yesterday's submissions. The others are new snaps I took last night. Okay. So, we have yesterday's. You suggested I add the anger and not the anxiety sense of self-lamp. Add lighting or new sun motif to add additional weather effects. Change the pose to native anger pose to fix my avatar's jinky mouth. I included the best 3 snaps so you could help choose. I don't think the OG photo would count as 4. No, that's fine. Hope this doesn't break the new rules. Stressing? Nah, you're good. You're good. It's, you know, 3 submissions for a review. So if you have your original submission, that's not one of the ones we're reviewing. We're just kind of comparing it. So this is totally fine. Don't stress. You're good. I want a bit closer up. And then this one. Okay. Very cool. Very cool. I like the new outfit. The lava outfit is fun. But I do like the angry feel of this. The red eyes, you know, we talked about that with a few dream snaps, you know, having the eyes work with whatever theme you're going for, I think is a good play. Got the Fire Raven in there, red sense of self lamps. Hades looks very menacing here. I like that. Also, the lightning effects, very good for that inside out weather. And we got this one where you're a little closer. Good lightning here as well. Mushu just scratching his head, confused is funny. And then we got this one. And yeah, this is kind of what I was recommending for JMR, if you have room for it, you know, where these big rocks are. Sense of self-lamp behind that is really nice. These are all really good. Honestly, you could kind of pick any of them. I do like the one where you're a little further away. Here's my rule of thumb, Beagle Mama, for avatar positioning. I like the avatar close. But you'll see with the top of my headwear, or hair, whichever one it is, I almost always have a small gap between that and the frame. Unless I'm doing a split scene and I'm using my avatar to split the shot. Right? So like if I'm doing this, then it'll come all the way at the top to split the shot. But if you look through most of my submissions, you'll see it's very common practice for me to have just a tiny bit of space so we can fully see the avatar and like the whole design from top to bottom. Well, not all the way in the bottom, but you get the idea. But there's always a little bit of space between, you know, sometimes they're a little further away. But yeah, usually there's a little bit of space between the top of the avatar's head and or hat and the top of the photo. So I would say I kind of favor the shot that follows that metric out of your scenes, which would be this one. Because we can see the embers like lifting off of the hat, and then we can see the fireflies. Whereas in this one, you know, we can see the fireflies through it a bit. But I don't know if I would go this close. I think this is a good balance. It still gives us a very good look at the avatar, but we can see the full headpiece, and we can see in the sky above. The lightning comes in very clear. So I really like this one. Not to mention, this one also has the Fire Phoenix, which is a very strong, you know, companion to have here. Now, one other thing to consider, you know where you have this fire motif on the side? If you wanted to, you could always put it on this side and kind of hide the base of this self lamp, but actually, no, it'd have to be too big for that. Don't worry about that. Never mind, never mind. I think it's fine over here. But yeah, this is really good. This is really cool looking. Good inside-out feel thanks to the sense of self lamps. They look great in the foreground. Good weather effects. So now you have that inside-out weather feel. And yeah, very strong anger build overall. Great job. Great job. They're all good submissions, though. I think these would all do well. But I like this one the most because, you know, we're close enough to really appreciate the avatar design, but far away enough to appreciate the environment a little bit more. Very nice. Wishing Star. Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad. Decided to stick with the anxiety snap. Nice. I tried to follow suggestions as best I could. Hopefully they came through. I tried to add imagination generator, and the lighting was really hard to see in the amount of orange, so I tried to put it close to the edge of the shot. Yeah, that's a good way to use it, you know, just like have it on the far left or far right. It looks really cool in the shot. It shows up along with the blue lightning. The anxiety squirrel was really stressing me out. Very on brand. Thank you for all your help and patience. The first shot is the original. Next to we're adjusted. Okay, so original scene. And then new option 1. New option 2. Oh, this one's cool. This one you have the red lightning, though. I like the framing in this one where you're a little closer. And also the anxiety squirrel is really in focus here. The only downside is now we don't have that really cool red lightning, but honestly, it's worth the trade-off to go with this one. The lighting was a little different yesterday. I think it might be saturation because your shadows look the same. So you're on the same time of day. So I think your saturation is a lot higher today. Not necessarily a bad thing. They're both good though. The previous saturation levels were fine with kind of the lighter orange. This one's more of a deeper orange. But it is getting a little closer to red. But it's a great shot of the anxiety squirrel here. Great shot of the sense of self lamp. Good lightning effects. And yeah, the squirrel is really good in this one. I would go with the third and final option here. Like I said, this one's good too because of the electricity. Oh, you guys can't see it because my camera's blocking it. This is what I'm talking about right here. They're using the imagination generator. They have this cool lightning effect up at the top. But the anxiety squirrel is being a little jerk. Whereas in this one, we don't have the lightning effect, but the squirrel is very noticeable. So I think I would recommend this one. Mainly because the squirrel is very noticeable. And we got a very good view of the anxiety lamp here. Lots of good orange. Now, I don't know if you have them, but another good item, a lot of people use it for lava, but it's the fall leaves rugs back here. You're using the leaf piles. These fall leaf rugs you can get from Storybook veil from the Lorekeeper pages, and then you can order more from Scrooge. I think it's called the Fall Leaf or the Fall Leaves rug. But it could be another fun thing to add to your photo if you want to add anything else. You don't really need to have it, though. You know, you got plenty of orange, plenty of color. So if you want to keep this path kind of open, you can. Very cool anxiety build. Very cool. Poppy. Yesterday shot here. Thanks for the feedback. You suggested I remove the wall and path and try to make it a little more rainy. I didn't have a lot of time. Hopefully, I can get back for any last-minute adjustments. I have the sunset pick. Seen many of your reviews, so always build with the sun behind the camera. Good job, Poppy. Good job. Not sure with the sunset, as seems to be casting too much light on the sadness side. So try to add daytime for as big as original. We went over how to fix that earlier. I can show you again. So you have this one, and if it's okay to go with daytime, but you're going to need to boost saturation to make it competitive against sunset shots. So let me show you what I mean. So this is our natural sunset lighting, right? Everything looks really saturated. Everything looks really good. When we go to daytime, now everything is kind of whitewashed. Our colors are more pale. So we need to make up for that with increased saturation. So increase the saturation and we get really good colors, even with the midday lighting. So you can go with daytime. You're just going to have to really dial up the saturation to make it pop like a sunset shot. Whereas in a sunset shot, you don't want to go that high. If I take it to 0.8 saturation in sunset, it looks unbearable, right? It looks uncanny. It doesn't look right. But the same, you know, pretty much the same level of saturation during daytime actually looks really good. So different settings for different times of day, number one. Number two, you could use the sunset time of day without having a bunch of light in your sadness scene. All you have to do is cast a shadow. So if we go to the Tower of Terror, we get a huge shadow from this, and we can block most of the light in there. The avatar will also be made a little darker from this, but that's why we have character lighting. Now, I don't need to do this in my shot because there's, you know, plenty of clouds and stuff. But now we have a shadow cast on the entire side. And there's no shadow except for the front here, and these items glow, so it doesn't really matter. The only other thing that would be up here is joy, and character lighting affects joy as well. So if we go in here and we boost character lighting, you know, now we have a dark side on the left and a sunny side on the right. So if you want to use the sunset lighting to get good saturation, but you don't want a bunch of sunlight getting into your joy side, you're going to want to cast a big shadow. Or you can use daytime. There's nothing wrong with using daytime for your shots. But to be competitive against the well-saturated sunset shots, you're going to want to pick up that saturation. So if we look at your scenes here, they're not popping as well as they could be with the increased saturation. So they're still kind of pale from that midday lighting. So you still have an issue with it being a little pale here. Now for the rainy day scene, like I said, you know, colors here versus here, you know, the colors are much more prominent here. And if you do go with midday, I would still add the sun. So you would want to add the sun to the scene, and you would want to boost the saturation. If you're worried about the light coming in, you would just want to add something to cast a large shadow. And then you can boost your character lighting so you're not in that shadow. Either way, even with the light coming in, it looks a lot better than it did yesterday. I think the light coming in is better than having like a random straight line right here because it just doesn't look real, right? Like no brick is going to be laser cut like this. Bricks have texture. They come out. And that's why I never ever show the edge of walls in my snaps, and I'm always very critical of that. You want your dream snaps to feel like a movie scene, not like a movie set. You don't want things to feel like props. You want things to feel like you're looking into a movie. And if an animator was designing a movie like this, they would never design the wall this way to where it's just like a perfectly straight line with the stones. The stones would come out a bit. It would have some texture. And that's why we don't want to show that wall. So even with the sun coming in, this still looks much better. Or you could go with this where you have less light coming in, but you're going to want to boost your saturation to make up for that. Overall, these are both much better options for you than this one. Getting rid of the candied path is probably the biggest thing because you had so much white here. It was very pale on this side. So going with the garden stones instead allowed you to add more of Joy's color, which is green and yellow. So now you have a lot of green and yellow. And the sun looks really good here. If you end up wanting to go with the day just so you don't have to worry about the shadow, I would just boost saturation to kind of make up for that and make sure you still use that sunny motif for sure. But both are good options. Ultimately, you could choose either one of these and I think you could do well. You don't even have to use the shadow trick. I don't think this light coming in is going to be the worst. Even on rainy days, there will be gaps in the cloud where some sun comes in. The big thing is what that sunlight hits. So I know I don't have their snap pulled up anymore, but like for Black Knight had this house that has like really beautiful greenery and this really light brown. It's a really pretty house and the sun was hitting it, making the scene really colorful. In your shot here, the sun is hitting gray and blue. So this is not bad. And then it's also hitting the top of this roof a little bit, but it's like a rusted tin roof. So the sun coming in here, I don't think is as bad as you are worrying it is. And even for your sunset shot, I would still boost saturation a little bit. On almost all of my photos, I increase saturation. I'll tell you my rule of thumb. So, you know, this one got like rank 114 or something. One of the more recent snaps that crafted with care, right? Sunset time of day. So I don't need a lot of saturation for a sunset scene, but I boosted it anyway, just to make it more visually appealing. So this is a 0.2 to 0.3 saturation at sunset. I think 0.3. And, you know, this is, I think, another 0.2, 0.3. This one is 0.3, I think. This one is midday. So this is actually like a 0.5 or 0.6. So like I said, you don't have to use sunset. Sometimes midday is going to be better. But when you do midday, you need heavier saturation. That way you can have the same color as some of these sunset shots. So for midday scenes, and I had to use midday here because I'm in a biome. The sun sets kind of behind the cliffs and the whole scene was too dark. So I went with, you know, the daytime lighting and just heavily increased saturation. This is a sunset shot. Once again, boosted saturation, as you can tell by the way the rainbows came together. What I'm getting at is, you know, sunset lighting is really good on its own, but you're still going to want to fine-tune your photo with your sliders. And you're going to want to really accustom yourself with, you know, the levels that are good to go with. But again, a good rule of thumb is that if you are taking your photo with the sun behind the camera and you have that sunset lighting, I'm going to recommend you go to 0.3, 0.2 or 0.3. That's about as far as you need to go. Any further, the avatar starts to look red, right? We don't want him to look sunburnt. But this is regular, and this is 0.2. So, not a huge difference, but enough to make the picture pop more, right? And again, this is especially true for daytime, if you want to stand out in voting. So, for daytime, we're going to dial it all the way up. And notice the avatar's not getting red, even at like 0.8, because we don't have that warm light on us. So we can go all the way up to 1. I don't think you need to go this high with it, but like 0.8, 0.7, 0.6. I'd say 0.6, 0.7, 0.8 for daytime. And then for sunset, I would recommend 0.2, 0.3, maximum 0.4, but I wouldn't go past 0.4, and 0.4 is pushing it because you're already starting to look really red. So hopefully that'll be a good place to start for you when it comes to like really getting that vivid color dynamic that seems to be popular among the masses. But yeah, overall, solid changes to the build. You know, again, I think biggest thing is swapping out that white path. That looks so much better here. Feels more joyful. If we were to get these colors to pop more, I think this would be very solid. And don't worry too much about the sun. Again, you have options. If you are worried about it, you can cast a big shadow. You can increase character lighting to get yourself out of the shade. Or you could just go with the daytime lighting like you have here, and then you can boost saturation a lot. Ultimately, you know, they're both good options. So don't feel like you have to do one or the other. Do whichever one resonates with you more. Amanda. We had the anxiety scene, another anxiety scene. I love these. Your suggestions were to open up the scene more, use the memory viewer, play up the oranges, use more sense of self lamps, Cozy Cone Motel, bring the tornado to the back of the bill. I think I might have lost the weather theme a bit. Still have one tornado going on to indicate weather. Trying to decide between pretty face and crazy face. I really appreciate your feedback. Don't forget about lightning clouds, though. You know, that's going to work with the crazy face is fun. They both look good. Both look good. But, you know, you can also add the lightning clouds. We saw that in a previous anxiety scene. You know, just a couple little lightning clouds built into the scene. Like this one. We have them right here in the corner. This is going to work well to play up the weather. And you could also use the sunny day motif if you wanted to. But yeah, I like the tornado further back. Cozy Cone Motel is really nice here as the backdrop. Lots of good oranges. And you do have some space up in the top. So, oh, also, love the imagination generator lightning you have here in the top left corner. Very cool, very cool. I would definitely try to capture this again, with whichever one you try. Now, for the memory viewer, I would focus on trying to find a memory that kind of resonates with anxiety, or otherwise I wouldn't really use it. So like for my joy and sadness split, you know, we have a very joyful memory, and then we have a very sad memory. But since your concept, your theme is anxiety, there might not be a good memory for it. I was just recommending it to see, you know, maybe you'll find one that works well with something that could make you feel anxiety. Let me see. Let me see if there's anything that works good for anxiety. Well, actually, you know what? I like this one. Like the ink block test. Look at how orange it looks. Like this one was really cool. Because they were using a memory viewer, and this one, you know, the ink blot test kind of had that, like, chaotic feel to it as well. And it also is kind of, like, reminiscent of, like, therapy and stuff because, like, you know, sometimes that's tied into it. But that could be a good one to highlight. But when using the memory observers, I would encourage, like, you know, aiming for a memory that can kind of play into anxiety somehow. Wait. How am I not done with this? What is this? The heck is this? What did I not do? Oh, well. Okay, anyway. I mean, this could even work for anxiety, you know? Like, I'd feel pretty anxious if I was talking to a giant-ass crab, you know? But yeah, the ink blots could work. And keep in mind, you don't have to have it either. You know, you don't absolutely have to have the... Like, this memory would work really good for fear. I mean, this could work for anxiety if you finish the Sleeping Beauty memory. This has some good chaotic energy to it. This has good orange. That's a really pretty memory. I need to finish more memories. Okay. But yeah, overall, very solid, very solid. Again, if you want to play up the weather more, you know, the lightning clouds are going to be really good here. Just getting a little bit of that lightning coming into your scene, I think, is going to be awesome. And we see that with some of the other anxiety builds. Like this one has the lightning coming in here and here. And we saw another anxiety build earlier today that did the same thing. We've also seen that same approach from anger builds. Bro, who keeps calling me? But, you know, for like an anger build, for example, like this. It's just like anxiety, you know, like volcanoes aren't really weather. So just by adding a little bit of lightning at the top of the scene, now you have a weather addition in your shot. So consider that, you know, you have a lot of great orange. I would keep most of this the way it is. I would try to find an image for your memory viewer that's more in line for the feelings you're having here. And I would definitely add a bit of lightning to the top just so you have that inside-out weather dynamic. But everything else is perfect. Very, very cool. The Cozy Cone Motel is actually an awesome thing. I only thought about that when we were thinking about orange things to add to your scene, but I really like the way that turned out here. Also, cones signify caution, right? And when you're being cautious, sometimes you're going to feel anxious. So, another great thing. But yeah, a much stronger submission from yesterday. Like, this is way more visually appealing. You're playing up the inside-out notes a lot better. Like, you've added the inside-out villagers. You have the sense of self-lamp going crazy here. You have some good red lightning coming in on the side. And you can use either pose. Honestly, I think these are both fun. The crazy one is hilarious. But yeah, good job. Great job, Amanda. Great job. Uncle Rod. Yeah, this was one of my favorite fierce submissions. Very cool. First is the original. Hey, Semi, your suggestions were to add the purple... Add more purple and add the hyena den. I did add the den, but unfortunately I do not have the Orbeez to add and no controller to mass cook for the purple memories. I tried to add a bit more purple though. I also have no idea why my sky isn't as dark as the first pick. I messed with too many filters in the first one and now I can't remember. Thoughts? Probably vignette. It's probably a vignette that's making your sky so dark. So you have this one. Ooh. Dude, I talked about this earlier. We had a fear submission. It's so funny you add this in before I even talked about this. We had a fear submission earlier today. And one of the things I mentioned to make it more competitive, in their first review, I talked about getting closer to the camera and like really making sure their theme popped. And in their secondary submission, I focused on the fact that they were reusing a lot of the same items and it would be good if they diversified a bit. And I mentioned really good purple items, and this was one of my big things that I talked about was this cauldron. So it's so cool that you added that. But yeah, the lighting, the dark sky here, I definitely think is your vignette border that allowed you to get that so dark. But then again, it's not very dark down here. Maybe the steam overrides the vignette, actually. Maybe that's what's happening. But I think it might be your vignette border, honestly. Now you had one more option for us. Which is this one. Oh, these are really fun. So original, second, third. The third is really good on storytelling. With Jack here, like behind you, it looks like he's scaring you. And also, you know, the backdrop of the purple behind him is really nice. And we can see the hyena den even better. So very, very cool here. Because the fog is a little bit more lifted in this one. But yeah, I definitely think because your boosted character lighting kind of overrode the vignette at the top, but the sky didn't. So I think as far, if you want to get your sky this dark again, it's either gonna be weather or it's gonna be vignette. I mean, I can try to see. Yeah, it's probably vignette. Let me try it with the Steam, because if it is vignette, the Steam should still show because it's showing in yours. Actually, I know how to find it. We're going to search by Perfect Romance. And I'm pretty sure I can activate these with the camera effect. There we go. No, yeah, the vignette covers that. So it's not vignette. It's not vignette you're using. Because if it was vignette, then these would be darker. You also have a tilt on it, though. So let's see, you have a very high tilt. It's not fog. Your picture's too clear for fog. It's not rain. Yeah, I'm kind of lost on that. How did you get your sky that dark without darkening the bottom? Yeah, at first I thought maybe vignette that didn't do the same here. Could potentially have something to do with time as well. Because I would love for you to be able to keep this darkness. Because I think that looks really good. Maybe somebody in chat knows. This is probably the first time I've been like really stumped on a camera setting. Let me check. What do you guys think? Both are nighttime, and it's not the moon filter. Yeah, I know it's night, and I know it's not the moon filter, because if it were, the stars would look totally different. You don't get the constellations with the moon filter. And you have constellations here, so I know it's not the moon setting. I know they're both nighttime. Maybe it's like a huge combination of things. Maybe night settings with upped highlight and saturation. Yeah, I can try that. What is contrast going to do for it? Not much. Well, usually highlight is going to make the sky brighter, though. Yeah. And going back makes the entire scene darker. Shadow is also useless. The only thing that would affect the top and not the bottom, or that would affect the edges of the photo and not the center of the photo, really, would be vignette, but it wasn't the vignette for whatever reason. Like, this is the only way I know of getting the sky darker like this. But how do you get the vignette active on the top but not the bottom? Maybe you glitched it out somehow, you know? Because it looks like vignette to me. Like, when I look at the sky here, this looks like your sky. But the bottom is what's throwing me. Because if that were the case... Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Maybe it's a combination of vignette with highlight. It's not light bloom. Actually, this might be right. No, these are way, way brighter. I mean, you could always go with the increased vignette. You would just sacrifice a little bit of the color in the fog, really. But that's the best way I can think of to get back to this. Where are you, Forgotten Lands? I'm going to go over there. The reason I can't replicate it might be because I'm not in the right environment. Oh, not this one. I'm going to go to the Forgotten Island here. Let's go to nighttime. I definitely think we're going to want the moon, yeah, in front of us and the sky behind us empty. No, Dumpling, it's not the... they're not using that, they already said. That would be easy. The moon setting, yeah, that we've already covered that. It's not the moon setting. They already told me in Twitch chat that's not the word they're using. I can also tell that's not what they're using. If you heard me a second ago, you might have put that comment in a while ago. But the moon setting doesn't have constellations. And they have constellations in every photo, so that's not it. So you're very close. You get your character lighting boosted. I'm not going to worry about doing the same pose. That won't matter. We had focus, because you're not blurry. Time of day doesn't really affect the way it looks at all, regardless of time of day. So we'll just stay here. You add a rotation. I'm going to try to recreate your photo. Or at least the framing of it. I'm just going to strike a regular old pose here. You have a tilt. Actually, you're going the other way. So you tilted here. Color tint goes green and purple. Ooh. Wait a minute. No, I don't think it's that either. Because your inside out, your sense of self lamp would be purple if that were the case. Or more purple. But no, they already confirmed they're not using this setting here. See, I know I could replicate the top of your scene with the vignette, but what confuses me is when we look at it, we see a heavy vignette, and we see a constellation, but there's no heavy vignette on the bottom, because we can see the steam. So this can't be from vignette. It could be clouds. Like, this might be clouds because we don't see any constellations here or here. So you could have clouds here and open sky here, but yeah, it's tricky. I really like the dark patch up here. But I can tell you have your saturation boosted, you have rotation, you have character lighting. But yeah, in your new one, it looks more like this, which is more normal. And you're kind of in the same place. Interesting. Not sent by having 156 Dreamlight projectors. Shows how important it is for Dreamsnaps. Bro, I not only do I use them for Dreamsnaps, but I also use them for YouTube videos like all the time for like special effects and like walkways. They're just really cool. They're really cool. That one tiny little item totally makes the Belle bundle worth it. I would buy the I would buy the bundle just for that. Yeah, I wish I could tell you how to get right back to that, Ronald. Ronald said it's got me stumped. The shadow is way too harsh and extreme, so I left that one alone. Yeah, it's definitely not shadow. I never use shadow because it blacks everything, and it's even 0.1 is like too much on shadow. And shadow is also like vignette. Notice how the bottom of the screen gets a little darker as well. But that's because we have vignette on. So if we take vignette off, shadow just Here, let's take them completely off. Now shadow will just darken everything evenly. Maybe what, but you know what's weird is when you combine shadow with vignette, it darkens the vignette more than the rest of the scene. But the thing is, what's so weird about her photo and what has her stumped and me stumped is the simple fact that there are ways to replicate this, right? There are ways to make your sky look like this, but it's going to do the same thing from the bottom, because the way vignette works is it does it around the whole shot. It does it in the corners, it does it in these bottoms, but it really looks like vignette to me, because look at how dark this corner is, and look at how dark the sky is. The only reason we can see her well is because her character lighting is high enough to break through the vignette. What has me stumped is we have a heavy vignette in this corner, but it's not heavy in this corner, and it's not heavy in these corners, and there's no way to do that. Honestly, you might have bugged your game out somehow and just got a really neat feature. I can't really replicate it. I mean, I could get my sky to look like this, and I can get my character to look like this, but it's going to darken the corners of the shot as well. Man, it would be pretty cool, though, if we could, I wonder if any of these could play a role. Not really. Whatever you did allowed you to cancel out the vignette at the bottom of your scene. It might have been your rotation. Because think about it. If you were at 0 point rotation and you set up the vignette and the vignette didn't rotate with the image, which it's supposed to, but like let's say hypothetically for some reason it didn't, then you might have more vignette up here than you have down here. But yeah, I can't replicate it. I don't know. I'm at kind of an impasse with that. That's very strange. I mean, you know, I would love for you to have it in the new one too. I don't know if it's worth like passing up on the cool features in the new ones. I do think voters will like this a lot, especially having like the cauldron behind you and the sense of self lamp. If you do figure it out, Ronald, if you do find out how you did it to where it doesn't darken the bottom of the scene and only darkens the top, let me know, because that's a very, you know, that's very different. Because, yeah, it's literally right here. There's like a divot of darkness. And the only way to get that darkness in your sky most of the time is by boosting vignette. But vignette targets every corner and the edges. And down here, none of that's happening. I don't know if you have any light sources outside of your scene that are breaking through the vignette, potentially, but I can't think of anything that would. At least not to this degree. At first, I thought maybe the fog ignores vignette and breaks through it. But I tested that, and that's not the case. And we can clearly see a constellation right here. So we know this is regular nighttime. Constellation here, constellation here. And we also cycled through the entire time of day looking for anything, you know, that would kind of indicate that type of sky, but my sky doesn't even change when I cycle through. See, that's very odd. But I would love to know if you figure it out. Again, it could have been one of those weird one-off things. And it might just be like a crazy combination of settings that allowed you to pull it off. You know, it is cool. I would still go with the new one, though. This one in particular, where Jack's right behind you, I think is really good. Again, it would be awesome to get that, like, darkness in your sky again. You know, if you can combine these two snaps, I think you'd have, like, your strongest candidate. But this one's still, I think, your best bet. But yeah, I'm super clever about this. Or super curious, not clever. I wasn't clever at all. I couldn't figure it out. But I'm super curious about this. So if you find out how you're able to only darken this portion of the shot and not darken any of this, I would love to know. Love to know. Also, look at how... Bro, this is so weird. Look at this, too. Like, look at how blue the sky is over here. We can see another constellation, right? And this is the corner of the scene. The corner. And this is what vignette darkens. And now we go over here, and this is the same sky. Like, pitch black. Completely pitch black. I am playing on reduced settings right now. I wonder if because, like, you know, I don't ever want my... I'm basically trying to make sure my stream room doesn't get too hot. Because when I'm streaming and I'm running on ultra settings, it can get a little crazy. But I wonder if going up to ultra settings... I'm going to look for the darkest place in the sky. Oh, and let's also go to the time of day where the moon is lowest on the horizon. So the moon is low over here. Well, you would think it would be darkest opposite of the moon. I don't know. Very interesting, though. Well, I got to get back to the other reviews. So, sorry I couldn't help you on that one. I think that's the first time I've been stumped on a camera setting. I'm not sure what would cause something like that. Bonus points to whoever can figure it out. Ronald, thank you for the bits, my friend. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Ross said, I definitely, you know, so weird, LOL. Thank you, friend. Yeah, well, thanks for sharing it, because, yeah, if we can figure that out and teach everybody how to do it, that would be awesome. But, you know, it might just be one of those one-off things that kind of happened. You know, Dreamlight Valley is not the most polished game. There's a lot of random bugs that can happen with weather and lighting, and you might have just had a perfect storm where you had some kind of issue with your sky that at the time, and then with your settings, it amplified it, and it ended up making a pretty cool effect where you had a very dark pocket here, and you didn't have any darkness here. So it could have just been something totally random, and we'll kind of know it was if it can't be replicated. But yeah, if anybody finds out how to do it, let me know, and then we can show everybody how to do it. It's very, very interesting. All right. And, like, I know this camera tool like the back of my hand. Like, I've experimented with this in, like, so many ridiculous ways. And I just am at a loss. Like, this looks like vignette, but it can't be. Not with the way the bottom of the shot looks. Vignette rounds out the whole thing. You can't target spots with vignette. So, but it looks like vignette. So weird. Alicia. Oh, yeah. I remember this one. We had a cool idea for this one. Alicia said, such an improvement. Thank you so much for your feedback. Awesome. So, my idea for this one is to play the blues more, and we talked about casting blue light through these gates by putting blue lights behind the walls. And then we also talked about amping up the rain a little bit to give it more of a sad feel. So now we take a look at the new one. Oh, yeah, dude. Nice. Yeah, I love the blue lights in there. Very cool. Good heavy rain. Yeah, that extra blue really pops here. Also like that you move the projector in. You know, I think we were talking about this possibly. Since you have, like, so much gray, I don't know if there's something else you can put in front of it to kind of hide it. Maybe a bush of some kind, like there is a bush in similar color to these that has like little red flowers, but it's like a blue bush with little red flowers. But you don't have to hide it, you know, but if you wanted to. But yeah, I love the blue light casting coming in here. Only thing I would consider from here, if you wanted to do anything else, is potentially you could make up for one. I would give yourself maybe a like dark purple or maroon lip and maybe some blue eyeshadow because we can see your eyes through the glasses here. So eyeshadow would still be fun. And the other thing would be a little bit of a boost to saturation, just to make these blues very vibrant, get them to really pop. And I want to show you one more very cool thing you can do with the camera tool for rainy day scenes. You might have already done this to a degree, but just in case, this is a pretty neat little trick for anybody doing a sadness build. Dang it, I went to the wrong place. But we're gonna boost our blueness, so to say. So we're gonna come over here. All right, something's casting a big shadow on me, but yeah, it's those trees I have. Let's just ignore that. Or actually, I'll just delete it. Yeah, we were talking about scary things. But a fun thing you can do in this week's challenge, I usually don't use color temperature because it darkens your entire photo. But let's say we go to -30. Now the whole photo is a lot more blue, but it's also impossible to see. But if we combine that with highlight, we can get a lot of that light back and we keep the blue. A happy place to be, if you want to do this, I would say is -25 on color temperature. And highlight to crank it full blast. So highlight all the way up to 1, color temperature to -25, and you get a very distinctly blue kind of filter of your scene, but you're not going to lose a lot of your coloration. It can make the raindrops a bit more blue. You're not going to lose a lot of your lighting because the highlight will fix that. But could be fun to do. You might already be doing it because your clouds do have a very blue hue to them, so I think you might already be doing that. I would, I don't know what your saturation is at, but I would consider, if you're using sunset lighting here, 0.2 to 0.3, which I think you are using sunset because you have an extended shadow. See, I do like, and the lights are on, so probably sunset. I would do like 0.2, 0.3 on saturation just to make it really pop. Mr. Left Shark. We got yesterday's. Oh no, this is yesterday's. Boom. Yeah, only thing we talked about for Left Sharks was just upping the rain factor a little bit. Because we have rain around this house. And the raindrops we have here are the natural in-game raindrops. And, you know, they're kind of hard to make out. So we see, like, really detailed rain over here. And now when we look at this one, we get the nice thick ones. I missed my first
review, but thanks, friend.
Hey, let's go. Well, I'm glad you caught it. And welcome, Left Shark. Welcome. Thank you for the super chat, brother. Thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, I love the new raindrops here. Looks very good. Nice. And you got them extra blue, too. You must have cranked up that blue filter quite a bit because you got a really good blue hue on these guys. Yeah, very nice. Very nice. Villagers still look really good. You kind of have them in the same place. Very solid. But yeah, great addition. Already a very cool snap. Sue Lee. Remove Lady, as suggested. Okay, so this was yesterday's. You had Lady in there. Very strong snap here. You know, a lot of good blue elements. We mentioned Lady because she's not really contributing to the sadness factor here, and this is a full sadness build. So she looks very happy. She has a blue collar, but she kind of sticks out like a sore thumb on this one. And it looks like you have two... Bro, Did I miss something? Oh, that's the new event umbrella, right? Okay. I was like, where in the hell did that umbrella come from? I have never seen that before. Can you get that already? Maybe I already have it. I did the new things. Bro, that is a goofy looking umbrella. If I would say if you're going to pose with an umbrella, I would probably do one like the cloudy day one with the clouds that has more blue. The bird head here feels a little out of place, feels a little random. I do love the position of the raven here though. This one I think feels the most natural. But yeah, good lighting, good saturation, really good blue. And like I mentioned yesterday, you know, the extra details like the snails and such. Very cool, very cool. Actually, we mentioned the snails in another photo. I don't think you had them in yours, but you brought them in. Now, I will say in your original, I think the foreground was a little better. Like, you know how you have the blue Eternity Owl plants and the blue flowers come up a little bit more? I love a full and lush foreground. So, I would still try to have that here if I were you. I think it's better than just the added details that you have in the backdrop. Honestly, as it is right now, I think the first one is better because of that. Not to mention your pose fills out the sidewalk very well in the original. In the new one, your angle is a little bit different. And you from the side, you're not filling out the sidewalk as much. So your pose here, you filled out the sidewalk very well. She does look pretty happy, which, you know, there are ways you can make her look a little bit less. But your foreground was also really strong. You know, really it was just, you know, we talked about kind of sliding Lady out and, you know, grabbing a very similar shot. But it looks like there were a few more changes. A change to the angle. Change to the position of the avatar with the pose. And a change with the position of Sadness, which bringing Sadness closer I don't think is a bad thing at all. But I would still have the same setup that you had with the big foreground. I would just have Sadness. If you want to bring her up, I would bring her up like right here. But I think she was good. Honestly, I would stick with the original in this case. The foreground is more lush. It feels very, you know, very full, very detailed. The Raven is at a great pose, and you have a really good balance with the path. The only thing that feels a little out of place is Lady, but I still think this is a for sure 4K snap. Well, I won't say for sure. You never know what you're going to pop up against, but I think this is very likely for 4K. These as well, I think could. The umbrella's a little wonky here. I probably wouldn't do that one. Some people might like it, but it's kind of weird. And I like the Stitch bucket being kind of in the scene. And I also like the open carpet here with the blue chair. So it looks like you made a lot of changes to the decor of the environment. Your original build, in my opinion, was a bit better. When you get a review and we talk about one thing that you might want to change, I would be very, very careful for the re-review to just focus on that thing. We didn't really have a problem with the setup over here. We didn't have a problem with the foregrounds. We didn't have a problem with the position of the avatar. But in your new scene, all that has changed. So the foreground isn't as lush. You know, the snails are cool. They're cool in some of the other snaps, but you didn't need them. I think your scene was great the way you had it laid out here. You had plenty of blue. The blue birdhouse, the blue ottoman here. You know, the tissue box, the blue raven next to the blue birdhouse. Yeah, I would definitely go with your original. And for future re-reviews, you know, like, if there's things in your snap that I'm not recommending changing, that usually means they're pretty good, you know, like you don't have to worry about them. But the setup you had here was great with like the umbrella, the open carpet, you know. You had a lot of diversity in your decor and you had a really balanced scene. But in this one, it's way more open on both the bottom left and bottom right. And it's not as balanced. this side feels smaller than this side. I would definitely stick with the original in this case. I think this is your strongest submission for sure. Beyblade. Hi, Semi. I tried to do as you suggested by adding the pot of gold, rainbows, and sun motif instead of the Peter Pan rainbow. Let me know what you think. I don't usually use motifs, so trying to size them on PS5 was interesting. Yeah, they're kind of weird. First is the original, and second are the retakes. Yeah, only motifs I really use are the ones that are like kind of made for Dreamsnaps. All right, so you got it centered there. And you used... Yeah, I love these rainbows because they give... They have a wider color spectrum, and they look really good with increased saturation as well. Now, for the sun, I would probably make it a little smaller. I mean, it's not bad where it is. On this one, you have the light flare kind of showing through here. But if you made it a little smaller, you can have that light flare kind of coming before the rainbow. I know in mine, I don't have it too big in my example scene. I mean, it's... I don't know, it might be close to the same size as yours. Also, my sky is a deeper blue than yours because I think you're on midday and I'm on sunset. So the light flares tend to stand out a little better. Your saturation was higher yesterday. Look at the color of the sky yesterday versus today. See how you have a deeper blue yesterday? I would crank the saturation up. That's going to have the sun stand out better. To whatever you had yesterday. Because I think you had great levels yesterday. It's not far off. It's not too different, but the sky is notably less blue in the new one. Also, these rainbows in particular are really cool when you boost the saturation on them. I think you do have a saturation boost here, I can tell. But I think it was just a little higher yesterday. But yeah, I think the sun's going to be really good to play with the sunny weather here. I just might take the sun band below the edge of the inside-out house here. And I try to get the exact dark blue or darker blue sky color balance that you have in this one. Dreamy Dewdrop. Hey, so I tried to implement your recommendations as best I could. The footprint of some items in the game is really irks me. Yeah, I know what you mean. I did manage to get the memory frames a bit more balanced in my updated shot. I opened up a bit more space in my sky for the sun to have more breathing room. I also tried to place the Sense of Self lamp to where they were better balanced as well. If there are any other recommendations you have, I would love to hear them. Definitely approve since my first ever Dreamsnap because of these videos. Thank you, as always, for taking the time to give helpful advice. Of course, of course. So, yesterday's. Today's. Oh, I mean, today's. Yeah. Very good job. Nice. Yeah, the balance is really good on the new one. That's very aesthetically pleasing. You know, you got a really good balance here. Memories look really great. You got some space for the sun here. With the aurora, though, I think the sun's going to be a little harder to see thanks to the aurora. But you can still have it there. As long as you have that sun, you're going to have that weather dynamic, which is really good. But yeah, great job. Great job. Very solid. I know it was not easy to, like, balance things because you had to change a lot. You know, you had the Sense of Self lamp here on this side. On this one, it's to the left of the memory. And with these memory displays, when you have them turned towards the camera like that, they have a pretty annoying footprint. So I know this wasn't easy to fix and get the balance, but it does make the snap more competitive, and it looks great. You did very well on this, actually. Good job. Horizontal. Thank you for the advice. I wasn't able to rebuild in the Verlands due to time difference. I'm in the UK, so when I get your advice, it's usually 2 a.m. in the morning. I had a hospital appointment, so I couldn't start until this afternoon. I could not get the hang of the free mode at all. It looks much easier on PC. No, I was using a controller, horizontal, when I showed you free mode. It's not easier on PC. I'm literally using an Xbox controller when I do it. So, I'm kind of confused. I don't use my PC controls unless I'm laying path, like clicking and moving items. So what I showed you yesterday was, well, let me show you again. You gotta learn the camera, you know? Like, if you want to grow in Dreamsnaps, you gotta experiment with it. If you don't have time this week, that's fine, but I would definitely recommend, like, you know, practicing with the camera in all modes. Free mode is a bit more advanced, but I'm literally not, you know, there's no PC advantage. There's no, like, oh, it's easier on PC. The only thing that's easier on PC is, like, laying path and moving items around. I have the same exact controller as you have, right? And I'm playing the exact same way. So you go into free mode, right? And if you've never used it before, you might be like, how the heck do I move around? Well, it tells you on the left side of your screen. Hold in left trigger and move the left stick, and you can move the camera around. Hold in the left trigger and move the right stick, and you can zoom in and out. That's it. That's all it is. And if you don't hold in any trigger, you can rotate around like this. So if you hold in the left trigger and use the left stick, you can move the camera left to right and forward to back. If you hold down the left trigger and use the right stick, you can zoom in and out. It tells you on the left side of your screen. So yeah, I'm using the exact same buttons as you. So no need for re-review because it's pretty much the same photo we saw yesterday. You added more lightning, which is cool. You know, it looks good. Hopefully next week, you know, if you want to participate, if you don't have time to do the changes I talk about, just don't submit for re-review. It's in the rules. So check out the re-review rules because, you know, that's if I'm going to dedicate a bunch of time to showing you stuff like this and be like, hey, here's how to do this. Like, I took the time to show you. I opened the camera. I zoomed in. I'm using the same controller as you. I'm like, you know, you can try this. It's going to put your avatar way closer. You're doing a really good pose. I showed you an example photo of a player that did the same. You know, I kind of went out of my way to, like, and then if you didn't like it, you could always just stick with the original. But I wanted you to at least try. And if you don't have time to try, that's totally fine with me. But just don't submit for re-review if you don't have time to try to take the advice I'm giving. I'm not going to be offended if you don't submit for re-review. All right, moving on. Danielle, first is new, last is old. Okay, so this was the old one. And this is the new one. So, Danielle, I'm still kind of lost here, you know, with the concept you have going on. Yesterday, I pointed out that Joy's main colors are going to be green and yellow, right? Like, that's for a Joy build, and I showed you my build, you know, like I showed you like a little Joy scene, right? So we're going to have, like, green grass and yellow and pixie dust and, you know, this thing. And then it's a weather challenge, too, so we want to have, like, sunshine, right? So in your re-review submission today, you didn't really take the advice I was giving. You know, my advice and yours was, like, let's focus on, if you're going to do a Joy build, let's focus on Joy's colors. Let's focus on yellow and green, not yellow and red. Red is anger. Yellow and green are going to be associated with joy. So let's make a build with, like, gold and yellow. And then after I tell you that, we have a balloon arch with like pink and blue, and the only green you put in the photo were these two items here. So I can't really spend much time on this re-review. Again, if you want to do the re-reviews, you can always skip them. But if you want to participate in the re-reviews, I just need to see that you're listening to the advice I'm giving and you're incorporating it into the new photos. Also, Danielle, if you read the rules, it does say when you submit for a re-review, you need to include the advice you received and what you did. The reason is because I can't remember everything I advise for every photo. You know, there's no way my memory is going to be that good because I review, you know, hundreds of photos a week. Well, every couple of weeks. But we review a lot of photos. So when you submit your snaps, to re-review, you need to include a little statement that says, here's what you recommended and here's what I did. That way we can kind of know how you took the advice, but it seems to me like you might have forgot what I recommended, and that's why you didn't include it, because the things I talked about aren't really here. And the reason we wanted to get rid of a lot of the red is because we don't want to confuse voters. If we're going to do a Joy build, we want to focus on Joy's colors. But in the new one, you did kind of the same thing, but instead of red, now it's pink and orange. You know, and we talked about playing up, you know, an inside-out outfit. And, you know, if you want to do a Riley cosplay, that's definitely a direction you can go. But I would try to play into that somehow with the storytelling of the scene. I'm going to give you a quick word of advice for this week's challenge. I would scrap your current concept if you have time today. And I would focus on just doing a simple Joy build. You know, not a split scene like this. This is going to take you forever. You don't have a lot of time, but you're going to have a nice open sky, put the sun motif in it, use the sunset time of day, and play up gold and green. That's what I was recommending yesterday. So if you want to do a Joy build, let's focus on the Joy colors. That's going to resonate better with voters, and it has a very high beauty factor. So, you know, you can screenshot this and you can just kind of do something similar if you want, or you can check out my Thursday video. But yeah, green, yellow, the Joy build, and you can use Joy's outfit since you're going with Joy. If you've reached your level 10 outfit. If you're going to wear the Riley clothes, I would probably play into Riley's character a bit more. Maybe use a memory of Riley's birthday. You know, there's different ways you can do that. But again, the main critique we gave you yesterday, Danielle, was we wanted you to, you know, if you're going to do a Joy build, we wanted you to lean into Joy's colors. But then, you know, sadly, that did not happen today either. So remember, for future re-reviews, Danielle, maybe when I do your review, it might be worth it to, like, pull out a notepad and, like, type the advice I'm giving. That way you can reflect on it while you work on the snap. Because it looks like, you know, there's a major disconnect between what I was trying to communicate and what you did. All right. Steepy T. Oh, yeah, this was a very cool one. I really like this snap. I have a conniption. I wasn't going to submit for re-review as you had no major changes for me, so figured I'd save some stream time and decide myself after trying out your recommendations, but I'm having a hard time choosing. The empty sky above my head bothers me a tiny bit. The aurora is my comfort blanket. Yeah, I like the aurora. Mickey Cloud popped out, so I figured I'd try a shot that included them. Has a sense of self lights, but don't know if the Joy one is too much. I like the blue one, though. Thank you so much. Have a great weekend. All right, let's take a look here. So we got one new one here. Mickey Cloud one. And this one. Mickey Cloud for sure. Usually I don't, you know, the Mickey Cloud, I commonly refer to it as the most overrated Dreamsnaps item because it very rarely has a good impact on rank. However, when you have like an empty space that you've balanced out really well on this side, and then you just have one empty space over here, the Mickey Cloud can be a great addition. But in a lot of snaps, it's just kind of there, and the snap would perform just the same if it wasn't. But this is a really good use case for it. So I would go with that one because it's the most balanced out of your current options. And also, you're a little bit closer to the avatar in the new one, which is great. My rule of thumb is having a little bit of space between the top of the screen and the avatar. And I like that you're a little bit closer in this one. And I don't think this is too much by any stretch. But you don't have to have it if you don't want to, because you do have a yellow memory right here. That's going to be more than enough. You know, the blue one back here is fun. Because like I said yesterday, the thing with the sense of self lamp, the tricky thing is that you don't really have a space for it. But it looks really good here. So I don't think it's overwhelming the photo or too much. And it adds another inside-out element to the scene, which is going to make it even more competitive. However, the most competitive scene you have right now would be the one with the Mickey Cloud and the sun, because it's the most balanced. You know, really balances out this area. And the sun adds to the weather dynamic as opposed to, you know, the rainy, thundery side here. Very likely for 4K with this, though. Great portal scene. Very well done. Mama Llama. Yesterday's added rain on the right side, added the inside out light things, added I forgot the name of them so much yesterday, and then I looked them up. Now I know. The sense of self lamps. Yes. I don't really have any sad memories completed yet, so this one will have to do. I've been slacking on completing memories. Yeah, I've kind of been doing the same. Okay, so got to use what you got here. All right. Let me get this bigger. There we go. That's better. So yesterday's versus today's. Much better getting rid of all the white here. But now that I'm seeing you're in the meadow or plaza, I would go no path. You know, Joy's colors are yellow and green. You have yellow memories, and she's holding this yellow orb. You don't need the gray path here. We could go beautiful green grassy yard with some extra happy flowers and pixie dust. Boom. Joy's colors all throughout. Now for the sun, the tricky thing is you definitely want the sun to like play up the weather aspect of the left side, but it's best for the sun to kind of be in its own little spot. So you might want to move it up above the rainbow a little bit, to where the bands of the sun kind of come down over the rainbow. I'd probably have like half the ball out of the half the sun out of the shot, like just kind of layer it at the top of the scene. But yeah, I think for the Joy side, I would get rid of the gray. I would just get rid of the path, and I would put a little bit of pixie dust down and a few flowers. Overall, though, solid improvement. You know, we went from like a lot of white and like a big cloud back here. Which, you know, if you have cloudy weather here and this is supposed to be the sunny side, you don't want the giant cloud. So now that we got nice sunny weather on this side, and we got rid of all that white, so now we got some nice green to pair with Joy. Also, your shadow is kind of hitting Joy a little bit. I would move Joy ever so slightly to the left, even if she blocks this memory a little bit. We're still going to be able to tell it's a happy memory. Nelvaria. Okay, here's your old one. Hey, Samai, thank you so much for the great feedback. Also, I wanted to thank you for the wonderful reviews you always leave on the stream. Following your tips, I moved the house closer to the center of my picture and tried to capture more rain and lighting through the clouds. I hope the rain comes across well and that the feeling of sadness is now better expressed in my picture. I also changed the outfit. Sorry for my really bad English. Oh, your English is great. I couldn't even tell it wasn't your first language. It's so good. Here is my new snap now. Okay, let's take a look. Oh, very fun. Donald falling over is hilarious. I love the way you're kind of looking down in that direction too. This is so fun. I think voters are really gonna like this. One thing that works very well, Nelvaria, is a snap that tells a story. Anytime you can tell a bit of a story in your snap, it's going to give you a bit of a boost. So, you know, having the foresight, because I didn't tell you to do this. You just did this yourself, and this is very clever. So very good job there. The only thing I would recommend from changing here is the leaf strewn path. Since this is like a little town build, if you want to make it feel if you want to maximize that sadness, I would recommend using this path from the last StarPath, this dark gray brick. It looks really good for a rainy day. And then you can add texture to it by taking these blue rugs. These are under the Cinderella tab, and you can put them under some of your houses. So we have it under this house as like a doormat, you know, and there's a charter rug that you can craft. So there are 2 blue rugs. You can do like this one under the house to the left, and you can do the charter rug under the house to the right. That way you can get some extra blue in the photo, and you can swap out, you know, usually I'm not big on grays and whites, but the dark gray looks pretty good. So instead of the brown sandstones, because we want to play up Joy's colors, we want to play up the blues, which you've done very well here. So let's try to do the same with the ground. Keep Donald, he's perfect. Joy, Sadness is perfect. So if we swap your path here for the gray, the dark gray brick from the Valentine's Day Star Path, and then we put the blue rug under this house and the charter rug under this house, you're going to have additional blue on both sides of the scene. And we're not going to have all this brown. We're going to have like a dark gray, which is going to match, you know, the rainy feel. But that's my final advice on this one. Overall, solid improvement. Solid improvement. You know, you have one of the best houses in the game back here, but you were not close enough to activate its rain effect. So the fact that you've gotten closer today and we get this awesome effect. You got the rain very heavily coming in, which looks great. Oh, I do have one more tiny recommendation if you wanted to make this even more competitive. Aside from the path and the carpets, you see how you have this lightning over here on the left and this lightning here? I would try to get lightning in this corner as well. And I would also stick a blue street light pretty far outside of the frame just to get a little bit of blue light coming in on this side. I think that could be really nice as well. Good job. Scuttle. First is the original. You suggested adding the motif. I had trouble with the sizing of it. I also added a couple of rain clouds on the side and moved Joy over a smidge. All right. Let's see here. OG, okay. And then we have this one. Very nice, very nice. And then you have this one. Looks like you turned a little bit to get that sun in there more. And then you have one final one for me. Hello? There we go. The lightning looks really good on this one. Ooh, I think this one's the best. Yeah, your most recent one is really good. We can see into Joy's memory very well. I think the sun's in a great position here. And you have good lightning. So overall, very solid, very solid. This really captures the weather dynamic very well. Yeah, great job, great job. Crafty Joe. We got yesterday's. Taking a while to load. You know, we need to change the path of the darker one to get closer to the camera. Use the sunset lighting, add the blue filter boost highlight, use the effect items, and use umbrella, and maybe change the light stone items. Okay. Looks like you made a lot of changes. Let's take a look at the new build. All right, all right. Are you using Sinister Brick? I think that might be a little too dark. So the path I recommend is this one here. Did you do the last star path? This path was from the Valentine's Day star path that we just had in February. So if you have this one, it won't be quite as dark. You already have a lot of shadow on your scene. So this one will give you a nice dark feel, a nice gray feel that works well for a rainy day. But it's not going to like make your snap like, you know, black. And the Sinister Brick here, I think, is a little too dark. So I would go with the brick that we're referencing there. Now, with the sunset time of day, I want you to notice, you know, your pillars back here and your egg lights. You know, now you got all those activating, which is great. But you do have a lot of shade on this side. I don't know what's blocking a lot of the light here. But what you can do to mitigate some of that is you can boost your highlight a little bit. So when a scene comes in a little bit too dark, like let's say, let me show you. I'm gonna put a big shadow on my scene real quick. Of course, I have like no room. Okay. All this stuff I've placed as examples. We're going to put a big shadow on my scene. Okay. Now the back is still pretty lit, but you know, you can see it's very, very dark here. So your character is well lit though, so don't worry much about her. We're more concerned with the environment itself. So if we hide the avatar here, first off, switching your path out. Don't go with black pathing if it's already in the shade. It's going to make the snap too dark. And what we can do here is boost one of our most useful sliders, which is highlight. So when you boost highlight, look at the difference here. You can't even really see the shadow anymore. Like here's where the sun is and here's the shadow. They look almost the same. You can still tell that there's light over there, but look at how much more visible the photo becomes. So this is normal. Let me snap it actually. That's normal. And this is with highlight. Now we're going to take a look at both options. And I haven't even touched saturation yet, because we can make this look even better. So same exact photo here, right? One has highlight, one doesn't. Huge difference. So whenever your photo comes off a little bit too dark, just boosting the highlight is going to completely transform how much you stand out during the voting phase, which is going to be very, very important. Now, the other thing I recommend, I don't know if you've completed Sadness's quest, but voters love cute things, right? This outfit right here, the Sadness overalls, it has storm clouds, it has raindrops, and it's the perfect blue shade. I think that's going to look a lot better than what you're using. I would definitely use the Sadness overalls. I know a lot of people are using them, but it's going to be much cuter, and I think it's going to resonate better with voters. So yeah, the main things I would do from here is I would definitely swap out the path to something that is not black. So maybe go with the dark gray brick pathing from the recent StarPath. And since you have so much shade here, like around the goose on this item here, like we have some light coming in the back, but a lot of shade here. Let's boost the highlight to get some of the color back into this scene. Also worth mentioning that most players, you know, especially a lot of the good snaps we review, they get a lot closer to the camera than you're getting. Don't be shy, you know, get right up in there. Really showcase your avatar. It's one of your greatest strengths. And when you get close to the avatar, you can show their makeup. You can show how you styled the hair. Like this one has dark blue hair, like a very dark blue, and a light blue eyeshadow, and a soft lip. But look at how well these other players are presenting their avatar. Look at how much bigger of a role the avatars are playing. And a lot of these players you're seeing in these reviews are people that are very consistently getting 4K. The reason they're all putting their avatar like at the front of their scene like this is because they've learned how successful that is. They've seen how consistently they get 4K from doing this. So don't be afraid to get closer, you know? you're very tiny compared to a lot of people here. You don't always have to be right up in the frame, but, and, you know, sadness can be kind of behind you a little bit. But I would reconsider the outfit. I would reconsider the path to something that's not quite this dark. And I would boost the highlight since you have a lot of shadow going on here. At least your sun's in a good place, though, because your shadow is going back into your scene. And you have great lighting. And also, these lights are actually active now. Because yesterday, you know, since you were in the midday, you had these street lights back here, but they weren't doing anything for you. So now you got some good blue light coming in. Some good rainy weather. But, you know, you really want your photo to stand out in the voting phase. A lot of people vote fast. And if your picture doesn't draw their eye right away, you might end up losing. In a lot of the cases, that's exactly what happens. So I would definitely boost the highlight here. You can also take the saturation, since you're at sunset, to about 0.2 or 0.3. So highlight, crank that up. If the character gets too bright, just you can always set character lighting to 1%, which will actually make it lower. Because character lighting is on by default. That's another interesting thing. Oh yeah, and here's how this, you know, so I made the scene dark, right? Like I was showing you. So highlight, it usually looks like this. But with the highlight, it looks like this. And then we can boost saturation as well, and now it looks like this. So we made the picture brighter and more vivid. And, you know, I'm also going to fix the... So this is what it looks like normal. I'm going to fix the focus. But yeah, there we go. Oh, and you see how bright the lights are in the back? Here's another neat thing. If you go to light bloom, like look at these windows. You see how the light is like pouring out of the windows and it's like a little too bright because we turned up the highlight? If we set light bloom to 1%, see how it nullifies that extra light, makes it more calm. So if your lights get too bright after boosting highlight, just set your light bloom to 1%. It'll calm them down a lot. But yeah, I'm glad you got your effects active in the new scene, Crafty Joe. MJ had a fun photo yesterday. I had a little bit of room in the back to play with, get some glow in there. All right, so this is this one. All right, good. You were able to get a nice little glow in there. Can I get it bigger? There we go. Still, always avoid being this close to the edge. Just keep that in mind for future snaps, MJ. Again, there's never any benefit to that because you never know when you might want to add a house to the background or there's some kind of meta you want to consider. So building close to the edge will always rob you of potential opportunities. Looks like the angle slightly shifted here, but the spirit fire is more visible today. That's cool. I would try to get kind of the same angle you had yesterday. So you see how today you're kind of to the left of the door? Yesterday you were right, you know, you had a little bit of space between the door, and you see this fiddlehead fern, how there's a little gap between it and the bottom of the shot. And on today's, it comes like all the way down. It's a little too large in today's. So I would go for this same angle you had yesterday, but with the new silhouette. And you can tame the silhouette a little bit. It doesn't need to be quite this bright. So what I recommended for you yesterday was a soft silhouette. So you have two options for that. You could do less street lights, just to have a soft silhouette through the window, or you could do what I just showed, and you can just set light bloom to 1% to soften it. So light bloom at regular, you can see how bright this yellow is. And if we set light bloom to 1%, it'll soften that light. So the same thing applies to silhouettes. In fact, let me go straight to my silhouette in the back here, and I can do the same thing. All right, we got our silhouette forest here. And if we want to tame that silhouette a little. We just set light bloom to 1%. And now we don't get that light haze around the edge of the plants, and it's more crisp. You don't always have to do this. Sometimes a bright silhouette is really nice, but since your photo is more dark and dreary, I would go with a softer silhouette instead of a stronger one. But yeah, final thoughts on your snap. What I would try to do from where you are right now is keep the silhouette effect that we added in, but try to get the same framing you had yesterday. Try to get the same position on the fiddlehead fern, and try to get your arm kind of going, like, you know, this little open spot of the doorway here, I think was like a really good alignment with the wall. And try to have your avatar face us directly. So see how on today's you're kind of turned? Yesterday, you were facing us dead on, and I really like that. You know, we can really see the avatar well, and she looks very good here. So I would go for that same framing on the avatar and that same framing on the scene, but with the added silhouette. But, you know, the soft silhouette, of course. Snowdrop. Oh. Oh my god, are we done? Holy crap, we're done! Oh, I bet you there's some people that submitted after the stream started. Let's check and see. Primary reviews. No, we did all these. That's good. Secondary. Let's see, did anybody new submit while we were doing reviews? Ashley will probably know. Let's check the chat. Let's check the chat. It's good that we're done, because I gotta whip out my Steam Deck and finish my snap tonight. Been busy with the reviews, so I have not done that yet. Pull up the chat here. We have Ems and Lisa left for re-reviews, and we're done. Okay, nice, nice. Sapphire said, "Can I submit one?" Sapphire. So the way it works is, if you want to participate in the review streams, you need to upload before the stream starts. That way I have an idea of, you know, how many snaps I'm going to have to do, and I can kind of, you know, plan my day accordingly. So if I have free time, like after I finish everybody's, if I didn't stream for my usual duration, like if we have time remaining, then absolutely, you could submit one. However, my streams are supposed to be 3 to 4 hours, and I have been live now for over 5. So in the, you know, if you would like to submit for reviews, my advice is for next week, when the new challenge comes out, on Thursday, I'll drop a guide about the challenge. And before you worry about submitting, I would watch that guide, because you'll kind of know what I'm looking for and what good items you can use for the challenge, good ways to approach the theme, etc., etc. So after the video on Thursday, you can submit anytime between Thursday and Monday at 3 p.m. If you submit before 3 p.m. on Monday, then you are guaranteed to get a review on either Friday or Monday. But since we're way over on stream time, I can't take any more reviews today, because I gotta have dinner, I gotta take a shower, I gotta work on my own snap, so I can't take any more. Well, you know, you can put it in there and I can take a quick look at it, okay? How about that? I can take a really quick look, but I won't be able to give you a thorough review. I can at least maybe give you a couple quick pointers. Ashley, if you want to tag me in the remaining reviews, I can try to hunt them down. I see M's. Hey, Zemai, not only do I procrastinate on Dreamsnaps, but I procrastinate packing for my upcoming trip. I leave tomorrow. I didn't have time to rework the snap with a character pose, but I tried to implement as many of the suggestions as I could, getting rid of some tulips, diversifying everything on the joy side, more blue on the blue side, sunset lighting, got rid of the mud pathing, sun motif, I couldn't seem to really get rid of the haze at the very back of the Joy side. Yeah, it might have to do with the biome you're in. Some of the floating islands have like a natural fog. I made sure I was on the sun setting and I built on the meadow. Huh. I play on the Switch, so maybe that's just poor graphics. Could be. Yeah, it might just be Switch graphics. If that's the case, you might just have to build closer in on the Switch. Also, I have time adjusting the angle to fit the sun motif, but we'll try to keep playing around with it. Well, are you on Switch too? Because, I mean, like, it looks pretty good to me. Like, but yeah, I know on the lower graphic settings, sometimes it'll fog up the background as you get further away. Like, it won't load in the colors as much. So, that could be it. That could be it. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Really nice. Awesome. Yeah, I think you did a great job with the changes here. And then one additional. Oh, you got some extra decor in there. Yeah, you got the sun up there. For the sun, what you could do is, you know, have just half of the orb in the scene. You know, like basically put it up a little bit higher if you want to. That way it doesn't have to touch the rainbow. You know, having it tiny like that is fine. You can just move it up a little bit more. In fact, I can show you kind of an example because that's what I did in this scene here. My sun's a little bit bigger than yours. But yeah, I just went up to the halfway point of the circle. And I just have half of the sun coming in. So that's kind of the approach there. You can do the same thing here. So if you don't have a lot of room for it, just scoot it up a little bit higher. But yeah, really good changes here, Ims. Very positive, very positive. So it looked kind of pale over here on yesterday. And, you know, we had a lot of the tulips, not much diversity. They're beautiful, but we want to add some extra items. And then we wanted to break up this mud pathing and go with something that, you know, since this is like a developed house, like, you know, it wouldn't likely have a mud yard. So getting this brick in there as well looks good. And especially this one. This, I think, is your strongest scene. The sun looks good on the side. The fog doesn't look as bad. I think it's a little bit more clear, but wait a minute. You have yellow lights back here. That's your fog. It's light fog. It's light fog. If those lights are right up against this lighthouse, it will fog up that environment. Well, it might not be because it shouldn't fog up the top. Yeah, even the top is foggy, so that's not the case. But you did get rid of the fog here. Like, there's no fog at the top. If you're wondering about the fog remaining, this remaining bit of haze is from your lights. This remaining bit of haze down here at the bottom. Because you see, if we look up, we don't really see it. Right? If we go past where the lights are. So I think there's a little bit of light haze coming in, but that's it. But yeah, you did get rid of most of the fog. It looks good back there. And yeah, you can scoop the sun up. And yeah, your third option is the best for sure, because you added some great items in there, and you got a great shot of Pluto looking really happy and excited. I think voters will really like that aspect of the scene. Is your raccoon wearing glasses? Is that like a cozy edition thing? I have that. I just haven't even, you know, installed it. Okay. Oh, yeah, it's probably cozy edition because you're using the cozy edition raccoon up there, too. All right, and the last one here would be Lisa H. Oh, yes, yes. I'm trying to get my Dreamsnap photo, but my Switch will not save to my gallery. I have to reset it. Can I please submit a little after 3? Upload third photo by mistake. I meant to upload this one. Thank you so much. You said to use your video for the blue ones and remove the black flowers. Okay. So this was yesterday's, I believe. And then we have this one. Okay. Yeah, has a you know, a better blue feel, but some new issues here. First off, you see how much shadow you have coming on to your avatar here. It looks like yesterday you boosted your highlight, because yesterday you had shadow as well, right? But you see how... So here's where the shadow was on your face yesterday. But you see how the shadow is very tamed? That's because you boosted your highlight to get good lighting. Today, you didn't adjust the highlight, so you didn't get, you know, you weren't able to clear up some of that shadow. And I would recommend boosting highlight here because you have a lot of shadow throughout the scene. Also, boosting highlight is going to make this memory here a lot more visible. And I probably wouldn't use the water hair. It hasn't been very popular this week. If you want to do something fun with the hair, I would just style your hair to like be reflective of the colors. So you can do like brown with blue highlights, or like, you know, blue, dark blue with light blue highlights. There's some fun things you can do with that. But yeah, you had better lighting yesterday. You had, you know, not as much. You had the highlight boosted. So your shadows aren't as, because we see shadows right here, we see shadows here, but they're hard to see because you boosted the highlight. So let's boost the highlight here as well, just like we did yesterday. And the other thing I would recommend is filling out this foreground. You see how in the foreground over here on the right, you have this glass blue flower? And also when it comes to foreground, I have a pretty big recommendation for you. Something I always do, Lisa, always do. And this is something you want to do for every Dreamsnap. No matter what kind of Dreamsnap you're doing, it's always good to do this. And that is fill your corners. So you see this bottom left corner over here? We have nothing here. You could take flowers like this and just kind of have them come into this corner. Or you can do a bush or a lot of things, you know, furniture. And then same for this corner. Now you have the memory here, but like if you were to take, you know, another flower and just like have it right here, you know, that would fill out that corner. I do that for every single snap. In fact, you know, if we look at, let's look at, I need to save this one. Look at the corner down here in Desert Haven. Look at this beautiful flower with the green going down. Then we have a glass flower and a tea set. Now we look at the bottom left-hand corner over here and we see a cactus and a teapot and Aladdin. So this corner is filled and this corner is filled. If we look at my previous snaps, notice how when we look in this bottom right-hand corner, we have a tree stump, there's a burlap sack, and an anvil. When we go over to this corner, we have an additional table with a gear on it. In this photo, when we go to the, in this photo, when we go to the bottom right-hand corner, you're going to see a rose and pure ice. When we go to the left-hand corner, you're going to see pure ice crystals and a raccoon. So not only do I fill out these corners, but I make sure these bottom parts of the frame always have something. This is a very good approach to balancing your snap. It's always going to make your snap feel more fleshed out, more lush. And not just the corners, but most of the foreground. You know, you want to fill out the foreground well. You don't always have to add this much to the foreground, like we have here. But the corners, in particular, are a very big deal. It's a great way to kind of set the stage for the rest of your snap. So, you know, consider the theme, what the theme is, and make sure the items in the corner reflect that. So for Farmer's Market, in one corner of the frame, we have a table with, you know, a bunch of Farmer's Market goodies. And on the left, we have a crate that is doing the same. Hi, Horty. And then when we look at Potion Master's Lair, in the left, we have a table full of ingredients. And in the right, we have a cauldron. So this is something I do for every single snap. And it's something that has worked out very well for me, you know, in terms of getting the results I'm seeking. So always consider that as well, Lisa. Always consider your corners. They are very important parts of the snap. Just like how, you know, when you use the vignette border, there's a reason it focuses on the corners first, because that's what makes vignette look good, you know. So like if we go into the game here and we boost vignette, you're going to notice it's going to start in the corners and then proceed to grow in from there. So even these like borders and filters are going to target the corners because they know how important they are. So you want to do the same thing when you're building out your snap. And we look at these example scenes I create, you'll see the same thing. Notice how I have all these abundant flowers in this left corner and all these flowers in a pond in the right corner. And if I look at my other example scenes, in this left corner, you're going to see a table with a tissue box right beside sadness. And in this bottom right-hand corner, you're going to see this beautiful pixie dust right beside joy. So each corner holds an item that directly relates to the villager next to it. And then when we look at, this anger snap, in this corner, we have a red memory orb. And in this corner, we have lava, another red memory orb. So don't forget about those corners. They're very important. They're very important. Alrighty. Yeah, and main focus, I would say, from here, I would change your hairstyle a little bit. I would bring Joy up from behind that chair so she's a bit more visible. And I would make sure you boost the highlight to, get rid of these shadows a bit. And maybe take the saturation to like 0.2 if you're in sunset lighting, 0.2, 0.3. And make sure these corners get filled out. You still want to be able to see this memory. So whatever you put in this bottom left corner can just be very small. Just very small, very low. And we should have one more primary reverse sapphire. And like I said, for this one, I won't be able to, cover it too awful much. We'll be kind of quick here. It looks pretty, very cool. I struggled with this theme, so I went for a rainy day, not exactly a sad rainy day, since I absolutely love rainy weather. Thank you so much for taking the time to squeeze me in. Yeah, for sure. So, this is exactly what you want to do if you want to do a rainy day where you're not sad. You want to have the rainy weather with sadness, but joy for the happiness, right? So the weather is reflected by sadness. The emotion is reflected by joy. So that's very good. Also, the little cozy companions. He does have little glasses. Dude, I have the cozy edition. Somebody sent me a code because they already had it. They sent me their code, and I still haven't activated it. I think I'm gonna activate it on my Switch. Switch 2, like this week. But yeah, lightning looks really good here. We have the rainy house here. Good foreground, too. You got your bottom left-hand corner totally filled out by this bush. We were just talking about that. Bottom right-hand corner totally filled out with the tulips. A good feature of the rainy day house. Great character lighting here. You're using the sunset time of day, which is ideal for lighting your scene. You captured the lightning really well. You got a fun rainbow back here to kind of bring a little bit more joy into the scene. The fireflies. Overall, very solid submission. I've mentioned this to a lot of people that felt kind of torn with this challenge. This outfit in particular, if you buy this from the shop, like if you bought this house and you bought this outfit isn't the best for like a straight up sad Dreamsnap because it carries the colors of both villagers. So if you're going to do this outfit, you're going to want to use sadness and joy. And I think that's why they included this outfit in the shop this week. It's perfect for that concept. Lightning looks really good here. And I like how you have the spirit fire right here because the storyteller's fire. Because this actually looks like lightning right here too, which is cool. Yeah, overall very solid. Checking out the makeup here. Yeah, it looks like you're matching it with the highlights in the hair. I mean, alternatively, you could have the makeup play into the emotionally thematic colors like the blue or the yellow a bit, but you don't have to. As long as you do the makeup and you make sure the avatar is well presented and, most importantly, beautiful, it doesn't always have to be, like, completely tied into the concept. You can just go for beauty. One thing I would love to be able to add to this would be like a couple of purple water lilies. Unfortunately, I don't think you'll be able to because the footprint they assigned to these glowing moss or these glowing algae items is so stupid. They take up way much more space than they actually need. And you can't put anything near them, which is sad because they're such cool items. And I would love to add some purple lilies to this, or purple lily pads. Yeah, good trees in the back too, with like the bluer trees. Overall, very solid. I don't think you need to do much with this snap. I think it has a pretty good case for 4K. Good rain effects, good lightning. Captures the inside out weather really well. So yeah, very nice. Very fun. Ultimately, you know, results will be kind of determined by what you pop up against. But I would not be surprised if yours got 4K. All right. Willow says, how do you get her closer? You talking about the avatar, Willow? There are several items to push the camera closer to the avatar. So, for example, right here, I'm using the Vizier's Alchemy table. Notice how even my regular camera can't pass through it, so it pushes my regular camera up. There are several items in the game that do this. So if I get right here, you know, I just got to step up even more. The closer I get, the closer I'll get to the camera. Now, you will notice as you get closer, you're going to get blurry. So when you get really close, you're going to have to adjust your focus so you're not blurry anymore. And I still have a shadow on my entire scene because we were showing how to highlight it. But, you know, you can get right up on there. Joy, I mean. Oh, how do you get Joy closer? Same way you play with villagers in any other shot. You trap them. You can trap them with touch of magic items. I have a whole guide on that. It's been something we've been doing in Dreamsnaps for years. So what you can do is you just... if you're only using the toggle, that can be tricky. But also, if you push the camera up with the toggle, you can force them to spawn like right next to you. It's just kind of annoying. But if you want your villager in a very specific place, you can actually put them there yourself. And you can trap them with a touch of magic item. And then you can freeze them with the toggle. And then you can remove the touch of magic items and they won't move. But you would have to do that all in the camera. Again, I have a guide on this. It's in Dreamsnap Tools. I think you'll find it in Dreamsnap Tips for 2025, which was like something I made at the beginning of last year. So this is something we've been doing for a long time. But yeah, when it comes to learning how to manage your villagers, that's going to be very important. Now, when you're just summoning villagers, I don't have any villagers here right now, but let me show you something pretty neat. If I just bring in somebody, I'm gonna go over the map real quick. I'm just gonna bring in whoever. I don't care. Okay. So now we're gonna open our toggle. Let's say we want Mickey. Look at how close he is. Right? Now, if I turn, and I turn him off and on again, he's gonna be somewhere different. Every time I turn the position of my camera, his spawn changes. So that's another way you can get them closer. It's just by turning. Now, when your camera's pushed up, it makes them get a lot closer to you. If the camera's further away like this, you'll notice he's going to spawn really far away. See? See how he's like way back there now? But when I push the camera, he pops up right beside me. So when you're pushing the camera, they'll spawn a lot closer. But if you're curious about how I was able to get my villagers like this, where they're like right at the front of the scene, they're trapped. They're just trapped there. And, you know, that's really easy to do. You just hang out with them. You say, hey, come with me. You bring them to an area, and then you put items around them, and then they can't move. And there are two ways to do that. You can trap them with touch of magic items. I like to use touch of magic trophies because they only take up one square. And then you can put them in that trap, wait for them to do an animation, then pause them, and then toggle off the touch of magic items. And since they're paused, they still can't leave. So you can freeze them right where you want them. Again, you can find a full video about that in the Dreamsnap Tools Discord channel. But if you don't want to use touch of magic items, you can also just trap them with plates or other different things. Like for my scene where Joy was right at the front, I literally have her trapped with Christmas dinner plates. She just is standing in this little square. And if I wait, she'll do an animation, and I can pause her doing an animation. So you can trap villagers with items. And since those dinner plates are like, you know, right there at the front of the scene, you won't even see them when I go into camera mode. You can't see them at all. You just see Joy here. So when it comes to, you can control exactly where the villagers are. You have full control over that. It can be annoying. It can be time consuming. But you can force your villagers to be exactly where you need them to be. If your only way of controlling villagers is the camera toggle, you are greatly limiting yourself. So let me show you another example, right? We're going to look at Cozy Holiday Cheer. This was another, like, you know, around rank 100 submission, and I used all the winter and Christmas villagers. Do you think I got them all in the perfect place just with the camera toggle? Of course not. That would never happen. Basically, I had to trap each one of them in these areas. Merlin's trapped by a bunch of Touch of Magic items in between these two chairs. Joy is trapped with some Touch of Magic items behind this chair. Anna's trapped by a Touch of Magic item right here. Mickey and Eve are trapped together. Cinderella and Ariel are trapped with a line of Touch of Magic items that go from this resting bench to this box of presents. And Aurora was just kind of here. So, you know, I felt like keeping her because she balanced the scene. And then Belle, yeah, she's just at the front of the scene. My avatar is actually in the middle of the room. This was taken in free mode. So I'm actually standing over here, but I just made myself invisible. But yeah, check out the video. You can really, you know, you can totally control where they're going to be and like how they're going to animate. It can be really time consuming. It can be really annoying working with villagers or pets. It's a headache, and it's a lot of extra work in your snap. However, it's something I really advise trying to learn and playing around with, because it is so good for storytelling purposes. You know, like if you want to communicate something specific in your dream snap, like I did with the holiday Christmas party, you know, where I had all those villagers gathered around the room and they're all spaced out just right. You know, it's nice to have the villagers right where you want them. Now, if Gameloft was better at making video games, this is something we could just do like in furniture mode. We should just be able to place the villagers and then assign them an animation. But no, Gameloft, they're too busy making 17,000 premium houses every update. So maybe we will get that feature in the future, but for now, you know, the only way to do this is going to give you a bit of a headache, but once you learn it, it can be very useful. And, you know, I think I kind of have the same thing going on here. Actually, I think he's not trapped with Touch of Magic. I just have him trapped with items behind this luggage. But for Cruella, yeah, I have like a Touch of Magic trophy to the left of her and just something random to the right, so she can't leave either. But this way, you know, you'll have full control of where your villagers will be. It's not something you always have to do. You know, for a lot of my snaps, I just use the toggles. Like for this one, I just used the toggle. It was totally fine. She popped up in a great place. I did have to turn the camera a little bit to get her right where I wanted her, but it worked out. I used the toggle for this one, you know, except for Kristoff. He's trapped. He's trapped behind the stall. But these two were just toggled. I used the toggle for this one. This one really worked out with the toggle. But, yeah, there's tons of them where I didn't use the toggle. I used, you know, well, this one they're actually trapped with shampoo bottles because this was April Fool's Day. And they were going to have a romantic bath, and I flooded it with bubbles. But this one's Touch of Magic. So, you know, this was Toontown. And we have Oswald and all the Toon characters. And I wanted them all up here at the front. I didn't want them walking around in the back. And I believe this is before we had the villager toggle. So I used Touch of Magic items behind, you know, around this one and around this one. And kind of in front of the bench here. Just kind of all around. Just to get everybody in position. I don't do that most weeks because, like I said, it's very time consuming. But if it's a theme I really like, I'll go out of my way to do it. Anyway, I better skedaddle because I got to work on my own snap now. I'm not sure which one I'll submit. I'll probably go with my split scene, but I do want to tweak this a bit. There's some things I definitely want to do to change this. If I had a lot of time, like if it wasn't so late, I might make an anxiety snap because I feel like I can make a really cool one, but I'm probably just going to go with the split. And actually, I do have some good versions of this already in my gallery, so maybe I'll just submit one of those and just kind of be done with it. If I was able to finish snaps earlier, then maybe I'd have more time, but, you know, I'll probably redo it a little bit because I would love to get joy actually doing animation. And I also kind of want to flip and turn around my memories because they're on the bright side. I kind of want to see the darker side. I might change the outfit. I mean, I have some fun examples here. This one's crazy. Look at the Raven, the Fire Raven. He literally glitched through my head. And I think if people see this, they're going to be like, bro, how the heck did you get your head to look like that? It's pretty wild looking. But I'm definitely leaning towards this one because I really like the juxtaposition of the weather. I might add some lights in the background, I don't know. Or just like add some more bushes back there. I'll figure it out. Let me see if I have one submitted right now. Oh, good luck on your results tomorrow, you guys. We got Desert Haven results coming in. I really like this one. I love Carpet over here. Aladdin looks really good. And I love the Jasmine cosplay. She's so pretty. I do wish I would have done a little bit of a darker lip. But I kind of wanted to be close to the outfit here. And I have like a tilt on it so you can see more of the sandstorm. But I love the way this turned out. Oh, and for this cool light effect back here, we're actually using the stage lights from the night show StarPath. That's how we have these like purple and yellow lights shooting out. But yeah, we'll get our results for these tomorrow. Yeah, hopefully that'll do well. Also, guys, before I leave, I just want to say thank you so much for 166 goals in a row. Let's go, dude. Thank you. Thank you. Greatly appreciate it. Greatly appreciate it. I'm going to be spamming that new effect. I made that, by the way, if you weren't here earlier. I'm planning on making a lot more fun little things for the stream. So this weekend I'm going to be going to Anime Central in Chicago. So I will not be home this weekend, so I won't be able to do anything extra for the stream. But next weekend I'm probably going to try to add some more fun things, like our new celebration. It's fun. But yeah, I made this just to say thank you. I appreciate you guys. I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful evening. Good luck on your Desert Haven results, and good luck finalizing your Inside Out weather submissions. For next week, you know, one thing I highly encourage, guys, if you're not consistently getting 4K, don't rush your submission. Don't try to get it in Wednesday or Thursday just to be first in the stream to get a review. Focus on really pushing for 4K and be patient, and check out my Thursday video that gives specific tips for that week's challenge, and then apply some of those ideas. You don't have to use my example scenes, but I'm going to tell you how to find good items, what filters you can consider. I'm going to give a lot of examples for different outfits. I'm going to talk about what the voters tend to like in challenges like these. All of these things can be very important. So now if you're somebody that gets 4,000 moonstones every week and you're just submitting to me to like find little ways to get, you know, the Dreamsnap even more competitive, then you don't have to worry about doing that. But if you're not regularly getting 4K and you're really trying to learn and improve, you'll get the most bang for your buck if you combine the Thursday tip videos that I do with the reviews. So like I mentioned earlier, think of it as like studying for a test. The review streams are like the test, right? Because you're testing your snap. You're seeing, you know, whether it's competitive enough to be very likely for 4K, even if it pops up against good snaps. And if you study for that test and you kind of know what you know, kind of things good players are going to be using in high frequencies, then you'll be better equipped to how to counter that. better equipped to how to, you know, kind of balance off with that. Can we get some new senpai emotes for YouTube one day? Absolutely. I mean, I do have emotes. But right now it's only letting me upload like 4. I don't know why. But when I go to my YouTube dashboard, it gave me. Also, it's not even animated. These two are supposed to be different. Wait, does YouTube not have animated emotes? Why is the cat paw not animated? But yeah, I have. If you go to my cat paw didn't even show up. So yeah, I uploaded my favorite emotes that I have on Twitch. But Twitch has, that's the thing, the difference with YouTube and Twitch. Whereas YouTube is like very limited on how many emotes you can have, Twitch has a much bigger lineup of like what kind of emotes I can add. There's like so many. And then different tiers of supporters get access to different emotes. But the fact that YouTube only lets me upload 4 is crazy. I mean, I would take that up with YouTube. If YouTube would let me do what Twitch lets me do, I would just put all my emotes over here too. Because we have a bunch of really fun emotes on Twitch, but I can't even put a fraction of them on YouTube. Like, also, for some reason, my animated one's not even working. My Horton Wave. So this is how the emote looks on Twitch. I can show you. It's very fun. It's for my kitty cat Horton. It's like a way to say hello with a little wave. So yeah, you see the little kitty cat wave right here? I have this uploaded on YouTube, but it won't animate. And it's funny because when I uploaded it, it was animated, and it showed that it was animated, so I don't know why it's not working on YouTube. And then also, when I go to my YouTube dashboard, it's like, upload fun emotes for your community. So I did. And then it only let me upload 4. And I'm like, bro, on Twitch, I have like 100 emotes. What do you mean 4? It might have to do with the fact that, like on Twitch, the reason I have so many emotes is because I unlock them by making my channel grow. So there's like challenges that you accomplish, and you unlock more VIP badges, you unlock more emotes. It might only let me upload 4 because my channel's new or something. I don't know. But I already have a bunch of emotes. So if I could have uploaded them, I would have. But now that we have more channel members, maybe I can upload more. I don't know. I'll look into it. But yeah, the fact that Mr. Star and Sky has like just 20 plus, like that's such a small number. And he's been streaming on YouTube forever. I don't see why animated ones would take up more spots. They don't on any other platform. They don't do that on Kick. They don't do that on Twitch. They don't, you know, that just like doesn't really make any sense. And also, they're not even working on YouTube. So I might just like get rid of the animated ones on YouTube and just go with the regular ones. But yeah, I have a ton of emotes. I have like hundreds of emotes because I've been streaming for 6 years. So I just haven't been on YouTube very long. So, you know, I had a bunch of emotes on Facebook. And I've had artists making me custom emotes for, like, years. So I have a lot. And on Twitch, we have... I mean, I can kind of show you here. Like, these are the emotes for my Twitch channel. Look at all these. Like, we have Eric turning into a blobfish. That's got a whole story behind it. But... yeah, if I could, I would just put these on YouTube. Like, because they're already made. I don't even have to do anything. Like, I would just upload them. And when I went over to start streaming on YouTube, that's exactly what I tried to do. But I only had 4 slots to put emotes into. It might be because I was new to streaming, so, you know. Or maybe there's a limit on how many they can approve at a time. So maybe they'll only... because they have to review the emotes before you can upload them. So you know, on Twitch... I've been on Twitch for so long, and I'm partnered on Twitch, so, like, they will automatically approve whatever I put in. But maybe on YouTube, since I wasn't streaming over here before, maybe I can only approve 4 at a time. So I have to add more. But yeah, my main focus right now, honestly, is trying to get more... I would like to get more effects added to the stream for everybody. Not anything specific for YouTube or specific for Twitch. Hope said I got a surprise I'll be sending you. Oh, nice. Let's go. I'm excited to see it. But yeah, I'll check at least because uploading more emotes would be super easy. Because, like, I already have them made. So all I got to do is go to my dashboard and see if they'll let me put in more. Maybe they will now that we've got more channel members and we've done a lot of streams. So, like, since I've been streaming on YouTube for, like, over a month now, yeah, maybe I can upload some more. But yeah, 20 plus, that's, you know, I don't know, it's weird. Like, YouTube it's not like it's a storage issue because, like, YouTube has, like, a ridiculously large storage for videos. So, like, emotes are tiny, you know, shouldn't be that bad. But yeah, I'll try. Again, I'll be out of town this weekend, so I probably won't be able to do it this weekend. And I got to make, you know, tomorrow's refresh day, so we'll be pretty busy. And then, yeah, so I'm not sure. I might be able to do it tomorrow. I'll look at it. Because I can just put the same emotes we have over here. See, this is also supposed to be animated. This emote right... Bro, it just disappeared from YouTube chat. Why are my emotes just disappearing? Maybe I'm just not allowed to have animated emotes. Does Mr. Starsky have animated emotes? Or are they all solid? Can you have animated emotes on YouTube? Because I'm putting, you know, all four of these that I have here are supposed to be animated and they're not working. So you can't? Oh, well that would explain why you can't see my emotes. Because every emote I uploaded is solid. So look, can you see these? That's so funny. Well, I wish YouTube would have told me that. But yeah, I have these emotes uploaded here. And they're the same emotes I have on Twitch that are animated. But when I put them in chat, they don't do anything. Oh, you still see an image? It disappeared for me. Look, I don't even see it. It just disappears. Well, at least you can see it, but I'm going to get rid of these animated ones, because if it's not animated, there's no reason to have it, you know. I have a lot of good non-animated ones that I can add. So, I'll look into it tomorrow. I'll see if I can, because like I said, we do have a lot. We do have a lot of non-animated emotes I can put on. Bro, I can't believe YouTube chat doesn't allow... Well, this is why I like Twitch for live streaming. This is why I've been live streaming on Twitch. Twitch is a much better platform when it comes to going live and when it comes to stream features, because there's just way more things you can do. Like, you have the raid system, you have Twitch drops, you have a much bigger library of emotes and different effects. You have VIP badges. They've had different tiers, which is something that YouTube is getting into now, or has been getting into for like the past year. Then you have different badges for like Cult of the Lamb, like the Lamby badge. You have first badges. You have like different games will have different badges you can earn. So there's just more integrations. And then for like Cult of the Lamb, you get the Twitch integration. You can't do that on YouTube. So Twitch integration is a thing. YouTube integration is not a thing for a lot of games. Like they have Twitch integration on 7 Days to Die. They have Twitch integration on Cult of the Lamb. So Twitch is designed to be a lot more forward-thinking when it comes to live streams and live stream accessibility, whereas YouTube is the best platform for your videos. But since a lot of people I know, you know, like to watch on YouTube as opposed to Twitch, I started doing both. Because, you know, both is good, because that way everybody wins. I just wish YouTube would be, you know, a little stronger. Holly, you're fine, my friend. Like I mentioned, if you don't have time to try and incorporate the advice, it sounds like you were just busy from my perspective, you know, from what I saw when I read your comment. You know, you said you had to go to the hospital in the morning and you weren't able to do it last night. So if you don't have time to, you know, because that was the main critique I had for you, was to like get closer to, you know, you had a really good pose. You can make it a really competitive photo. if you got closer. But if you don't have the time to like learn the new camera mode, then there's not much of a point to resubmitting. You see what I mean? Because like that was the main advice I was giving, was to give that a try. So if you can't do that, then, you know, just go with what you got. You know, you can add some extra details like you did, but if you want to, you know, if you want to do the re-reviews, I would rather the re-review focus on the advice I'm giving. And, you know, I think you could have figured out if you had more time. But if you don't have the time, don't worry about it. You know, it's like, it's not that big a deal. You don't have to like apologize or explain yourself. Some weeks you're just not going to have the time to do what I'm talking about. That's why the secondary reviews are totally optional. And if you've never used free mode, you're going to have to kind of learn it a little bit, you know. It tells you on the left side of the screen like what your controls are. And once you play around with it, you'll get really used to it. You know, it's not too difficult. You know, it's not like a PC versus Xbox versus Switch thing. It's this, you know, I mean, it's actually harder for me to do on mouse and keyboard, I think, because it moves too janky. It's too fast. It's a little bit easier with the joysticks of a controller for me. So if anything, I think it's actually a little bit easier on Xbox and, you know, on an Xbox controller, and that's what I use. But I would definitely play around with it. 9 times out of 10, Holly, you're going to want to use portrait mode, you know? So like getting comfortable with portrait mode is the most important thing. But when you're using poses like this, you can really make the most out of them. Because if you did the same thing in your photo, like where you're comforting sadness like this, and you had sadness right here, and you're right here, that would be an extremely strong photo. I only saw one other player do that this week, and it was so good. And with the build you have, it would be very solid. And that was the main thing, you know, we focused on for your review. So if you can't do that, don't worry about it. You know, you don't have to submit for re-review that week. But, you know, that's what we talk about in the rules for re-reviews, is you want to try and apply all the advice that I give to the best of your ability. So if you fall on a week where you simply don't have the time to, like, figure out the camera stuff, then, you know, just make whatever little kind of changes you can make, and we'll focus on the snaps that are going to be able to incorporate a majority of the advice we're focused on. But you don't have to explain or apologize. I just took it as you didn't have the time. You know, some weeks you're going to be too busy. If you got to go to the hospital in the morning and, you know, you got like work stuff at night, you know, at the end of the day, life gets in the way sometimes. It's going to happen. So don't sweat it. Don't sweat it. But I would practice with it, you know, practice with it, because there are going to be some random themes out there where a pose like this is going to be really good. And you can still get 4K just doing the pose like you did. But it's very likely that a shot like this, you know, could get 4K and, like, you know, like rank 4,000 or so, potentially. Whereas if you did the same thing, like what we were talking about, you know, you could end up in the top 100 a bit easier, I think, because it's going to be more impactful. And voters love the good features of stuff like that. It's kind of like what we see if we go right here. This is a great example, actually. Rewarding show top submissions. Look at number 2. Free mode. They did exactly what I was encouraging you to do. One of the top 3 submissions did exactly what I was encouraging you to do, which is they did the fox pose. They put R2 here. They hid the fox. And they went into free mode, and they closed in on the scene. Because usually with the fox pose, you're going to be really tiny. But that's why this photo did so good. And that's kind of why I was encouraging you to give this a try. But, you know, like I said, some weeks you're not going to have the time. So don't worry about it. Just keep it in mind for next time. I just would have to also rebuild the Forgotten Lands to add extra time. Yeah, like I said, some weeks you won't have the time. I don't know, you know, what the disconnect is here, but I've already explained, you know, like for the re-review, you know, if you don't have the time, because, you know, you're like, oh, I did try. I didn't say you didn't. I just said it, you know, you said when you submitted for re-review that you had to go to the hospital in the morning, you had stuff to do at night, you just didn't have the time. That's what you told me. So I didn't say you didn't spend any time on it at all. but you clearly didn't have the time to redesign your scene around that. And that was my advice. That was what the review was about. So, you know, like, and as far as getting in the corner, I can show you right now how you can do that in like a second. So, you know, you go into free mode, right? When you're in free mode, if you're not touching the left stick or the left trigger right here, your stick on the right-hand side is the only one that does anything. So if you're not holding the left trigger, all you can do in free mode is this. Now, when you hold the left trigger, now you can use the left stick to move to the side. And again, it tells you this on the left side of your screen. So you see how on the left side of the screen, it says left trigger plus left stick moves camera. Left trigger plus right stick zooms out camera. So it tells you that. Those are the only two things you need to know to do this. So left trigger, and then we can tilt the camera up and down by not holding a trigger. So there are 3 ways to move in free mode. One is just with the stick, no trigger at all, and you can do this. 2 is you hold the left trigger and you move the right stick and you can zoom in and out. That's all this does. Zoom in and out. That's it. So left trigger, right stick, zoom in and out, up and down. 2 directions. 1, 2, 1, 2. And then left trigger plus left stick moves side to side and front and back like this. So in order to get, you know, a close-up of your avatar, that's it. You know, you open the camera mode, you go to free mode, you hit your pose. First, you don't push a trigger at all. You turn the camera to face you. Now, you hold the left trigger and you zoom in. And if you're too close, while still holding the left trigger, you just back up a little bit. That's it. And again, it tells you that on the left side of the screen. So if, you know, you really want to try to learn the camera tool, that's going to help you be more competitive in snaps. And, you know, just to be very clear, you know, I never said you didn't try, but you told me yourself that you didn't have enough time. So that was the big thing, you know, like I'm not saying you didn't try at all. I'm not saying you didn't put any effort in, but for the reviews, you know, like if we're not going to be able to do what I'm talking about, then it kind of defeats the purpose of me doing the review. And it, you know, at least you can apply it for next time if you can't do it for this snap. So, and that's why it's in the rules of the review is, you know, if you want to re-review, it needs to focus on the major points that we're talking about. So, you know, if I'm like, hey, try using this house and you don't have it, that's different. But if we're talking about repositioning, and you wouldn't have to rebuild your whole scene either. I kind of pointed that out. You could use, you know, I actually mentioned during your review that your scene was actually set up very good for this. You might actually have to move a couple things around, but your scene was already really well set up for this. But yeah, play around with it. You can figure it out. I mean, you're pretty good at snaps. You've learned the camera tool, but you know, if you've never used free mode, it's a little bit of a learning curve because it's a little weird to get used to, but once you get used to it, it feels very natural. You just got to experiment with it, you know. But you can definitely figure it out because, you know, if you can make good snaps, you can figure out free mode too. And if you get lost at all, just don't forget, you know, everything you need to know is going to appear right here on the left side of the screen. So LT plus the joystick symbol, it'll tell you LT plus left joystick moves the camera. LT plus right thumbstick zooms in and out. And then with no thumbstick and just right trigger, you can rotate the camera. So left trigger plus left stick moves camera. Right stick by itself rotates camera. Left trigger plus right stick zooms in and out. So it's 3 movement settings that you got to learn. But once you figure them out, you can get all kinds of pretty neat shots. There's some really cool advanced tricks you can do with snaps like this. I'll give you one example before I leave. I rarely use free mode. Horty, I hear you, buddy. I'm almost done. I rarely use free mode. I almost always use portrait mode. But for certain themes and certain angles, free mode is awesome. So I'm going to show you a really fun example of a scene that you cannot do in portrait mode. It was a challenge called Valley Views. Now, the downside with free mode is it always looks at a downward angle, so you're not going to see as up high into the horizon. But for this scene, I was standing at the top of the lagoon on a hill, and the challenge was called Valley Views, so I wanted to look out into a view over my shoulder. So I used free mode to position the camera right behind the avatar. And as you can see, we're just looking over her shoulder as she gazes out into this view, because it's a challenge about views. So in specific themes and specific challenges, you know, knowing how to use this camera mode is really good. Of course, you know, 9 times out of 10, you're going to use portrait mode. But if you want to be competitive with snaps and have a chance for like very high ranks, learning all the different aspects of the camera mode and different ways you can apply those for different challenges is going to be very useful. Especially for like the fox pose. And kind of like we saw, you know, another great example would be, again, that rank 2 that we have this week. It's not uncommon at all for snaps in the top 3 to be free mode, because these are more advanced and more difficult to do. And the players that know how to do these well can really capitalize on that, because a lot of people don't touch free mode at all. A lot of people are scared to, because portrait is just safe most of the time. But if you want to really impress people, you can come up with a really, you know, good scene like this using free mode. All right, I'm going to run, you guys. I still got to complete my snap. So I'm going to skedaddle. I'll catch you guys tomorrow for refresh day. We'll see what the new challenge is. We'll build some example scenes, and we'll take a look at your snap results. And if you don't get 4K and you're somebody that got a review, we can talk about your snap, maybe what we could have done different. Good luck on your Desert Haven builds. Based on what I saw reviewing y'all's snaps, I think a lot of you guys are going to get 4K. Because in my member video where I voted on these, it was hard to find really good ones. And you guys had better snaps than like most of what I saw. So I think a lot of you guys are going to do well. All right. I'll catch you guys on the next one. As always, stay safe, stay awesome, stay healthy. Thank you for being here. I'll catch you all on the next one. Ta-da. Bye-bye. I'm going to do this one more time. Okay. All right, I'm leaving.